Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. First and foremost, man, welcome everybody today. Pardon the tardiness, man. We was going through some technical difficulties, but we got everything sorted out to deliver y'all this amazing show we got here tonight. Hold on real quick before we get started. Salute the Cool State of Nation being deep in the building already. Gonna be a hell of a show, man. Hell of a show. I'm looking forward to it. All these amazing panelists up here. How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How's the sound coming in?
I'm gonna say somebody got a little buzz.
Mm-hmm. Should we mute up?
Yeah, mic check, 1 2.
How do I sound?
How do I sound?
Both y'all perfect.
How do I sound?
Okay.
Perfect.
Is it me?
Yeah.
It comes in
Here,
louder.
look.
It comes in louder when SB talk. It might be.
Mic check.
Yeah, you good.
Palace check. 1 2 3. Palace. 1 2 3.
Perfect.
Ow.
It might be me.
Yeah, SB is you.
Is it me? Okay.
It's hot. Your mic is hot.
Yeah. All right. Well, while we getting that together, man, like I said, I appreciate everybody for coming out. We got an interesting topic today. Been all through the news cycle. I'm sure you done heard about it by now. Steve Harvey recently went on Club Shay Shay to say some very, very, very controversial things, let's say the least. So today we're gonna unpack that. You know, this is a topic that has been going on in the manosphere space forever. What is required for a woman to, to bring to the table and things like that. So today we're gonna unpack it. First off, has everybody seen the clip before we get started?
Yeah.
Like everybody.
Some of it.
All right. Well, I think is it everything. Housekeeping, of course. All Cruise Season merch is available at cruiseseason.com. If you haven't purchased you nothing yet, make sure you go ahead and dive in there. Grab you something. Everything is on sale until Friday. That's 30% off. So make sure that you guys tap into that. Like I said, live show is coming soon. First week of October. We're looking forward to it. We're narrowing down venues. As soon as that's ironed out and sorted out, the announcement will be made, man. So salute to everybody. Oh, and it's gonna be in Houston for everybody that's wondering. So make sure y'all get y'all plane tickets ready and things of that nature. I wanna have a little essence of everything that makes us us. So it's gonna be some panel stuff. It's gonna be some battle of the sexes stuff. It's gonna be a vibe, man. It's gonna be a vibe. So make sure y'all pull up and tune into that. We might even get Kenny on stage performing his mixtape. Who knows?
Lord help us all. And OT gonna be selling that gumbo on the side.
See, there we go. So again, man, you just never know.
A little bit everything.
I got enough drink coasters. I'm cool.
I might sing too. You know what I'm saying? You just never know.
Oh my God. But like I was saying, again, man, we're gonna shoot for first week of October, man. It's gonna be a vibe. Y'all know we ain't half-assed or nothing. It's gonna be a wave. So make sure y'all pull up. Make sure you hit tap the like button if you haven't got a chance to. It's gonna be a hell of a conversation today. As y'all see, we got the all-star panel back. Missing one. He should be here shortly though. So it's gonna be a hell of a discussion. But without further ado, let's dive right in here, man. First question of the night. Does a woman's money matter when dating, and why, in your opinion? Again, these are topics, these are conversations that's been being had, and it always some polarizing when you get to bringing up, a woman's income and things of that nature and the relevance, importance to a relationship. So we're gonna go ahead and dive in with that one first. Does a woman's income matter in dating, and why? We're going to start with Queen today.
Yes. Everything matters in dating. That's the vetting period. That's the process. That's like the trials, right? That's the trial period. And you should be calculating what we can accumulate as a family. So it matters. Everything matters because her money matters because it tells the man the load that he's going to have to carry, the amount that he's going to have to input as a man, as a husband. So absolutely everything matters when dating if the goal is marriage. Absolutely. because it doesn't necessarily matter that he needs it. He's just calculating if something happens, what type of home are we looking at? What's her skill set? What can she do with her earnings? How can I utilize that? How can she utilize that? Do I need it? Do we not need it? So I'm going to keep it very short and sweet and not be long-winded coming out the gate. Absolutely, it matters. And if you think it doesn't, then you don't understand dating that leads to marriage.
I like it. I like it. We're gonna go with SB next. A woman's income. Does it matter when dating? And why?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I agree with Sheba. Everything she said, you do. If your intentions are being married, it definitely matters. A man needs to see how you handle your money, how you live as an adult, what has to be paid, who you owe, all of that. So I agree with her totally.
All right, OT. Woman's income in your dating days. Did that matter when you were considering her, and why?
Not when I was younger. I didn't consider that. You know, as a man, I just wanted to be able to, you know, do my thing, lead the household, whatever I was making. You know, that's what we was gonna, you know, do. If anything extra wanted to present itself, then it was like, yeah. But as I got older, hell, man, that became so important. That became a must. You know what I'm saying? Now, the number, you know, of course, that's going to be relative to the person. But yeah, absolutely, it's a must. We gotta match. We got to, or at least, you know what I'm saying, or at least close, because that matters. Two incomes in the household, like you could do so much damage with that. You know what I'm saying? You can set up so many trust funds. You can invest. You can actually lay your head down and relax a little bit, give you some cushion. Like it's just so many things that adds to it when you have somebody that can, you know, match what you have. So yes.
Okay, you said it got to be relatively close. What's a ballpark space that you'll be comfortable with?
That's just my opinion. Relatively close. I don't know. I say 20. Like, you know, so I think that's respectable.
That's a good answer, OT. I was thinking 10 to 20K at least range.
Okay, I like it. Saida, does a woman's income matter during the dating phase, and why, in your opinion?
So I like the way that Queen Shiva said it matters, because I always hear men saying it doesn't matter, it's not important, or we don't care. One thing is that you don't care, but how can you say you don't care if a woman comes with debt and, you know, like not being able to handle money or just irresponsible with money? So it matters the fact that at least if she kept a regular job, not like, you know, we're not talking about luxurious, you know, stuff or just, you know, an average person. It matters the fact that, hey, if she comes with something, at least she's responsible, and then see what we're going to do with it. So I really like the fact that she put it that way. And it sometimes contradicts on the other side when men said, we don't care if she has a job. We don't care like if she brings anything. We don't care how much money she's making. So sometimes it's also a little bit confusing, because if she's ready to be a housewife and that's what they want, then it shouldn't matter if she has a job or anything, as long as she doesn't have any debts, right? So that's all I think for now.
Saida getting in trouble early, pointing out contradictions. We're gonna see. We're gonna unpack it further. We go along here. Rick, a woman's income, should it matter when dating,
Shout
and
out,
why?
brother Rick.
When dating,
During the dating phase. Yep.
don't nothing matter when you dating. That's all I got to say. Don't nothing matter when you dating. Next person, please.
All right, Miss Kayla.
Wait, SB asked if it was for marriage, and you say yes. So why is it dating for him and marriage for SB?
Because dating doesn't lead to marriage. Courting leads to marriage.
Right, but she asked.
That's her. It's not me.
Yeah, I'm talking about courting leading to marriage.
Dating, courting is depending on which one
Okay.
you want to latch on
So
to. I
dating
think it's
intentionally.
Intentional to go to marriage.
Intentionally. Okay.
So courting. Words matter, guys. Words matter. right?
I mean, 14.
And there are also
14.
words that mean the same thing as other
Yes.
words. So
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't have my thesaurus with me. So
Oh God.
if you're talking about this is a person you're serious about, of course it matters. Of course it matters. You got to know how much money she made. You got to know how much debt she got, especially if you're looking to take her on,
Yeah.
right? You got to know if she got that type of discipline. It really ain't about the money. It's about the discipline attached to it. So yeah, if y'all serious about each other, yeah, it definitely matters.
All right, like it, Miss Kayla. A woman's income. Should it matter? Why? Why not?
I think it does matter. I do think that where both people are socioeconomically impacts the dating, impacts the marriage. And so having an understanding of where that person's at versus where you're at is vital. I think it's always mattered. I don't know why there was ever a narrative that it didn't. Um, I think that a lot of people that have said that more so are trying to say it doesn't add value. But I still think that's circumstantial as well, because I mean, nepotism runs America. So there are certain things that will bring value just by being associated with certain people. So, so yeah, I definitely think it matters.
And you spoke on a narrative in terms of you say you don't feel like it brings value to a woman's I don't know, I guess resume when a man is considering it to take her serious. Do you agree with that opinion that a woman's income doesn't bring value to a man in that instance when he's considering?
No, I don't agree with that. I think it does. I think that her income is not only going to bring you buying power as a unit, it's not only going to have you leverage in different spaces out in the world. I do think that her income can bring value to you as a single man and what you could have with her, definitely, if she has substantial income. So you live in that house too. It's not you live there. You enjoy all the accoutrements.
Accoutrements. That's a SAT word. We're gonna write that one down. Go up there with a old kerfuffle word he used a while back on here. All right, Ronan, a woman's income. Should it matter when a man is considering this woman? Why not?
Yes, when I'm courting her and taking seriously, yes, I get to see how it governs how she moves, how she thinks. I get an insight of what her mental dysfunctions are or her priorities are. Is she cooperative or she's inflexible on things? It gives me an idea, like especially with the income debt to ratio, see how she's moving and everything. And if she's trying to lead with her wallet or if she's being led by some sound financial principles. If we can work on that, we can build a lot of things.
All right, Miss Lucky, a woman's money or income. Should it matter when a man is considering her? Why not?
I think it should matter. I think it matters more based on the man's status when dating, because then that's when the conversation comes into play where he may feel like he's paying more. So usually men that have a certain way of thinking, they may not think that her income matters. They may care more about her spending habits and how she is with money, how she manages money. But I would say it's based on the status of the man, whether or not her income would matter in just dating, because you may not get to the marriage part. So you don't want to feel like you wasted your money courting, dating, whatever, pursuing a woman who is not going to then become something more serious. So I would say it matters based on the status. And I think it matters based on how interested he is in the woman as well, in my opinion.
I agree.
Hello,
Ill,
Illo.
welcome to the stage, bro.
What's going on? Peace.
My boy, just in time for the first question, man. First
Yeah.
question is, I mean, literally just in time.
Just in time.
Does a woman's income matter when you're considering this woman in terms of whether or not you're gonna move forward with her? Does a woman's money matter? Why not?
No, it doesn't matter to me, but it might matter to how I evaluate how she behaves. Because I don't have a problem with a woman making a lot of money or less money, but unfortunately, the way the current woman behaves, it might inflate her ego. So it's just a matter of how much a man can handle that, how mature she is. But I don't have a problem with a woman making a lot of money as long as she knows how to behave, as long as she still, carries herself like a woman, doesn't use that as a something that she can wield over my head to manipulate me or make me seem less than. It's really about her maturity, whether she can handle the money or not. But as far as me personally, no, whatever you worked hard for, whatever you put your mind to do, and you are blessed to accomplish, that's your God-given ability and right. So that would never bother me, but it might bother her.
Here's a question: in your history of dealing with women, do you think the women have been or have a decent track record of being able to handle making a lot of money and still being feminine to the man that they're dating, or do you feel like it's a lost cause in that regard once she gets up to a certain amount of money?
I don't want to say it's a lost cause. I don't want to speak in absolutes, but it just seems like a lot of women, once they get a certain amount of money, they do start to get a little beside themselves. I think for a little while they may stay humble, but eventually if your money doesn't match where theirs is, I think they really start feeling like they're the head and the leader of the situation and disregard what makes you a man and the intangible things that money can't buy that makes you a masculine man and a leader. And over time, I think it does inflate their ego a bit, and it can become an issue. Yes, I think so.
Okay, I like that answer. In my opinion, I think a woman's money definitely does matter. I mean, I'm on record in saying that I wouldn't even date a woman who doesn't make close to what I make. And again, it's not from a I need your money type of thing. Let's establish that. I don't. But the thing is that it's going to establish some relativity between us. When you're up there and you making a lot of money and you got a lot of things going on, and that right there requires a lot of discipline, requires a lot of time, away from the family and things of that nature. Now, if you're not making that, or if you're not working as hard, then you may look at that as like, okay, he's neglecting me. Or okay, he's not paying me the attention that I need. But if you out there busting your ass and accomplishing things too, you're gonna be able to identify, well, yeah, he just busy right now. The grind calls for this. You know what I'm saying? So it's a mindset thing that I need to be established. So hypothetically speaking, if I, also that type of person has a different level of appreciation for money also. Because when you're dating somebody who, let's just say she was born gorgeous, right? Never had to work a day in her life. She was getting chose left and right. Dudes is paying for things, all that. So when she comes into the relationship, it's going to be a lot of entitlement there. She's going to just expect things to be a certain way. Not going to necessarily know the why, not going to necessarily know the mindset behind it. She's just used to people just doing things for her. Compared to somebody who had to bust their ass to get what they get, they're going to have a different level of appreciation for the money. They're not going to be as reckless. They're going to be, watching over things a bit more closely because, again, they're used to having things to lose. And that's the thing. A lot of people don't necessarily have things to lose. They just end the relationship, going with the flow, enjoying the perks of dealing with this man that make a lot of money or whatever the case may be, or that makes a decent amount of money and don't really have appreciation for it. That's why when they leave a relationship, they typically fall back on their face because they're not used to having to bust their ass for something. They're not used to having to manage something. But if I'm dating a woman like that, she definitely has that familiarity. She done faced some adversity in finances. She know when I say, "Hey, baby, for the next 12 months, man, we got to buckle down. It ain't gonna be none of that eating out. It might not be no shopping at the mall. It might not be none of that because we in a situation right now where we got to grind and go get it. Even if she's not working at that moment, but because she has the identification with it, she's gonna be okay. I get it. Compared to somebody who make get bratty or whatever when you tell them this. So again, man, I need somebody that I can relate to. I need somebody that understands the grind, and also I'm just attracted to ambitious women. So another thing, it's nothing like watching a woman go out there, bust her ass, and just accomplish things like that. And inspires me to just want to do more, man. You know what I'm saying? Want to jump over that fence a little bit higher to take care of this woman, because I know she don't necessarily need me. She enjoys being here, but she don't necessarily need me. So that makes a man, how our mind works, full of ego, right? Makes us want to do more for. Makes us want to, establish this, create this infrastructure and stuff to where she can relax in that femininity, because we interested in what that looks like, compared to somebody who comes in and just entitled like a motherfucker. Like there's no incentive for me to take care of this woman, because she ain't gonna show no appreciation for it. But when you got somebody who's used to making some money, or you got somebody who's ambitious or whatever, they're gonna be way more grateful when you do things for them, because they're not used to it happening. In comparison to that woman I spoke about earlier, she may come into the relationship used to getting taken care of, so you paying all the bills, it don't necessarily impress her. You buying her something expensive, it don't necessarily impress her. She's used to that. But when a woman who done built everything on her own, when you say, "Look, baby, take the next 6 months off." Matter of fact, I didn't pay that car off for you. Don't even worry about that. She gonna be like, "What?" You know what I'm saying? Like it's a different level of appreciation for that. So, that's just my take on it. Those are the things that I value, and I need somebody that I can relate to. I already have a daughter, and that's the only woman I'm interested in raising at this point. So, hell of a first question, man. Anybody got anything to add before we move on? I see faces being.
Nah, you dropped that mic. Go ahead.
Okay, Trill came in here preaching and shaking the tambourine and everything. Get that man a super chat. Somebody come through with that $500 super chat.
She said a $500. Speaking of super chats, but we'll go ahead and read a couple of them before we get to our next situation, man. Dick, I got a feeling that's going to be a bit controversial. So let's get the bills out the way before we get there. Concurrent network, the fireball. The things a woman brings to the table is subjective to the requirements and expectations of the man she is to date. Each man has his own expectations and requirements. I agree 100%. Appreciate you. Maj in the building just wanted to show love, man. She ain't even got nothing to say, man. Appreciate it, Maj. That's family right there. Just pulling up as always. Kev in the building to 20 ball. Happy pre-Cinco de Mayo to the crew. Appreciate you, big dog. I'm about to go fix a tequila in just a second. We're going to get started.
You cognac drinker, sit this one out. Y'all chill.
Right. Appreciate you, Kev. Always, bro. Love. Price is Faith with the 10 bar greetings. I've missed y'all. The Bible says that the Proverbs 31 woman knows how to invest. My apostle taught me that courting keeps you from court. It's wise to have discipline and some literacy. That's a fact. That's a fact. I like that. Appreciate it. Anton Davis, 10 bar. If a man had a choice between a debt-free dime with an average job or a 5 who made $200K a year, then he going with the 10 every time. Men want to know their potential wife is financially responsible. I don't know. Well, you know what? I think this is a decent detour question. Just fellas, real quick. If you had to choose between a 10 who got an average job and a 5 who makes $200,000 a year. But see, I don't really like the average job. I think if we're gonna go extreme on one side, we gotta go extreme on the other. So let's say we got a dime, a 10, but she doesn't want to work. She makes no money at all.
Oh, let's give her a bar.
You saying she lazy?
She don't even at least make $20K selling her.
Hold up. Hold up.
Not lazy.
Is she lazy? So, like, if she ain't working, she ain't doing nothing at home.
Just pretty.
She
like niggas that play video games. She just pretty and privileged. She don't have to in her mind.
Well, if she ain't working at home, I don't care if she a 20.
Don't give a damn.
I don't give a damn. She could be Tyra Banks and Beyonce rolled into one. I don't give no good goddamn.
What if she just volunteered?
Well, it's got to be a good one.
That's a bad one.
No, I mean a good goddamn.
What if she's just a substitute teacher? Like she works on and off, but nothing consistent.
But she lazy at home.
She's a substitute teacher. She go in.
Substitute teachers make $95 an hour. So what are we talking about?
But they're not. It's not necessarily consistent. You don't have a contract with anybody. You just work whenever you can.
Ricky talking about cooking and cleaning the house and make sure it's a home for him to come home to.
I thought we was talking about single women.
She ain't gonna be living. She ain't
Just
gonna be
women, I
living
think,
if
they
I ain't
said-
trying to rock with you.
If we're dating,
He said he would take a dime. He would take a
Dating,
dime with an
single,
average salary.
Yeah.
So that's
I
like
think a five with 200,000. Come on now. I don't think you can speak for all men. I think a lot of men would take the 5 that makes 200,000. A 5 means she's cute or okay. Like
Yeah.
most average
No,
people are
no,
cute
5
or
is
okay.
just okay.
Yeah,
Five
and then
is
she can look like
dead
a
average.
6.
It's dead in the middle.
Don't nobody want no
just
beautiful
aight.
blonde, bro. Shout out to Ronan.
Okay, so who's a 5 to help me? I think a 5.
I'm a 5. I'm between a 5 and a 7. I'm gonna be fair. I'm between 5 and a 7, and you can put me short of 200,000. Short of 200,000.
But see, y'all changing the dynamics.
No,
are the men
Let me
I'm a 5.
re-ask it.
I'm between a
All right,
5 and a 7.
would the men on the panel call Sheba a 5?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
Yeah, and
I'm
that
gonna
don't bother
rate- I
me.
can't be rating
And they ain't
them.
never seen me in person. They ain't never seen my body. They just see me sit down. I'm between a 5 and a 7, depending on what day. OT, you've seen me in person. What am I? And keep it real. It ain't no bullshit. OT didn't see me in person.
You was just in your everyday clothes.
Every day.
Yeah.
What would you
Everyday
give me?
clothes. So I would give you a
Walking
high
out the
7.
garage like I did.
High 7. High
A
7.
high 7. No makeup, workout
No
pants,
makeup.
a high
This
7,
is-
body and all.
Regular. Yep.
All right.
So, I mean, I'm just
I don't
saying
know.
you was
What I
walking out the
think is a
door.
And I'm
Right.
going to the
fair. I
store.
said between a 5 and a 7, no makeup, no nothing. Because I know what I'm working with when I pop up in person. So I'm just sitting down. Thank you, OT.
I know that's the
And we're not
right.
adding the money. And I said it's a little bit low, but
I'm sorry.
that's no makeup. We're talking to 10. No, I'm keeping it real. We're talking to 10 made up and everything against me. An average 5 to 7, no makeup, no
okay.
nothing. And then we add the makeup, and then you give me the glitz and the glam and the wigs that she got. And I walked out of my garage at a high 7. All right, I'm doing great. Thank you, OT.
And again, we done changed the dynamics of the question
Yeah,
because
I'm so
7
lost.
is too high. We let's so let me re-ask.
No,
A
Lucky
5
did that. Lucky did that.
a 5
No,
is
I just really
200,000.
wanted to know because a 5 could be different. I remember we had this conversation about plain versus not. So
Yeah.
I wanted to know what men universally would think is a 5, like that most people would know.
Nah,
versus-
but see that's my point. There is no universal answer. So when I'm asking y'all a 5 and what you consider a 5, making 200,000, or what you consider a 10, making no money, which one would you pick?
I would take Lauren London with no money. Absolutely.
Wow. Okay.
All right, so Rick already say I don't give a damn how she look. If she ain't adding value to the situation, I'm out.
Yeah.
Rona.
Either way on the spectrum, if her attitude and mindset is trash, I don't want her. I don't give a damn. Because I'll take peace over panties all day, every day.
See y'all picking
Y'all
the
confusing
answers
money with
that
confusion.
sound a lot- you know what I'm saying? Like,
Y'all crazy.
y'all giving me way too much substance right now. I need a hard, ignorant answer. If I had to choose a 5 making 200,000, or a 10 who ain't bringing nothing to this table but her looks, but she a 10, top of the shelf, top of the line. If you
Lord
had to
have
pick
mercy.
one, if you was
Y'all
forced,
said the woman that make that much money is loud. She control. Ain't that what Illa said? She gonna be more of something.
That's his assumption. That's not his reality. That's what he assumes.
So again,
I'm
if somebody had a pistol to your head,
I need
and
more.
forced you to pick,
I need more details. I'm just being honest, right? Because a 5 making 200K, the way these women acting, she thinks she
Rick said I could
15.
take care of myself.
It's
She
just
thinks
a
she 15.
hypothetical.
I know. I understand what you.
Okay, so that's about, I did the math. Before she gets taxes, that's about $7,600 every 2 weeks that she's bringing home. That's before the medical and the taxes come out.
15K a month is what it basically.
That's about $15K a month. Hold on. And she's a 5 with no makeup, no nothing. Okay, before she walks out the house. And $15,000 a month. Go ahead.
Do she cook? Do she clean? I'm just being honest with y'all.
$15,000 a month. I mean,
So
there are
here,
people
here is
that-
here,
Somebody for that, Rick.
Can I
Somebody
share
for
something?
that.
What's up, look?
So
I
here,
said she
here
got
is where
somebody for that. She never at home. She worked just like you
Yeah.
work. Y'all got who
and
worried about
this is exactly where I'm kind of like,
Keep it clean
if
service.
she works already, hold on. If this woman works already and you're asking her for to be traditional, it's kind of like it's automatically no longer traditional.
We don't want her
marriage when
traditional. She makes 200,000.
no,
That
that's what
ain't
I'm saying. But
traditional.
like he's asking, like, does she
That's
cook?
true.
Does she does these things? It's like, come
I'm
on,
not-
it's no longer
She could
traditional.
be
You can be
traditional, though.
requesting
That's-
I'm not
traditional when you
tripping.
don't care if she works. If you want someone that doesn't work, then don't pick someone that that has these type of
Good
jobs.
point.
You automatically
I'm
should not be talking to these people.
I'm not
That's what I
tripping
was
on the 5. I'm tripping on the 10. I'm not tripping on the 5.
Okay.
Oh,
Tripping on the
okay.
10.
So if you had to choose,
he
would you date a
negotiated
bus
with
driver?
the
Would you date a bus driver, or would
Who?
you not? That's the same question. Rick,
Yeah,
same
why
way.
wouldn't I? Yeah, why
No,
wouldn't
but
I?
I'm just saying, like, so would
They're
you choose the
usually
5 or the
overweight.
10? Which one you
Yeah.
going with?
If the 10 is lazy, if she ain't doing nothing, like I just
Yeah.
got to take it how he said it. If she ain't doing nothing, I'm
Mhm.
taking the 5. I wouldn't want a 5 that do nothing. You know what I'm saying? So 5, 10, 15, 20. If they ain't doing nothing, I don't want them. That's a waste of energy. So
That's
yeah,
all.
5 with 200,000 if that's the fact.
That's all I'm
Right,
saying.
right.
I don't want no beautiful bum. So she's solid. She's solid.
All right. So all right. If I had to choose one, a 10 with no money and a 5 with 200, give me the 5 with 200.
She got
and
fired at the end of the year.
Then I'm back in the streets, man.
What is this?
Y'all better stop tripping. You talking about? Are we
that context
Are we
whenever
just
we feel
talking
like
about?
it?
Are we just talking about dating?
Okay,
or,
but her
I mean,
unemployment.
how
Okay,
are
she
you
got a
choosing?
job.
How are you choosing?
She got
a
6
person?
months
What are we
severance. She
choosing
gonna
them
be good.
for? What are we choosing them
What
for?
if?
What are
What
we choosing
if
this
she
woman
was
for?
a
If you talk
bum?
about choosing somebody for life, you better find somebody that know how to cook, clean, take care of the house when you
Nah,
down,
if
willing to
she
go
can
to
get
work, all of
200,000,
that. You have
she
to
can get another
choose.
position making
Yeah.
200,000.
Well, she got fired from her. She got fired because she got fired.
You
Her
making it up.
privilege didn't work. She didn't have it, so she was fired. Now she no longer has 200,000. You've chose her. She your wife. Death do you
And she's
part.
still
Now
a
what?
5.
Imagine if she's
Now
making this
now
money.
she broke and she a 5.
And she
not
lazy.
broke.
Hold on.
Look,
She not
because she
broke.
was corporate, because she
I'm
made
just
200.
kidding. She's
So
not
she
broke.
knows
She got a
nothing
nice
about being
severance.
domestic.
I
She got a
So
nice
now what
severance
you got?
package.
I want to
She's
hear what
good.
she had to say. Go ahead.
Okay, imagine if she makes this amount of money and from OnlyFans, and she cooks and cleans and do all this stuff.
Wait, what?
But then you have a 10
Keeper.
that doesn't do nothing. What would you take? I wonder.
She's a keeper.
Hypocrites.
All right.
Y'all always trying to put hoes off on people. Don't nobody want them hoes.
Well, y'all was adding
What if-
context all willy nilly, so why can't she?
Hey,
All
What if
I'm
the
saying is,
10
Nobody want
right,
them hoes, Kayla. Don't nobody want them hoes.
Saying they only.
Yet they
What
stay
if
with
the
it.
10 she wasn't as
Somebody
ambitious
would.
until she met you? So now you can turn her ambitious and make some money. So she'll be a dime with some money.
Well, what you
No, that ain't how that works.
nigga.
Oh,
try to rationalize everything.
OT, like I'm taking a dime because a 5 is a 5. It's a 5.
But also this right here is what we're not factoring in, right? Because if she make 200,000, then we might can get her into a BBL situation. We might can get her into a little bit of no situation.
Oh, but when
whatever,
we
to
say
get herself right.
you should get extendos on your knees, we wrong, and we should just accept men for who they are.
That's a little more dangerous.
When we say a man should get liposuction,
So hold on.
I am
I'm
not
glad
with
you
Trill
said
on
that,
this.
Lucky.
I am not with Trill on this.
I'm glad you said
just
that.
get the 10 and put her in a position.
So that
They
means
have,
black
they have
men.
these shots that burn fat. I mean, there's lots of options once you get money.
So that means Trill is putting out something very important.
Oh shit.
That means black men are not willing to
Roman
settle.
said
Hold on. That means I'm glad you said that. That means black men are not willing to settle. So they're thinking of what they can do to mold you as a piece of clay. So that's why women should not date bus drivers.
You know what? I'm gonna say instead of Trill, instead of
Well, not when you're 40.
how come you can't get the 10 and put her in a position to be an asset to you getting money so that way she on your payroll? She's still a 10. Sometimes people need opportunity. Why would you take the 5 and try to make her a 10? Just get the 10 because she can get 200,000.
With all
But
due
see,
respect,
that's why though, because the
gotta-
10. Well, hold on. First, that wasn't me saying that was But if I'm talking about a woman who a 10 who ain't never had to work for nothing, she always been given everything. It's a certain mindset that she missing. She ain't got dog in her. She ain't got instinct to go out there and hustle.
Wow.
Make these
So
things
you
happen.
want to you want the 5 to risk her life so she could look better for you because you didn't
Mhm.
understand. Yeah, okay. Next question.
And then she got fired again. She still got fired. She still
And now she's
still got
fired
fired
with a bad body
and no job.
Y'all
and a
love
husband
she
is
love
gonna
She got
moving the
fired because
goalposts.
her butt injections was
He
leaking.
gonna
She
cheat with
couldn't
the
go to work for
team
weeks.
because
Y'all
she ain't got
love
nothing
moving
but
the
time to be a side chick.
Mm.
What y'all always say, right? Y'all say that when it comes to the man with money, it's not necessarily about the money he makes. It's about the characteristics that got him there. Because if a man could get up there and make that type of money, then that type of man is gonna always make money. That's what y'all say.
That's
Who
true.
said that? I
I'm
didn't never
using
said it
the
wasn't
same
about the
Wait,
money.
girl, it shouldn't matter
You
what
I
we
never
say.
said that.
Not me.
Why are y'all trying to say what we say?
I didn't say that.
Pull
No,
up,
no,
if
no.
you pull
What
up
I'm
most
what-
male, if you pull up most male millionaires, they're not a looker, a head turner. No, they're not. I'm not trying to be funny, but if you pull up like a lot of female millionaires, they're not head turners. It doesn't work. Unfortunately, there's not a perfect recipe where you take this beautiful woman and
Mhm.
put her in a desk all day and she thinks and creates. It's either or, to be honest with you. In most situations, that's the rule, not the exception. There are some exceptions for both men and women, and it applies across both genders. But most times, you're not going to get the physicality in the gym, the brains, because you have to sacrifice something to get that income, whether it's your body, your brain, it's something over the other. And if he's an athlete, normally he may not be as intellectual as a Bill Gates or as an Obama and as savvy and sharp and quick-witted on his feet. Or if he is a talker, he may not be as physically agile. And the same rule applies to the women. So that's why I think this generation gets lost on, would you date a bus driver? Because are you looking for a mate or are you looking for a man with a title and the looks and all of that? And I know we have a echo going on, but
Yeah.
and I think that's the part that this generation doesn't understand. It's not all. It's not a full package. You're gonna lose something in that benefit package. That's all
You
I'm trying
said
to say.
millionaire. So
I'm
what
not talking
about
about
the
no rapper.
200?
I
So
still
the
hear an echo.
$200,000 range. Are we saying the people that are in the 200,000aires, the 100,000aires, they're not that attractive?
I'm saying I'm saying from 200 and on and up. So you get CEOs that got to make time. When you listen to corporate calls and town hall meetings, they got to make time to go run. We're not talking about attractive. We're talking about the entire package that most women want and most men want. The tight booty, the tight asses. That comes naturally with a certain age range, right? But in order for that money to continue to grow 35 and older, you got to put in some time in the gym. You got to put in some time in your nutrition. You got to put in some time like in the weight room and all of that. Naturally, you're supposed to look like that between 25 and 35. And if not, what you doing? But when we talk about when you put the money on top of it after a certain age, something gives, especially when you become a husband or when you become a wife, when you have kids and all of that. So when you put all of those dynamics, any person would tell you with corporate America, even if you're not a millionaire lucky and you're just a regular person, something gives. That's why they call it work-life balance, because you lose balance in one area. That's all I'm saying.
All right, real quick, we're gonna finish paying these bills. We're gonna get to the next question. Marcus, I say what up, everyone. What up, bro?
Hey, Marcus.
Dog. AP in the building with the 10 bar. What up, big dog? You say just stopping through. Much love to the panel and the crew. Appreciate you, fam. You got a Panama Princess with 10 bar. Hola, mi hermana Ciara from your Panamanian neighbor. Appreciate it. What else? Make sure I ain't missing nobody. Grid Streets 2 bar. If the 5 is as sassy as Queen Sheba, because if so, and Queen, they saying you sassy in it.
That was my line name.
That makes sense.
Sassy.
That
Hey,
When I
makes a lot
play
of
make
sense.
sure, you
Delta
gotta make
Sigma
sure,
Theta, that's my line name. Sassy.
make sure you roll your R's next time, B. Hermana. Okay, hermana. You know,
All right, man. I ain't about to
just
let
want
you
to, just want to throw that out there.
technique improvements. You're a certified professional tonight. All right. The next question is we just gonna dive into it, man. It might be a bit controversial. Paying bills is a very important aspect of the home. And oftentimes in this era, a man is incapable of paying all the bills. We say all the time, and this is a two-income era. This is a two-income era, meaning that a lot of times both incomes are necessary for the lifestyle that the couple is trying to maintain. So hypothetically, what percentage of the bills, in your opinion, should a woman be willing to pay, and why? And for this one, we're gonna start with. Man, I gotta get this Jeopardy music on the pan, but I ain't trying to get flagged. We're gonna start with Saida first. Freshly engaged.
I saw it
Uh-huh.
coming.
Paying these bills. What percentage of the bills should a woman
Well,
be
I
willing to pay?
wonder. So I hear men saying they don't care, and I don't care if I have to work, I will work. But what other expectations does he have that he's gonna do when I come back from work? Because I'm gonna be cooking and cannot be with the kids at the same time. So he's gonna have to meet me halfway for sure. So if he needs me to work and he needs help with the bill, I have no problem doing it. But he has to meet me halfway in everything else in the house because our home is no longer traditional. So I'll do my best. I'm gonna be cooking. You take care of the kids. If I'm with the kids, now you cook. Like that. You do laundry, I'll be doing something else. Like that. That's the way I see it.
So it's teamwork or it ain't happening in here. Basically, what
Yep.
you're saying. If I'm required to work, you're required to pick up that mop. Is basically what you're getting at.
Yeah. Yep.
I like it. I like it. Illa.
That's fair.
But what percentage of the bills should the woman be willing to pay?
I mean, I think it's an individual basis. I think it's all about the situation, whatever they agree upon. But I think based on modern times, I would say at least 30, 25, 30%. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that the man, he at least, if y'all have a house, he could cover the mortgage, the little knick-knack stuff, cable, energy, you know what I'm saying? She should at least be able to cover that. You know what I'm saying? I don't expect her to pay half on everything. I wouldn't deny her that because teamwork make the dream work. But I know how women are. They feel like they don't want to pay nothing. But you should want to contribute something. You shouldn't want to just sit back and just let me pay everything just on the strength that, like women say, it's a new day. We're able to do things. So if it's a new day, it's a new day for men as well. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't need you to cook. I don't need you to clean my clothes. I can do all that myself. You know what I'm saying? I don't even need you to help me with the bills. So if we're going to live together, I'm going to take on something. A lot of times, you're taking on a stepchild, maybe. They may have a pet. So you should at least cover at least cable, you know what I'm saying, utilities, and I do the heavy lifting. You know what I'm saying? Just cover your car note, cover the cable and stuff like that, and I'll take care of the rest. So 75-30, something like that. 80-20, 75-30, 70, you know what I mean? 70-30, whatever.
I like it. Okay, Miss Kayla.
Mm-hmm.
What percentage of these bills, man? These bills is coming in monthly. Electric sometimes 300, mortgage depending on where you at. Apartments, the average apartment in the H, decent apartment. Let me mind you, I ain't talking about in the trap somewhere. I'm talking about decent apartment. You're looking at about 20, 21, something like that. If you want to look decent out here, so like, what's the percentage that this woman need to have a mindset coming in willing to pay?
I overall think that the security of the home is the man's responsibility. So for me, I don't know if I could give an exact amount, but I think that the man should cover the reoccurring things that are necessary for the household to run. So that is the mortgage, utilities, food, and things of that nature. I think that the woman should contribute to all the extra things that are not necessities, like kids going on play dates, costumes for Halloween and field trips, and extra clothes that aren't school uniforms. Going to get ice cream and doing things that are luxuries that are not necessarily, but they contribute to your child having a well-rounded childhood, and you having a well-rounded life of self-care and all that. So I think that the man should take care of those major things, life insurance, things like that. And you pick up the rest. That stuff can add up. Vacations. I mean, kids wanting to do. My mom told me growing up, my ballet lessons was $1,000 a month. So, I mean, it depends on what your kid is doing. It can range from being very expensive to not being, if they're just doing like football at school that costs $250 for the uniforms and that's it. So it just depends. But yeah.
Okay, so but she needs to be. Sounds like you're saying she needs to be willing to contribute at least a decent amount. May not be
If she works. If
If
she
she works.
doesn't work, then I don't think that expecting a contribution from her. I mean, she's already contributing with the job that she's doing the things at the house and being, taking care of the kids, whatever that course may be. Possibly being your assistant in a lot of instances. Baby, can you pick up my dry cleaning? Baby, can you run over to the camera store and pick up my camera? Like, I think they got the lens fixed. Like low key turn into his assistant. So I think it depends on what he has you doing otherwise. But as long as you're contributing something with your sweat equity or actual dollar equity, should be good.
All right, my answer may rattle a little bit, but we're going to go ahead and give it here, right? Again, which is why I gave the answer I gave earlier. I need a woman who's making similar to what I'm making. And when I say similar, I'm talking about a window of 30,000 is like a decent window. But the reason being is because I want to live a certain lifestyle. That's just what it is. I want to provide my kids a certain lifestyle. And, just like Smooth says so eloquently all the time, I can go out here and get in a wrecked, or I can go out here and get hurt at the job or whatever. And now I'm off kilter. You know what I'm saying? And I want to make sure that lifestyle can continue. So willingness, 100%, all of them. She need to be willing to step up and pay for everything in case something goes bad.
Took my damn ass.
See, that's why I went before you. I knew you was gonna say that.
Mine too. You knew it. You knew it.
He always go last, don't he?
Mhm.
Right,
You know it.
so I got to switch it up. Because y'all be getting used to the order. We go switch up. Sometimes I'm gonna go first. One of these. But yeah. So I need capability. I need willingness. I need hustle. These are attributes in a woman that I feel like is important, man. Because again, your job is to watch my six. So sure, when we in this situation and everything is functioning smoothly, yeah, I'm gonna be paying at least 80% of the bill, something like that. I mean, again, I agree with Illa when he say, you can pick up the, the electric or, the cable or whatever the case may be. But in terms of like the, the big stuff, the car notes, the mortgages, the things of that nature, as a man, that's going to be taken care of because it would be if you wasn't there. But I do need to see some type of contribution, some type of investment in this relationship. I'm not just going to take care of a woman who just sit on her ass all day. I don't care how good she look. I don't care what type of intangible value that she's bringing to me. Like I said, I'm inspired by ambition. So if you're not ambitious, it ain't gonna work as designed. But that's me. So yeah, 100%, she should be willing to pay. But in an ideal situation, say about 20, 25, somewhere around there. Queen, how much money should a woman be willing? What percentage of these bills? Destiny's Child had a record about it a while back.
Can you pay my bills? Can you pay my telephone bill? Can you pay my automobile? I don't think you do. So, okay. So based on what y'all normally talk about from a traditional woman that y'all say she should be, and her chastity should be preserved, she shouldn't have to pay anything if that's what y'all truly want from a traditional standpoint. Okay, I'm just saying, follow me.
That's what they always say.
Follow me closely, because that's what y'all preach in the manosphere. I want a traditional woman. Traditional women didn't have to pay anything because in order for you to take her hand in marriage, you proved that you were financially stable enough to take on her, and she would produce your legacy in return. But since we're dealing with modern women, I have to recalculate my talking points to accommodate this conversation. So if we're talking about modern women, and what she should be willing to take on. That should not be a percentage. That should be based on what she makes, right? Because most modern women outmake y'all when it comes to income. They out earn you, and that's a scientific fact. I mean, that's a fact if we're talking about Black women. They out earn most Black men.
I don't know if that's
not
true.
true. That's not true.
I got the stats. Hold on, Trill. I prepared.
She brought
I'm
the
not
notes with her.
guessing.
You got the notes?
Average
I
weekly
gotta see
income
this
for a
because
man is
last
like,
I checked,
Harvey's
I'm
conversation.
pretty sure the average income for a Black man is about $4,000 more annually.
No, white
Yes,
men
it
is about
is.
$4,000 more, not Black men. When it's
No, I'm talking about men and women.
they're talking about
Isn't it
white
like
men.
37,000 for women and like 44?
They're
or
talking
something?
about white men, not Black men.
No, I'm talking about men to women, all Black people, men to women.
No, they don't. That's not how they divide that up. When they're talking about debt, when they're talking about income, they're not saying Black men earn this. When we're talking, there's white men, white women, Black men. But I don't want to get into that. So when we talk about, and I have the stats because I screenshotted it.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, when we're talking about equity, I'm not trying to be funny. I got it. But if we're talking about how much a woman should be willing percentage, I don't think it should go on percentage. I think it should go on what y'all talk about. Because percentages, her 30% to your 70% could be her 120% based on what she earns. I know I've had a couple glasses of wine, but I'm just going to roll with it. I'm for real. I'm just going to roll with it. But anywho, I think a man should take on the mortgage if he can. I really think he can. I mean, if he can, I think he should. I think women, make him take on the groceries first so he can see how it feels, how much he eats. And then you take it over. So just so he can see how it feels, because that grocery bill could add up to a mortgage in a matter of 3 weeks. Let me tell you what we do. He takes the mortgage, he takes the light bill, he takes the security system, he rehired the lawn guy this week, y'all. Y'all remember we talked about that last week? He must have been listening. He came home and said, I'm tired of cutting that yard. It's getting too hot. Call that man. So now and the lawn guy went up on his price. So he has the lawn guy. The lawn guy went up on his price. I don't blame him. So, and then he takes on other stuff. So I take on the water. I take on the food. And I take on the car insurance now. But most of our cars are paid off. So, and the cable. But that's a lot of money in today's time. That's a whole lot of money. So I'm not, it ain't nothing to cap about, sweetheart. It ain't nothing to lie about when you got it. There ain't no capping when you got it. And that's the way it is. So I don't know what these people are used to with lying, but that's just how it works in our house. I don't know how it works in their house. I don't know what other people earn. That's my reality. That's why that's why you can't even give a breakdown, because niggas don't even know what's real or not. Excuse my language. Everything capped to them because they ain't never seen it. They ain't never seen nobody work together. So everything cap, everything's da-da-da-da. If it ain't struggle, it's cap. If you working together, it's cap. But we trying to sit here and give you some methodologies so that when you do get there, you have somewhat of a foundation to work with, but it's cap. But anywho, that's my 2 cents. And I'm capping. And if I had a hat to put on, I would wear it sideways.
Queen is hilarious, man.
Shit, you can't even give a real story these days. Damn.
It's all good. Rick, percentage, man. Percentage of these bills. How much of them should a woman be willing to pay within this relationship, man?
It don't matter what she willing to pay. It don't matter. Like Queen, she would say, it don't matter. Hey, a little money is a lot of money when she got to come out of pocket. It don't matter. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? But the truth is, me, I'm a traditionalist. I'm not gonna change my story because we on a different podcast. We talking about Steve Harvey, goofy ass. No, my wife pays nothing. She pays for groceries and the bill she makes. That's her credit card bills. No, I provide a space. Y'all know what provide means, right? I provide a space. Right? So if I gotta struggle a little bit, so be it. That's my wife. It ain't my girlfriend. It's not nobody I'm dating. Oh, we might end up to be something. It's my wife. And if I go broke, so she know that I take care of her, then I'll be broke. I'm a happy man. I'm okay with it. So again, you want 50-50, you gonna get half of her. I want all my wife.
Hold on, man. Hold
That's what happens when you really want traditional.
Yeah, take that offer and play. You were earning
Yeah.
it tonight.
Yeah, here's a question, Rick. Do you feel like that mindset? Because to be honest, I don't think we see a lot of that mindset of like men willing to fall on the sword in order to show their woman, hey, I got you. I'm gonna take care of the situation. This is the lifestyle that this is my plan. This is the lifestyle that I want. So I'm gonna do what I got to do to get it done. I think in this era, a lot of men would just rather be like, you know what? Hey man, you want to get this lifestyle, you go out there, get your job, and you add to it. But I don't think a lot of men are willing to fall on that sword. Do you agree with that? And what do you feel like that stems from in terms of mindset?
I don't think a lot of men do it now because, to be honest with you, a lot of men don't find their women worth it. If you want me to keep it honest, right? I was talking with my guys at the bar. Like, men know what wives are, dog. They know, but the truth is, they know what a good woman is. The truth is, they don't see a lot of them, right? But again, like what people don't understand about marriage, it's not about you no more. It's about y'all. It's about y'all, right? And it's just what they say on crew. Like, don't establish a standard that you can't maintain. Don't make promises you're not gonna keep. Like I told y'all before, I am never going. I don't care if my wife, if she went out and won a lottery, right? Whatever she choose to do with us is what she choose to do to us. But I'm not gonna never put her in no financial burden. I'm not gonna ever do that. The rule, her granddaddy told me, you always take care of home, boy. You take care of home, boy. No matter what you're doing out in them streets, the first thing you do is take care of home. Like I told you before, you gotta give your woman something to respect you for, dog. Y'all don't have no foundations. My wife know it. My kids know, my grandbabies know, my wife know it's always a place to come back to. I know y'all don't understand that, but you will.
I like
Can
it.
I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Sire.
Because I've seen it with my family, what the contribution for a traditional woman could be probably is not financially because she's not working, but like being mindful of his efforts and his provision and being responsible for it, like not overspending money, like because I remember my grandmother like turning the lights off when nobody was in that room, not using them, is like trying to bring the light bill down. It's like that's being mindful. It's like she's not paying it, it's my grandpa paying, but she was taking care of his pocket, little things like that. And it's like you're just mindful of that. You're not wishing to have like luxurious things, but you're not suffering, because a lot of people think that traditional women suffer. She was not suffering. She had everything that she wanted, but like she couldn't be thinking about going to Paris if she wasn't married with a man that was going to these places. She wanted that man and she decided to stay with him. So I think that's kind of like I think that women should also keep in mind that take care of your man's pocket. I've been in business, I've been in sales, and this is a personal thing. I told him, I'm not paying for this for the wedding. I'm not paying for it. I'm going to bring it to half. And I did it. Why? And he could pay it. But I was like, hell no, I'm not paying for that. No, not even no. He's like, whatever you want. But I still say no to that. Why? Because the wedding is just for a little bit. And I would rather for us to have a good house and, a good place to live. And so I'm thinking about our future and not just for the moment, for the pictures, for this thing. So that's the contribution of a traditional woman. and that's something good. And I think, like if you want a traditional wife, then those things that are the things that you should also notice in these type of women. That's it.
Okay, first off, let's give a round of applause for you saying, "Hey, I'm not paying all this for the wedding," because most women not doing that. Let's just be real. Most women gonna be like, well, if my man can afford it, this is what we doing. Okay, I'm going all out. What's my budget? I'm trying to max out the budget. So for you to have that foresight and that attention to detail to be like, yeah, this just don't really make sense right now. And with that, you got to put your own personal desires to the side. And I think a lot of women in this era are not willing to do that. If we just gonna be honest. So salute to that. SB percentage. I need it. What percentage of these bills?
100. 100. All money go in one pot. Mine and his. You already know. There's no distributing, delegating. It all go in one pot. What left over goes savings, investment, business, all separate accounts, but one pot. Not complicated at all. You go down together. Whatever you want, you get it. You got money for it, you buy it. You want something on your credit card, that's a bill, it's paid, one pot. Simple.
That's the thing. One day I may warm up to this one pot thing. Can it be two pots instead of just two pots instead of one?
I said we have a savings and we have business accounts also, and we make investments and everything, but all the, what do you call it? The money that comes and goes into one pot. We don't put restrictions on each other. We do what we do. If we want to buy gifts, I remember this was a thing before. We have credit cards. I go buy a gift for him or whatever. He buys a gift for me, but the bill is still the bill. It's one pot. We pay it. Everything we get. And there's been several times throughout our 28 years that I've made more money than my husband. But his business has always carried us. And then of course I work for him too. So it's just, we don't make money an issue. It all goes in one pot.
Dearly beloved.
Dearly beloved. He agrees.
Salute to
totally
Mr.
agree.
In the background. Hey, what up, OG?
Yeah, totally agree. It's just not an issue. People fall out about money, and we're together. We're one. I'm like, Ricky, that's my man. I mean, I don't know.
I like it.
My man.
My man,
Yeah, I mean, that's my man. If he goes down, I'm going down with him. I mean, he go down, and I'm gonna be keeping $300 in my pocket so I can get a hotel that night. I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. We're going down together. It's just we go up together.
Trying to tell you what it is.
Then he become a billionaire. He'd be like, well, since you kept half your money, then you don't, I'm gonna get me another woman. What? No, I'm putting it all in. It all goes in for life. I'm going up with him. I'm coming down with him, whatever the situation may be. I'm just not.
And it's not what you do. It's not what you do. It's who you do it for.
I'm telling you.
That's what y'all got to understand. That's not what you do. It's who you do it for. Who you doing it for? Some trash ass dude some trash ass chick. You deserve what you got coming. You deserve it.
I mean, you have so much more access when you put it together. I don't even understand, especially if what she was saying is true, maybe not, but traditionally women didn't make as much money as men. So putting it together, your money, it can go so much farther. You have so much more access. So why keep it separate in any way? I just don't understand. I don't get it, but
Go ahead, yeah.
SB.
Yes, sir.
I agree 1,000% with you. You know what I mean? The only reason I said what I said is because I know that women don't think like you. So I'm just adjusting to the era. You come from an era where women really wanted to be with the man, not what he can do. But what you said makes the most sense. And it's a shame because the history that Black people have in this country and the difficulties that we used to have and some still do today, a lot still do, money really shouldn't even be a topic. As long as a person is, that's why I don't care what the woman makes. If you're able to take care of yourself prior to me entering your life, if you have your own place, you have your own car, I don't care if you work at Best Buy, Wendy's, if you're doing something where you can maintain a lifestyle where you can do what you need to do prior to my presence in your life, that's all that matters to me. So I agree with you. If y'all together, if this thing is about relationship and relating and being one with each other, it really shouldn't really matter. You know what I'm saying? Whatever y'all need to do, y'all need to just figure it out. Listen, we trying to go this place. How much you got? How much I got? All right, boom, I got this amount. Let's go. Like if people really love they mate, money wouldn't be the issue. But to me, your answer just proves that people are not in this for love. They don't love the person. They just want to be secure with somebody who can maintain a lifestyle for them, but they don't care about they mate that much. Because if you really love somebody, it's like your child. Do you love your child based on what they do? No, you just love them because that's your child. So if you with somebody, you should love them because you love them. But as you can see, SB, today is not about love. So I appreciate your answer and I respect it.
Have you ever shared your bank account with somebody philosophical and they just ran through that shit?
That's irrelevant.
I'm just asking, yes or no. Have you ever shared your bank account with your hard-earned money?
I plead the fifth.
That's
so
fine.
what I'll say,
hold on, Kayla, because that's an easy statement to make when you haven't done that and you haven't been married and you don't see your money in real life going down. I'm not saying that is, but it's easy to say, oh, that's great. People don't want love until you start to see that income go down. Everybody ain't coming to a marriage financially, intellectual, like financially, whatever I'm trying to say, and understanding how a home runs. There is gaps.
Hold
on. That's why I asked. Hold on. Let me finish. If you could just let me finish just for a second.
Hold on. I will, but hold on, because I wasn't even talking about that. You just brought up the fact. Hold on. You just brought up the fact.
Finished and I jumped in. That's why I asked you. So let me finish. If you don't mind. If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
All right. So it's not as simple as that. That's why marriage requires a lot of work. And I'm talking about marriage. I'm not talking about men and women dating. And when you start to see, it's not that women or men are not wanting to work through a relationship. Finance is the number one thing that most couples, married and non-married, break up for. That's why I asked you, and I wanted to set a disclaimer. Have you ever shared your money with somebody? And you said you pleaded the fifth. So would you like to chime in on that? Or you want to skip that question and go into something else?
I'm gonna plead the fifth because I just was talking to SB and I all I want to do is appreciate her point. I wasn't trying to go into a back and forth with what you're talking about. But since you brought it up,
this is a panel. We go back and forth on a panel. That's what we do. That's what we do.
I got it. I get it. All right. But like I was saying, you just brought up a point how you don't want to talk about struggle love. So I just brought up how.
I never said that.
Hold on. You just brought up how people always talking about struggling situations. So what I talked about was, hold on.
Did I say that?
No, Jesus Christ, can I talk? You just brought
up.
Did
I say that?
You just a few minutes ago, you said that most people don't understand how effective relationships work. All they understand is struggling. What I just spoke to was something. Hold on, sweetheart. What I just spoke to was something that was about balance and something that's not with struggle is not attached to it. You brought up a situation where things are bad and negative. So I'm confused.
No, it's not bad or negative. I asked you a question.
Hold on. When people bring up, it's one thing to have an opinion and it's one thing to just be an antagonist. When I was talking about, when we brought up
now we're signing titles.
When we brought up something positive, you flipped it into something negative.
No, I did not. I asked you a question and you said you plead the fifth. So plead the fifth and mute your mic.
No, I'm not going to do that because I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to SB.
That's okay. We talk to each other here.
That's what we do. You're an antagonist.
No, okay. Don't assign me a title and I won't assign you one. Don't assign me. Hey, don't call me on my name and I won't call you out your name.
So can I say something?
Hold on. No. Let me set the record straight because he don't like to be called out of his name. He gets really sensitive. So if you start calling me an antagonist, that opens up the door for me to assign what I think about you. So are we doing that tonight? Because if so, let me know.
Baby girl, you're an antagonist. That's what you do.
All right, you broke and dusty.
So can I add something because this might be something that's important to
wait, but I'm sorry. Hold on. I was waiting.
Wait.
I was waiting because I want to make a specific remark to what was said. Just like somebody said just now, you love your kids, right? It was philosophical. You love your kids, right? No matter what they do. I remember when I was 17, I moved to New York City because I got a scholarship with the New York City Dance Alliance and I was training with the Rockettes. My mom gave me a credit card on her account. I was there for 6 weeks. I ran that bitch up. And when I got back home, she took me right off that shit. So what Queen is trying to say is you can love someone very, very, very much, including your children. But if they're being financially irresponsible, that is going to cause the issue. You're going to have to remove them. Like if you have a certain amount of money that goes into the account. The mortgage is $2,100. And she's just out spending money. You telling me you're just going to let that go on each month and the money not be there for when it's time to pay the mortgage? No, you're going to have to do something about that. So I don't think the point is about love with people who are financially illiterate, irresponsible, or actually like commit. There's other types of infidelity that can happen with money as well. So that's a real thing. And I think that's all that she was trying to create another perspective on. Am I on point?
No,
Kayla,
Kayla, thank you, Kayla. I appreciate your intellect, Kayla.
Credit for her point. When we were speaking earlier, that's what I'm saying. You got mad disrespectful. That shit wasn't even necessary. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna go in on you because it's too easy. I'm gonna be classy tonight because all that shit you on is beneath me. What I was talking about was when we were speaking earlier, you said people don't understand people getting along well. People don't understand getting along. All they see is struggle love. So I'm speaking about when things are going well. So as soon as I speak about what's going well, you want to bring it back to when things are going wrong. That's called being antagonistic. When
I don't know what's going wrong in your life, dude. Stop personalizing stuff. It was a simple question.
You just go opposite of whatever someone says to just make an argument. I'm not trying to do that. I heard what SB said, and I appreciated it because I don't hear women speak like that. For you to go out your way and say, hold on.
But you pleaded the fifth. You have some experience in this and how it's an issue.
I pleaded the fifth.
All right, we talking in circles a bit, and again, it's already about what time is it? About 11:15. We got to move this conversation along. Go ahead, SB. You can get the last point, then we're gonna move this. Thing
Yeah, I
along.
just wanted to add that when you do go into an endeavor like that with one pot, you want to make sure that the husband and wife are on the same plane, that you trust each other, and you both have the same agenda. If you know that your husband or your wife has a gambling issue because you vetted before you got married, or she has a spending habit, that wouldn't be somebody that you would want to go into one pot with. It would be just if you're on the same page with that individual who you trust to marry your husband or your wife. You have to trust that person to be able to become one with them. And if you can't do money, you probably will have other issues also. So that's a vetting issue, something you would want to find out prior.
Exactly. I was speaking as that was already assumed. That was already established. That
I agree to that, but people also change. There's people whose marriage is great, and then all of a sudden he just starts spending money crazy. He's depressed. Again, marriage.
I was speaking from a more idealistic.
There's ups and downs. Nothing is the same the whole time.
I was speaking from perspective was already good.
Oh, I wasn't speaking on you. I was commenting on what
I just got attacked and disrespected mad crazy. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I wasn't talking to you. I was responding to SB, so I'm not sure why you're talking to me.
All right. Oh my God. Wait. We got to get to O. Go ahead, O. Yeah, go ahead, O. It's your turn to answer this question so we can get out this topic. We're going in circles. Go ahead, O. Percentage of the bills that a woman should be willing to pay.
I think she should be willing to pay 100%. And I'm saying it because in the instance that Big U's like, if something were to happen to me, yeah, I may have disability, yeah, I may have some type of insurance on the job or something like that. But if it could be an extenuous amount of time, you know what I'm saying? Do you really have my back? Are you going to be able to are you going to want to cover these bills? There was an example. I don't know if y'all familiar with that story that's on YouTube. It was a guy who had brain cancer, who had a brain tumor, and his wife left him because she couldn't take it. So it's instances like that, like if 50 that song 50 Cent 21 Questions, if I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? Like it's stuff like that men really think about. So when I say willing, because I'm willing to do it all. Men are willing to do anything and everything for you. So are you willing to do the same for me? So now, as far as what we contribute is, whatever work out in the house, 25% for you, 75% for me, 80-20, whatever, for the most part. I'm riding with that. But the willingness, like if I had, an infinite amount of money where I could take care of everything, and you, my wife, like, yeah, you don't have to pay for anything. You know what I'm saying? Just keep the house how it's supposed to be. Make sure I'm on my P's and Q's. All that stuff I'm looking for. But yeah, the willingness though, yeah, she should be willing to pay 100% if needed in a financial crunch or a serious situation. She should be willing to step up and contribute if she had to.
So step up and come out of that pocket, man. Real quick before we get to luck, man. Make sure y'all tap the like button if y'all ain't got a chance to tap it yet. I'm hearing that the variances at a very disrespectful level, man. So we're gonna have to close that gap. Make sure y'all tap the like button. I appreciate everybody for pulling up. Crusader Nation deep as hell in here. As I kind of figured y'all be with this topic. So again, we're gonna try to get this conversation back on track. Go ahead, Luck. Percentage of these bills, the bills that Beyonce was singing about.
It was Destiny's Child, but I get you.
So I think Beyonce. Go ahead.
I would say, what percentage of the bill should a woman pay? I think you should be able to carry your own weight, period. If we talking about today's marriages, they are not lasting. So I think a woman should never be left flat on her ass, having to start over or do something. I think she should always be able to take care of herself. Now, if she's in a relationship with a man who wants to take care of her, this is just my opinion, I'm not an expert. My opinion, I think that if a man is saying, I'm going to take this woman to take care of her as my wife, then he needs to do just that, whatever that requires. But if I also believe that depending on how much of what you can take care of as a man determines the type of woman you're going to get. So I think that if you want a woman that has more time to be more freaky with you, where she's not tired, if you want her to do a lot more things that you would like to be able to enjoy, I think you need to create a space for that. So if you are asking her to be working and doing not like a man or like you, I think you do have to compromise on a lot of things that you may not get. She may not always want to sleep with you. She may not always want to cook. She may not always, sometimes you may need a nanny. It may be more expensive because you both are getting to whatever that goal is. I think that two people should be working, because I think that depending on how you invest, and if we understand marriage is the first step to wealth in your family, and you care about your kids, and you would prioritize the household. That's why we see other families raising their kids, and the oldest one, they have enough money by the time they go to college to purchase something, and then they do it with all their kids until they're out the house. Our Black relationships, I don't really see that happening today. So I think that both people should work. I think a woman should be able to take care of herself, but however much she pays is depending upon that relationship, in my opinion.
I like that answer. Ronan, go ahead and cap us off, big dog. Percentage wise, what should a woman be willing to pay, and why, in your opinion?
I think SB is slowly winning me over to the one pot. I gotta admit it. I see where it's coming from, because growing up, personal experience, the biggest fights I've seen was over money with my parents. Woken up in the middle of the night arguing over money, even fist fights over money. So when it comes down to it, I'm looking at, when it comes to, we're basically investing into a home. While she's doing her thing, I say idea percentage wise, I want to say 75, and she just do 25, because I'm thinking that she needs to take care of things as far as like what she's gifted with, schooling. If she has to go there, go there. We talk about the kids take care of things, they need to do that. I'll be doing a lot of workload and stuff like that, especially working outside, but take care in the home. I'm learning things, how to cook, and plus special time. I set special times to sit there and field day the house with music. That way, be able to communicate and work together as a family. That's where my mindset is when it comes to that, because the finances, that's one of the biggest deal breakers out here. But if we have a understanding that we're financially sound, we're talking about family and getting things together, we have that healthy communication to where we can move forward without having these little divides, mainly caused by finances and other agendas. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I agree, man. I don't know if I'm all the way sold on the one pot just yet, man. We got to keep on working on that. But I understand the notion behind it, but I think just as a man, like our mindset, man, is to just always have something in the tuck that our women don't know about, just in case something go left, because we always preparing for the worst. I mean, the absolute worst. And sometimes women can be a bit impulsive. As far as
I think men should buy gifts out of their own pot. personally. I don't, that's just me as a person that's unmarried. Y'all let me know. But like, if I want to get him an anniversary gift, I think I would want to come from my own money to get him a gift. I wouldn't want to come from shared money. I feel like he's contributing. If I want to pay for a trip or something, I want to pay for it. I want it to be like, I want him to not worry. I want him to think like, dang, you did all this. Yes, I did. And you didn't see it coming. That's just me personally about the separate pots, because I would want to do stuff for him with my own money. I wouldn't want to share.
To your point, Lucky, it goes to that what OT was saying, that willingness. You know, someone's willing, as and my thing, I even told my mother this: if it's not from the heart, don't start. So don't waste your money if you're in here trying to hold an invoice for something you did, because I'll give you the receipt until you have to take that shit back.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I think, you know, Ricky said something a while back that was potent. Well, shit, we can say that about a lot of what Ricky says, but what he said a while back was that your husband is your own personal superhero.
Yeah.
And that the mindset, again, going back to why me and SB always clash over this one pot thing, you know what I'm saying? But it's again, just like I just said, we want to always have something going to where we could create a miracle. We can create something out of nothing. You see what I'm saying? But if you got eyes on everything that's coming in money wise and things of that nature, then that kind of takes away from that prestige that we have, because let's just be honest, as men, a lot of times we do gotta create a miracle out of nothing. Our women be having unrealistic expectations sometimes because they'll get in their emotions, and even though we do have a plan, then they'll come, they'll talk to you with that baby voice. Oh, baby, I know we ain't went on a trip, we ain't went out of town, we ain't did nothing. You know what I'm saying? And then as men, like I said, because we love pleasing our woman, and we know we ain't in a position to have it right now, but just because if we see that much want in her, that much desire to do it, we gonna try to go out there and finesse something. I don't give a damn if we gotta cut grass. I don't care if we gotta go shoot dice. I don't care if we gotta go to the pool hall. Salute to Uncle Phil. I was just watching that episode of Fresh Prince the other night. But going to that pool hall if necessary. But we gonna create a miracle out of nothing sometimes, and that's what Ricky was saying in terms of that man being your own personal superhero. So that's the mindset. It's not a selfish, I don't trust you type of thing. It's I want to have something just in case all else fails that's going to be able to get us from point A to point B in that situation. And it's hard to do that if you got eyes on everything and access, more importantly, to everything. That's all I'm saying.
That would have been a great point made on giving your man space to be a man. Creating a space for your man to be a man, because it's real hard to surprise a woman if you know where everything at, right? It's real hard to surprise a woman if every time I buy something, you see it go off on a bank app. You see what I'm saying? Now, people gonna say the negative stuff, right? Well, if a man get this, or it's quite possible, right? But like I said, it's not what you do, it's who you do it for. That's all I got.
So can I add this, Trill, when you do that, and you said the right thing as far as not creating distrust, but a woman would also say, I'm not going to let the right hand know what my left hand is doing, or vice versa. And they hiding money also. So we both keeping secrets, and we both are not acting as one. We're acting as two separate individuals, because for me, my husband saying yes or agreeing to something is just like him being my hero per se. Even if you had the money, we didn't spend it, but you put it in a savings account. Because I remember I said we had a savings account, and it was just growing. I never paid it any attention, but I started talking about going on vacation, let's go somewhere. And then all of a sudden you say, okay, let's go. And you reverted to that money. Just saying yes to that is the same to me, because it's still the same as you saying or putting money somewhere where I'm not paying attention to it, or me not knowing about it, because I'm not losing. See, it gives a woman, it gave me a certain amount of comfort. I don't feel like I'm losing anything. Actually, I felt like I gained everything. So just for the fact that you say yes, that's the same for me. You're my hero because you said yes, because it's just sitting there. It says savings, but he's willing to spend it. Let's go. So
which I get, but it takes away from the intrigue. It's just like going to see a magician. right? And you ask the magician, damn, that was a hell of a card trick. How did you do that? They ain't gonna tell you. Why are they not gonna tell you? Because once I tell you, then you don't look at me with the same intrigue and the same prestige that you did before you knew how this trick worked. So I think as men, from a mindset wise, like it is very important that our woman be intrigued with us. It's very important that our woman feels like, regardless of what situation is gonna happen, my man is gonna create it. He gonna come up with the solution. He gonna create it. So I think, just like going with Ricky said, if you got eyes on it, it kind of takes away from the entry. Now with you, it doesn't. But in terms of the most men's mindset, it's like it's not a surprise if you know what you can look at the credit card and say, okay, he went to the the Galleria on the 3rd. I know Valentine's Day on the 14th. He went on the Galleria on the 3rd. Bought this bag, bought this whatever for me, and then you know what I'm saying. It's not. It takes away from the handing you this box on Valentine's Day. Oh shit, baby, what did you? Oh my God, you knew because you looking at the statement and it's $1,200 that came off the statement. You like, hold on, what the hell is? Oh, you bought me a gift. You see what I'm saying? So it kind of takes away from the intrigue. But again, I understand what you're saying in terms of being on the same page as far as every purchase. But a man wants to be mysterious and he wants to be a superhero to his woman, and it's hard to do that if you see every single thing that I'm doing. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Ron.
No, I want to say, Trills, like that's the main thing that's keeping me from jumping over to the whole one pot thing, because I'm not a fan of micromanagement. Really not. And it comes to the whole you lose the mystique of everything because she knows everything in advance. But I also want to say, like, I kind of lean to the one pot, because what happens when your superhero starts breaking down? When his ambition, unfortunately, becomes his kryptonite. Whenever he's working himself to death, to where he's physically, mentally, spiritually fucked up. So we gotta see where he's able to take care of himself, and if she's there for him, we'll see if that's possible, because we don't talk about that enough.
But I think a solution, it could be that each person can have like a percentage for savings and whatever those, little things that you want to buy or things, you can get it from your savings, from your personal,
See,
amount.
so personal means it's no longer one pot. Personal
No.
means
I mean, you
three
can have
pots
one
now.
pot, and then from there say, okay, we're gonna have like, I don't know, like 20%, and then this is for if I want to get new curtains, or if I want to buy, whatever, like, and then if he wants to buy new shoes or stuff like that, it's like he can use that money for whatever, for his activities. Like, I swim every day. I'm not stopping that. That's my activities. And one day I'm going to be bored of swimming. I'm going to go back to table tennis for sure. And my man knows that I have to remain active because I constantly change my activities. So, this is my hobby. This is what I do. So I want to pay it with, savings or whatever. And if he says, you know what, right now we're struggling, we're not going to pay it, then okay. But, those little things, I think it's okay to have some money for whenever you want to do these things.
So listen,
you agree with three pots for the record. Go ahead.
I'm gonna agree a little bit with Sheba on this one, because when you start in the beginning, it may be hard, but when you get into the point where you have excess, nobody really pays the money any attention anymore. You just make sure that everything is paid as far as bills. After that, you don't monitor the money. You're not looking like, oh, he spent $5, or oh, you don't do it. So your husband or your wife could very well go out and surprise you and you not pay attention. Now you can find out later on, but there's no micromanaging if you're dealing in excess. So if you allow it to grow and you just do what you have to do, or like I said, transfer it to the savings, nobody would really know. You just want to make sure that you're stable and secure in your environment.
All right, man. All right, we're gonna have to agree this week, because we're gonna be arguing about this.
I have an answer for you. Trust me, I've been through it.
Okay. Me. All right, we're gonna pay some bills and then we're gonna get to this clip, man, because this clip has been a bit controversial. And I'm extremely interested in hearing y'all's take on it. I got an opinion that might ruffle some feathers, but we're gonna get to that. Money with two ball forever, cruise season forever. But y'all know why I'm here. Clover leaf signs in the message. Salute to bro. Appreciate you, big dog. Prices with the 10-piece. Personally, I studied and I'm setting myself up where the money I make goes to trust. Because when I start having kids with my future hubs, I can homeschool, and we work on retiring early and focus on philanthropy. It's a nice setup. It's a nice setup. Appreciate you. PD, too, virgin trad women didn't have to pay chastity. All right. Prices. Fireball. I know 2 wives from 20 plus year marriages with more than 5 kids each, homeschooled and put in 10 plus hours a day minimum, taking care of the home, and sometimes worked. That's facts, man. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. It might as well 3 bar. Uncle Rick, say something, please.
Not my fight.
Prices, too, but I agree with Sheba. Want traditional, provide the money for traditional. Appreciate you. Easton 10 ball. Sheba is wrong. Add me as the lead researcher because she's loud, sassy, and wrong in this case. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. I salute to everybody that DM'd us about trying to become the personal researcher for the live stream, man. We're gonna make a decision on that real soon. Marcus, 5 ball, brother Trio. I need to know that so-called stat that Sheba was talking about. Hey. You got to talk to Sheba about that, big dog. Jeanette, the 5 ball. Yes, Kings, raise up. It's facts, man. It's facts. Janet, 10 ball. Queen, 100. Salute the Queen. Appreciate you. Marcus, say talk, brother. Ricky, appreciate you, bro. Maryland, the 5 ball. Rick, I'm going to make my son listen to you. Thank you.
Oh, that's cool.
That right there is the dope part about these.
Yeah, Ricky, that's cool. That's cool.
So, salute to Rick.
Ricky's that dude.
Yeah.
Ocean with the 10 ball. My parents have been married for 43 years. My mother never had to work, nor would my father ever wanted to. They really don't make them like that anymore. You want 50-50, you will get 50% of her. Appreciate you. Congo, 20 ball, 30 ball. Pardon, I need this straight, bro. What up, bro? It's a great topic. Appreciate you, fam. You already know. Marcus, 2 ball. Excellent answer, SB. Appreciate it. Chad Poole, 2 ball. SB had the best answer. 1 pot, 100%. Look here, one day, man. One day I'll make change my mind. One day. I appreciate you, bro. HP Truckline's 5 ball. If you marry someone who's financially irresponsible, blame yourself. That's a fact.
Yep.
That is a fact. That's why vetting is so damn important, man. So damn important. Priceless says being toxic ain't good. Love is the way, y'all.
Yes, sir.
I agree, man. We're working on it. We're working on it. Money with the 2 ball. Can a woman define what toxic masculine? We are not about to get into that.
We're not going to that today.
No, we had a whole show on that. We are not about to get into toxic masculinity. Appreciate you, though. Daryl with the 5 ball. Illa is angry and wrong again. Queen Sheba wins again. Signed the simp God.
Take pride in simps. Simps don't count.
Goofy.
5 feet tall. You got to be taller than my daughter to offend me, bro.
Tender dick.
There you have it. Marcus, 2 ball. Dope points so far. Appreciate it. Marcus again. And I still want to know what the grandmothers did back in the day. Let's have the whole conversation. Well, the grandmothers back in the day was doing a lot. That's the thing. Yeah. They was taking care of the kids. They was maiding. They was cleaning houses. They was doing all kind of stuff to contribute to the household. So even them back then was working. But that's another conversation for another day. Davon, the 5 ball. I just don't subscribe to becoming financially irresponsible just because you have an extra income. Well said. Jason with the 20 ball. So you can't be surprised if you all up the finances. Relax. We're born superheroes. That's a fact, man. Yeah. That's a fact, especially when it comes to the woman we love. A man will make some shit out of nothing.
Then how come ain't none of these women getting saved? Keep going.
Some are super villains.
Read that again. I don't understand. You can't be surprised if you all up the finances.
Yeah, well, basically meant all up in the finances. Like if you seen everything that I'm doing, how the hell am I gonna surprise you and provide some intrigue? That's what he's saying. Appreciate you, Jason. Be loved. The 10 ball just showing love to Ricky, the wisest man on these YouTube streets. Salute to my dog, man. You already know. All right. Make sure y'all tap that like button if y'all ain't tapped it yet. We're going to get into the video that everybody came to see. Steve recently went on Shannon Sharp's podcast and said some polarizing things. We're going to play the clip and we're going to break it down.
These young boys today, what do she bring to the table? The hell you mean, man? What do your ass bring to the table? You got a woman that can come to the table that can make another you. What else she need to slide up to the table with? What about your job? What happened to men who were supposed to be responsible? Do you know that it's our job to take care of a woman and some children, to have a family? That's our damn job.
But what happens to when the woman tell you, I don't need a man, Steve?
Okay, if you don't, how that's working? How that's working? Who don't need no man?
I'm independent. I can do for myself.
Yeah, but why do you want to? You can drop a transmission. You can sandblast your house. But hell, do you want to?
No.
If somebody could get out there and drop this transmission for you and sandblast your house, why don't you go get your nails done?
Oh boy.
My man said, the hell is you worried about what a woman is bringing to the table for? What are you bringing? This woman can literally make another you, quote unquote. Now, of course, you know, it was a lot of backlash caught for that statement. And we're going to unpack every aspect of what he said. But I just want initial reactions first. And we're going to start with O on this one, man. So initial reaction to this clip you seen.
Steve being Steve, man. Steve being Steve. You know, it's 50-50 with Steve a lot of times when I'm listening to him, because he definitely be dropping game, but I think, you know, he'll just, I mean, he'll make statements, but there's a lot of in between, because yes, definitely, you know, what we need a woman for, yes, she may baby, but that's not all a woman is there for, just to drop babies. That's, you know, so I'm saying, so conversation did get deeper. So when I wasn't shocked, I was like, that's just Steve, you know, he's just talking, because outside of that, he was really giving a lot of good game, you know what I'm saying? So it was just, it didn't bother me too much.
All right. Look, Steve has some things to say, man. What was your initial reaction to what he had to say?
I think good people can make opinions that some people don't like sometimes. That don't make them not good people. I just want to preference that before everybody drags Steve Harvey. But I think he can speak that way from his tax bracket of where he's at. I don't think every man could speak like Steve Harvey. So I think that when he's saying that, he's speaking from the type of man he is and what he believes based on the people that he's been with, all of those type of things. I think today's men would not subscribe to a Steve Harvey. So therefore, what he's saying and us having these conversations, most men today, we can say traditional. Most men today cannot fully take care of themselves and fully take care of another woman. So when I heard it, it sounded like he's speaking to an audience that he can relate to. But in general, I think a woman should bring whatever makes her an asset. I think she should bring herself what she can take care of, and then some, whatever the next woman cannot do. So I'm not to believe that if generally women are bringing this, you need to bring that plus more so that you could stand out. So I think whatever she's bringing to said table would be based on that man. Like I don't think there's a one size fit all for nobody, because everybody's not in the same pot. Everybody's not on the same thing. Everybody don't want the same type of relationship. Some people there's a woman who's a truck driver who makes over $140,000 a year, and her husband is a stay-at-home husband, but he was working up until that point. Some people might say, oh, that's not my type of relationship, but it's working for them. So I think that as far as what you bring, you should bring what you're asking, in my opinion. If you can afford to ask that I want a woman to do this and bring this, then you should get that. That's just my opinion.
That's fair. That's fair, Ronan. My man said, what the hell, quote unquote, are you worried about what a woman is bringing to the table? What are you bringing to the table as a man? What was your thoughts when you look, Kayla? What was your thoughts when you heard this, Ronan?
Well, I want Kayla to listen too. So when I hear Steve Harvey, maybe about 20%, bring some gems and whatnot. The other 80% makes my ass itch. When it comes to what he was saying about what she needs to bring to the table, we're talking about finances is cool. I'm talking about the intangibles. Mindset, attitude, great communication. Is she a great listener? Good hygiene would help. Things that would make her an asset rather than an asshole. And plus what he's talking about, she can make another you. Well, you have to understand the universe is in a man's nuts. So in him choosing to lay with a woman, it takes two, like most people like to selectively say. So it takes more than just what the simp God has been saying. It's talking about, if you're talking about a marriage, a healthy relationship, You have to put those things together as men and women, work as a unit, not as two rugged individuals making a mess like you see out here in the streets. So whatever he was saying, he can blow it up his ass because he's talking some goofy shit to me.
Jesus, man, so much vitriol for the OG.
Can I
man.
just preference something? I'm not sure if y'all did it on here. Have you guys ever been on panels where they ask men what they bring to the table and they can't answer?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, no, because
Okay, we're talking about these men. I just want to keep that. Everybody's not Steve Harvey. We're talking about these men who want women to bring stuff to a table that they don't even know what they bring to the table. So these men today, not traditional.
Miss Saida, the man said, the man's had a lot to say in that video, man, about the expectations and what a woman should bring to the table, what a man should bring to the table. What was your first thoughts on when you seen the clip?
Well, to be honest, I always think like there's more context to it, like more into the conversation. I do not always go for the talking point. I think if I really listen to other things that he always says and put it together, he's talking about him providing for his wife, just like Ricky said it earlier. And he's also looking at those qualities of the wife that he has. At the end of the day, is a reflection of him. I don't know them. I really don't know his life. I don't know nothing about him. I just see him on TV. So I can't speak much about him, to be honest. But in my opinion, what he's saying is that as long as she's responsible with money, he's willing to take care of her. That's what I am understanding. I'm not putting more words into his mouth. But if I put it, I also understand the other side where it's like women are just good to have babies. I also hear that, and it's not the words that I will choose to describe a woman, to be honest. But I don't think that that's what he means. That's it. I cannot say much about it, to be honest.
All right, go ahead, Rona.
Oh, just to answer Lucky's questions, there's some things that guys should bring to the table. If you can't bring anything that can fill up a milk crate, you should sit your ass down on the sidelines. He should be able to provide, protect, problem solve, procreate. He should be able to have foresight. He should have a level of intelligence to where he has leadership. He should have emotional intelligence to like communicate what he has to say. She can be heard and we can move things smoothly. He should be able to sit there and provide emotional security. He should be able to have some goals, short, mid, long term. He should have more to bring to the conversation than his penis and his problems. And the thing is, like, he should have a work ethic to where take care of business outside the home, but he knows how to protect and provide for the home, not just financially, spiritually, socially, physically. Make it an environment to where it's easy to come home and to whether it's rather than just have the family feel like they're held hostage. So that's a few things he should be able to do as a man.
Hold on, just real quick before we go forward, man. So you talk about a grown man, what Bird just described. That's what a grown man looks like. If your man is not that, break up with him. Illa. My man Steve had a lot to say, man. In that video, a lot of it was controversial, big dog. What was your first thoughts when you seen it, man? Hold on.
You muted, dog.
I think Steve Harvey, you know what I mean? First of all, before I go in, shout out to Steve Harvey. He's made a great career of himself. He came from, the Apollo. He's walked into many endeavors, and he's definitely a great example of pulling up your bootstraps. But that being said, Steve Harvey's full of shit. You got to ask yourself, who's saying this? Look at the type of woman he's dealing with. He's dealing with a woman who only have been taken care of. You know what I'm saying? Her ex was a drug dealer. So a woman like that will only take a man who will come to just give her anything. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he's a credible person to even speak on this because he's always catered his message to a certain demographic. And I feel like it's for money. You know what I mean? It's the same man who told women to think like a man and act like a woman. To be a woman, you have to think like a woman. To be a man, you have to think like a man. I don't think a woman can think like a man and be an effective woman. Because what if the shoe was on the underfoot? Can a man think like a woman and still be a man? I don't think he could.
They do all the time.
I mean, they do.
That was literally besides the point. It ain't had nothing to do with actually thinking about a man.
Can I speak? You next. You just say what you want to say. But Steve Harvey, I just think his point of view is just not credible, because I just feel like he just says things because it's going to stick with a certain demographic of who he's trying to reach. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely trying to reach a certain female crowd, a certain female demographic that's going to buy his books, that's going to watch his shows. He's not speaking to the modern man. He's speaking to the modern woman, the Tyler Perry followers, the women of Brewster Street watchers, the Color Purple watchers. You know, that's a certain type of woman he's speaking to, and he's speaking her language, and he's going to get a response from her. Now, as far as real men in the real world, they feet on the ground, I don't think what he says applies. You know what I mean? A lot of tropes he's saying about, you know, it's just typical feminist rhetoric, you know, that whole black woman is God type of stuff. Like a woman, she makes you a child. A woman can't make nothing by herself, and neither can a man. I can't create a child on my own. I need a woman to fertilize my child, and she needs me to inseminate her. So it's something we do together. Women do not create children on their own. So the points he was making was just the good old classic, you know, throw brothers under the bus, uplift the woman type of stuff. It's like, bro, just because you got a woman who will not accept nothing less than a dope boy, that don't mean every man got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to stuff like that, you just got to question the source of who it's coming from. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Steve Harvey is the most credible when it comes to talking about relationships, because it's obvious who his fan base and who his market is. And it's a certain demographic of black women. So he's going to say whatever he needs to say to keep her attention and keep that money coming in. So I don't really take what he says seriously. You know what I mean? He's a funny guy. You know what I mean? One of the kings of comedy. But when it comes to relationships, I just don't take him seriously. There's no man that's going to tell women to think like a man, act like a woman. I can never take serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just got to question the source.
Would you say he's traditional?
Do I think
in the way that would you say he's traditional in the way that he thinks, as far as wanting to 100% take care of his woman?
I mean, traditional only matters if everything is traditional.
I don't mean if it matter. I mean, would you say he's traditional?
I mean, he's picking traditional, but I don't think he got a traditional woman. You know what I'm saying? So he can.
But no, I'm saying the mindset, because if we can say most.
I mean, it's obvious.
You just said his wife has always been taken care of. She never worked in a relationship. And then say she's not traditional? Isn't that traditional?
No,
it's not traditional.
It's not traditional. I don't think a traditional woman would be with a drug dealer. I don't think.
What does a man's occupation have to do with if she's traditional or not?
Like I said, I don't think
it's lots of people committing tax evasion that you know right now that are criminals. What does that have to do with if their wife is traditional or not?
Like I said,
she don't work. She stay at home. She take care of her kids. That's what traditional women do.
I mean, listen, I don't think a traditional woman would want to be with a man who's a kingpin. Just like I don't think a traditional man would want to be with a stripper. So if you're going to have traditional,
Marjorie earns her own money. Let me set the record straight. Marjorie earns her own money.
Like I was saying, I don't think a traditional.
I didn't mean to derail it, Trill. I was just saying, like earlier, the last topic, everybody agreed that a man creating, you know what I'm saying, taking care of a woman 100% with traditional. So I'm trying to figure out what's the difference in Steve Harvey, if he's, regardless of what we think of his wife or him, the action in itself, would we deem that as traditional? So that's just what I was trying to think, because the previous topic,
or what her past from 20 years ago has to do with,
especially if you now past, especially
I mean, because it shows you why he feels like that, because he's with a woman.
It doesn't show you anything. You don't really know them.
Yo, can I talk? Like, God damn. I just feel like you
I'm responding.
I told you, Kayla.
Y'all got it.
I told you you were gonna do that.
I've barely spoken this whole show, Illa. So what are you doing?
I told you he was gonna do that.
Y'all got it.
All right. Hold on. Let's gather ourselves. Let's reel it in. Look, old face. Let's reel it in and gather ourselves. Kayla, we're gonna get your reaction to this video. Steve Harvey had a lot of polarizing things to say. What was your initial thoughts when you seen it?
I don't think that what he said was polarizing. I think that it's traditional. And I think that often people who are nowhere near certain people positions say that they're not qualified to speak on it. Like tons of people will say, oh, Jordan Poole, he played horrible last night. He was terrible. But half of you niggas could never be Jordan Poole. Okay. Half of y'all could not do what he did and never will. But he was trash. But those last two shots were trash. Let's be honest. But overall, like, that being my example, I don't understand how we're saying someone like Steve Harvey is incredible, someone that's been married multiple times, who's had to understand what marriage is really about, who's gone through the ups, gone through the downs, came from nothing, cracked the code that a lot of y'all haven't, still trying to figure it out, right? Okay, so I don't really get that whole he's not credible thing. I think Steve has always tried to help women. If you've ever watched the show, he's always tried to help women understand men and understand how they think. But yeah, I think his perspective just came from traditional. I mean, if you are that guy that every man swears he is, I'm that guy, I make 6 figures, I do all this, I'm that guy. But they're worried about what their woman brings to the table. Why are you pursuing a woman who you're not sure of her value? Why are you calling her? Why are you texting her? Why are you trying to get with a woman that you don't know what her value is? You're pursuing her and then asking her what value she has. Shouldn't you know? If you're going after her, shouldn't you know? If you asked her to marry you, you should know what value she brings. You should already know that. So to me, it doesn't make any sense to chase a woman, to pursue a woman, to court a woman, blah, 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 and then ask her, well, what value do you bring? It's literally asinine to me, for real. But yeah, I don't think what he said was polarizing at all. I think most traditional men take care of their wives. That's what traditional men do. And there are people that are traditional, people that aren't. And it's simple as that. You either are or you're not. Whichever is fine. But I don't see an issue with anything he said.
All right. So I guess I go ahead and give my take. I feel like, well, for one, I'm not a traditional man. I'm a hybrid, and I claim that proudly. I like to pull certain things from tradition, but the times we living in and this mindset, in general, and the area in which I was born, kind of contributes to me being kind of right in the middle of that phase. So my beliefs don't necessarily align with his. So when I first heard what he said, I'm like, no, OG, I hear you, and I respect the area you came from, and I respect the mindset. But do I agree with it? No. A woman definitely needs to bring more than being a woman to the table. Just like I spoke about earlier, and I'm gonna keep saying this. I feel like men need to be a bit more demanding when it comes to what woman, how much money a woman is bringing to a relationship, these things. And I don't feel like that he should feel guilty for that. I think, if you need her money to sustain your lifestyle, then yes, you should definitely feel guilty about that. But it's nothing wrong with requiring a certain amount from a woman. It's nothing wrong with requiring anything from a woman. We done got into the era in which, like, it's literally like if you say you require anything from a woman, you getting your head bit off. And it's just like, I don't agree with that notion. I don't. But one thing that I was just taken aback about was the amount of pushback that Steve got from a lot of men in this space. Because, and the reason being, if you sit on any of these panels long enough, you'll hear things such as, I don't care how much money a woman brings. I don't care how much money a woman makes. I'll marry a McDonald's cashier. I'll marry a Walmart greeter. You know what I'm saying? If she looks good and she has the 5 F's, the fit, feminine, friendly, crowd, all that little bullshit they be talking about, right? If the woman has those things, I'll take her. It don't matter what she bring, right? So what Steve is saying is, hey, why are you worried about what the woman brings? As a man, you should be providing the infrastructure to be able to take care of that woman. And again, if your beliefs on one side is, I don't give a damn what she make, I don't give a damn none of that, I want her to be fit, feminine, friendly, cooperative, and all that other shit that they name. Why is there so much pushback with what he said? He's saying the exact same thing. He's saying that it shouldn't matter what a woman makes because I'm going to take care of you anyway when I get you here. You're gonna be a traditional woman, and I'm an alpha male. You hear a lot of men in these spaces. I'm an alpha. I'm that dude. I'm this. I'm that. And then when it comes time to when that scenario is presented, then it's pushback to it. I don't understand. Niggas should be agreeing with that. If in terms of like if that's the kind of person you claim you are, like I said, I'm a hybrid. I don't believe in that shit. But if that's how you run your situation, or if that's your beliefs, I'm alpha. I take care of the woman. Don't matter what she make. My money is this, and you know, blah 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 blah. She can do what she want to do with her money. Then them niggas should agree with what Steve said. That's my only issue. So that was my initial reaction. Go ahead, Il. You want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say this: like, if the situation is traditional on all sides, then it should get a traditional result. I have no problem with that. So what do we mean by traditional? Traditional, in my understanding, is a virgin wife, or at least a woman with no children, at least. That should get a traditional result. The woman that he's with is not a traditional woman. So whether he moves traditionally or not is irrelevant, because he doesn't even have a traditional partner. This is a woman who got 2 children with 2 cousins. So why should I have to pull out a traditional situation for someone who's not living traditionally? I'm not saying if you're living traditional, you shouldn't get a traditional result. You should. If you come into the situation with just yourself, no children, no extreme amount of baggage, then you should get a traditional man. But if you're not a traditional woman, why should I give you a traditional result? It should be hybridized, or we should figure it out as we go. But you're not coming in a situation with a traditional woman. She's not a traditional woman. So for him to bring up those traditional points, it's irrelevant to me because she's not traditional. When I heard Kevin Samuels bring up those points about feminine, fit, and friendly, he's talking about a traditional woman. He's not talking about a woman who got 2 and 3 kids from somebody who's in and out the streets. She's not a traditional woman. So she doesn't get to dictate my traditional value. That's just my opinion. So if you come to the table as a traditional woman, then you deserve a traditional result. But if not, then hey, it might be a little variation of how we move. So that's what I was trying to say.
If you're young, sure. If you're young, sure. But they got together in their mid 40s. They both had grown kids. So to be like someone that's mid 40s and divorced, he was twice divorced. She was out of a relationship. They both had kids that were either middle school or older in high school. And Steve had grown kids. So to say like she's not traditional because she had kids.
So it's not traditional.
She was not even nearly, I mean, she was almost past childbearing years.
So can we admit that it's not traditional? It's not a traditional situation.
Well, getting married at your late 40s, both
Neither one of them was
that's not traditional either.
Exactly.
So
are they traditional? Yes or no?
The way that they operate currently is traditional.
I say, are they moving traditional? So when you start marriage,
they're moving traditional. They've been moving traditional the last 15 years.
That's how you start a marriage with 4.
They've been moving traditional the last 15 years.
Okay.
So something I wanted to say that being traditional is a mindset that comes from a belief. So it is an option. You choose to remain traditional. If we're talking about being traditional, none of us is traditional because we are not, we don't have that foundation. Starting, I respect what I said and what you said.
I don't think I can see the point. I don't know. You can see this point. I personally don't think that I can start to say I'm traditional if I had a child, not non-traditionally. I don't know though if maybe when I get maybe in my 40s and I'm looking for a husband, if that's my situation, that he would say I'm traditional. But I don't know. Are we saying a man being traditional should be depending upon that woman's history?
Right. It had nothing to do with that. It's about what he decides to do as a man. He wants to be a traditional man, have a traditional wife that doesn't work, that stays home. What she did in her past has nothing to do with what he's deciding he wants for their marriage. That's what it's going to be. Whatever he decides is going to be. If he decides it's going to be traditional, that's what it's going to be.
A traditional marriage goes to the order of the marriage. That's what traditional marriage means. And that order is God, Jesus, man, woman, children. That's what it means. That's it. That's what traditional means. It's order. It's order. They are a traditional married couple. They are. And they're living in a modern time. They are.
Would you say she was traditional?
It's not that
Neither
she
one
was
of 'em
traditional,
was.
but they're married traditionally. And if you ask me, I think they're pretty equivalent. She's been
Yeah.
married 3 times, and I think 2 times, and he's been married 3.
Married,
They
yeah.
both made mistakes, and they both were involved
Yeah.
with people
I get
that
what
were
you're
not
saying.
healthy.
That
So
makes
I
They're
sense.
think
equally
they're pretty
yoked. They're
equivalent.
equally yoked.
So a
When it
traditional marriage, it wouldn't matter if they're individually considered traditional, but the marriage itself is a traditional.
The traditional traditional part goes to the order of what God created, and that should be what we're looking at when we say traditional. Traditional is just an order of how you do something that has already been done in the past. If he traditionally wants to take care of his wife and not have her work, and they abide by the laws of God, which they do, he said that is traditional. That's what makes it traditional. It doesn't matter whether they, do things from the old. It's just if they're acknowledging what happened in the past, though, they're acknowledging it, and this is what they want to do. Their marriage is traditional. So I don't know how we get so mixed up with that. It's
And a
just
part of that is being equally yoked. I want to tie that in. Being equally yoked. Like you can be quote unquote traditional, and both of you could have been married before, and both of you could have been single parents and come together before, right? But when you come together, you have a commonality and similarities. So it's a traditional gathering, not necessarily the way we're looking at it, like everybody's a virgin, nobody has ever been touched. There's an equally yoked component to it, intellectually and financially. So, but everybody forgets that part about being equally yoked.
but that equally yoked doesn't mean that actually. So
For
I
me,
know what
it
you're
does.
saying. I know what you're saying though, but it doesn't actually mean that
equally
yoked is actually a yoke. It really is. But I understand what you're saying.
For me, it
I do.
does. Being equally yoked intellectually, financially. Because I think OT said 10 to 20K. He wants some type of gap. That's an equally yoked part of thinking. He wants it, not everybody, right? For me, it does. My husband has to have there were certain expectations that I wanted my husband to meet when it came to me. OT, I think it was you that said, when y'all were talking about how much money, when you were looking at a woman, how much do you want her as a wife? You said at least 20K to be somewhere in the range, like plus or minus, right? That's equally yoked to me when it comes to that, to me. But I digress.
That's compatible, but I understand exactly. It's
whatever
used
it
that
is,
way
just
sometimes,
like
but it is a biblical term. I get what you're saying.
I digress. Just like it is when you said, what'd you say, traditional, whatever that means to that couple. I also include equally yoked.
So can we be traditional without the Bible? What if somebody's a Buddhist? Are they traditional?
If they're
Yes, you can.
But they're not involved in. Jesus is not involved in their lexicon. So are they?
But they have their own traditions. They're
Yeah.
Buddhist
I'm
traditions.
asking. I'm talking SB. I'm asking SB.
She said tradition
well,
is
okay. He's
something
not
that
talking to you,
was invented
Kayla. You can't
before.
talk.
No, she could talk, but I was just asking SB something because she said something I responded to. You obviously can say whatever you want to say. I'm asking SB. Do you
So,
think that's
Illa,
something that be considered traditional too?
So God created marriage. So whatever religion you are in, it's the same thing. If you follow that order, it doesn't matter. It's whatever religion that you're in, but God created marriage, and his marriage order is this. And if that's what you follow, then that is traditionally married. When you start talking about modern marriage and business being married and stuff like that, because God created a covenant marriage. But see, when we get off of that and we get in all these other things, that when it becomes something different. When people say marriage is all about business, marriage is a business, then you get into other things. When you start talking about 50-50, that's all other things. That's non-traditional, but still married, but you're just non-traditional. You kind of get what I'm saying now? Like even when people are married and they say, okay, I'm gonna have a threesome, we already know that your marital bed is non-defiled. But if you add a third person, then you just came traditional. You just messed it up. So no, you're no longer traditional. That's not something you're supposed to
I
do.
just think
But you're still
traditional is more
married.
than just a mindset, though. I think traditional is how you come into. If using the word traditional, if we using the word tradition is I meet you when I'm younger, we grow, we become a relationship, we become one, and we build a life together from scratch. When I hear the word traditional, that's what I think. If I'm coming into the
I mean,
situation-
Google it.
But
Google
actually,
it.
no, the tradition is more
well,
like something that is being shared from your ancestors. It's something that you pass behavior from other people that you pass to others.
Exactly.
But that's what I
I mean,
said.
That's what I said. That's what I
Our-
said. Is a
our ancestors-
mindset that comes from a belief. But someone cut me off.
It's not a mindset. It's what
Right.
SB
It's
said.
a belief.
It's a mindset. If you
Traditionally
let me explain.
And a
Let me explain.
practice.
It's a belief. It's a belief that you practice. So it's your mindset because you come with it and you say, I am a traditional or I am more traditional than modern because I believe in more traditional things. I don't carry the whole tradition because it required for us to
You could believe
do
a
all the
lot of
that they were
things you
doing.
don't practice.
But let me hold on. Let me give you another example. Like nowadays, people talk about love language. So the way I love is not the way that I'm going to be loved. So I can give words of affirmation to someone, yes, but that doesn't mean that that's the way that the person loves. They probably are more touchy. So I cannot force people to love the way I love. So I can be traditional love because that's how I believe. That's my actions. But if I'm very traditional and I want to have a traditional wife, then I should remain traditional in every aspect. But there is people nowadays that because of the society and everything that has changed, they remain with some traditional aspects, but they respect that, society changes, the world evolves, right? So not everything will remain traditional. So that's why they kind of have to adjust to society, but they keep some of the traditions and it's okay. And that's what they decide. That's what they believe and they act on it.
So 40 years ago, right? 50 years ago in the Black community, was having 3 children out of wedlock on both sides and coming to a marriage, would that be considered traditional 50 years ago?
If the marriage was traditional,
People in
it
their
would-
40s
and-
and 50s, yeah.
No, that's not true.
No, listen, Illa, that is very true because back then it wasn't a scarlet letter to be a stepfather. It was very normal for a man to have 2 families, one across the street from the other. So for a man to have, am I right or wrong? You do know that, right? You know it. But if we talk in marriage, it all depends on how they conducted their marriage. Because guess what? That wife could have been the one that he kept in the house. She never worked. They honored God or what have you. I'm not saying they were perfect people. Now understand, I'm not saying they were not flawed, but I'm saying the order in which they live their lives. People have flaws. Now, a person, when they start to get divorced is when you start having problems. That is not traditional to be divorced. It is not. And you already know that you're not even supposed to take on another wife or husband, I should say, if the other one is still living. That is what you call an adulteress. But that is when it becomes non-traditional. But if Steve is saying, me and my wife are going to, this current wife is going to live a traditional marriage and I'm a traditional man, then that's what he's trying to emulate. And that's what he's doing. But is it okay for me to go? Should I wait? I'll wait. I think Ricky might have been next.
I'm just waiting.
Okay, you want me to? Can I go ahead and go, Ricky, or you want to wait?
You can go.
Sheba,
Queen,
Sheba.
then Rick. Go ahead, Queen.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
Well, it's
exactly.
just.
I'm sorry. I'm so
Matter of
sorry.
fact, man, y'all need me to play the. Hold on. Matter of fact,
Yeah.
I'm gonna level set, man. We're gonna play the video one more time, and then we're gonna go to
These young boys today, what do she bring to the table? The hell you mean, man? What do your ass bring to the table? You got a woman that can come to the table that can make another you. What else she need to slide up to the table with? What about your job? What happened to men who were supposed to be responsible? Do you know that it's our job to take care of a woman and some children, to have a family? That's our damn job.
But what happens to when the woman tell you, I don't need a man, Steve?
Okay, if you don't, how that's working? How that's working? Who don't need no man?
I'm independent. I can do for myself.
Yeah, but why do you want to? You can drop a transmission. You can sandblast your house. But hell, do you want to?
No.
If somebody could get out there and drop this transmission for you and sandblast your house, why don't you go get your nails done?
I do like getting my nails done, so you ain't got to tell me twice.
You know.
I actually look at it from another point this time that I saw it. So he's saying these young boys asking. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a Queen, and then we can come to you for some clarification. Go ahead, Queen.
I think Steve Harvey is doing what men are supposed to do, pouring wisdom back into men, whether you agree or disagree. He did the same thing Iyanla Van Zant did to Ebony K. Williams. And everybody ate Ebony up about her response. And what Ayanna did, it wasn't necessarily about would you date a bus driver. It was about how quickly Ebony responded without asking questions. What kind of man is he? Da 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 da. And nobody thought to say, well, hold up, Steve. Tell me why you're saying that. Nobody got curious to dig into the wisdom that's sitting in front of them, right? So he's not just that's a debatable what is the woman, she can birth another person. That's what she's bringing. But I've yet to hear any man dig a little bit deeper and say, tell me more about that. Why is that important? Why should I be looking at that as a man? And I think men have become so involved in women and trying to prime and mold women that they've gotten away from accountability from each other. So it seems asinine that a man in his 50s could be talking to you, and instead of you getting curious about what he's telling you, you rejecting it. He don't know what he's talking about. Yes, he does. Because not only does he have a wife and a family and a step family and other people's kids to take care of, but he has the money, he has the deals, he has everything. So why do you say he doesn't know what he's talking about? He has the outcome.
It's men every day that got millions of dollars that get
But
dragged.
it ain't just about millions of dollars.
Men every day that got millions of dollars?
It ain't just about that.
I'm not talking about the street.
I named family, I named wife, I named stepkids, and you only took the money. I put a lot on the table.
Well, who? But you're speaking as if you know what men want. Who told you that?
No, I'm not. I never said I knew what men want. I said, he said the same thing that Ayanna. You have two wise people, two wise Black people, a man and a woman, somewhere within the same age range that's spitting wisdom. They in front of us. And nobody got curious. Ebony did not get curious and say, hold up, tell me more about the bus driver. And the men didn't get curious to say, tell me why you say that. Hold on, Steve, because normally I wouldn't pick a woman. That ain't what I'm looking for. So tell me, nobody got curious. Everybody discounted them and said Ayanna was wrong or Steve was wrong. I didn't say I know anything about a man, but I'm just saying what I'm hearing is most men, well, I heard you say, philosophical, he don't know what he's talking about. Is dated, is this and is that. But you never stop to ask why. I wonder why he's saying that. I would like to learn a little bit more about why he's saying that.
We all want a good woman. We're not anti-woman. We're not anti-relationship. That's not what we're saying. We all want good women. No, we're not he-man, woman haters. That's not what it is. We're saying that the women that are demanding this don't fit the traditional standards that they try to hold men to. That's
Steve
what
didn't say that. Steve was telling you
Doesn't
your role
matter.
as a man. Go ahead, Rick. Go ahead.
That's irrelevant, Rilla, because you choose her at the end of the day, right? So let's answer the question, because y'all been talking in a circle for hours. It's 12:14 already. What he said was facts. You can like it or not. What he said was facts. The problem I have with it is that y'all, I don't change on y'all. Y'all can change y'all story. I don't change.
Did you hear what I said?
Right. I told y'all ladies, if a man come up to you and say what you bring to the table, say, you the table, nigga. You the table. I bring a tablecloth. I might bring some teacups.
Cutlery.
And I'm gonna make that dinner. You bringing the food? See, y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand the power play. No matter what y'all say, at the end of the day, a relationship's about power plays. Now, it's the power plays with the person you care about, but it's still leverage. Shout out to Trio. Right? You are the man. We keep having these same conversations every week about you providing for your woman. And yet what y'all don't understand is that if you provide and you provide her space, you control a game. You control the cards. She can't put you out of a place that's yours. She can't take back buy a car that her name ain't on. How's she regulating the house that you provide for? The problem with what Steve Harvey said is the only thing he said is that all she can do is make a baby. Is that all you are, ladies?
He didn't say all she could do.
That's all he said. Is that all he said? She can give you another you.
She can make another, yeah.
That's all he said. Right? And I'm gonna make this point. And I'm gonna make this point because I see y'all in the chat and everybody keep making this stuff up keep saying this stuff, which was true about granddaddy had families down the street. Yeah, but grandmama had families that wasn't that man's in the house. When y'all gonna talk about that?
I don't know anything about
when
that.
y'all gonna talk about that? When granddaddy was raising the kid, he didn't know it was his.
Did you hear what I said?
Oh, we ain't gonna talk about that shit though, right? So shut the fuck up and let's just have a discussion. Let's have a conversation. Because both of us mess up in this thing. We people. It's if that person is worth it to you. That's it. That's all. Is that person worth it for you? And I'm gonna close out with this, Trill. That's his wife. He's supposed to take care of his wife. But what we say on here before, Trill, Ronan, Ella, your woman is a reflection of you. What type of woman is Laura Harvey? Married 3 times, married to a drug dealer, he went to jail and married his cousin. Right. So if we're gonna have conversations, let's have real conversations. Don't keep doing this one-sided shit, like one side more innocent than the other. Both of us got dirt on our feet. When we gonna say got dirt on our hands? When we gonna wash our hands and forgive each other and get to where we gotta get? Y'all want to have that conversation though, because it's too boring, right? It's too productive. That's all I got.
That's why I like what SB said with the whole we won. To me, what SB said is the epitome of what you just said, Ricky. If we're gonna wash our hands and forgive each other, that means we're just saying, you know what? Let's just do it together. To me, that's the act of that's epitomizing what you just said. If we're just gonna wash our hands and forgive each other for dirt, that means it's not about what you make. It's not about what I make. It's not about my past. It's not about my children or your children. We want to do this thing together because I got issues. You got issues. I got baggage. You got baggage. So how do we put that into action? To me, the way we put what you said into action is what SB said. That's all.
Go ahead, SB. Your thoughts on what Steve had to say.
Okay, so listen, I was fortunate enough to see the entire interview. So I do not have a problem whatsoever with what Steve said, because right before this clip, Steve actually said that his wife has brought to him or has empowered him. She has brought him peace, and she has, he said, empowered and encouraged and has made his home so peaceful. And this was the first time in his life that he's ever felt that way. So for me, that was a feminine woman. And he said that that's what Marjorie was. And he actually contributed his success, his now success, to his wife and his marriage. Because he said prior to marrying her, he was still a stand-up comedian. He still had done Kings of whatever y'all know what I'm talking about. So he had already done some things, but it just wasn't what it is now. And he said since he married her, everything has been going absolutely terrific. So for me, he outlined a wife, because I heard that right prior to this actual clip. He said she was peaceful, y'all. He gave her the peace. He gave her the cooperation. He gave her the empowerment. He gave her the encouragement. So then the next thing he said was, I don't know what's going on with these men today. Y'all getting it wrong. That came after he had already given the femininity to the woman. So when he made the statement, for me, it was included. I felt like the statement was just about money, nothing but money, because he goes on to say, which is not in this clip also, that she can do whatever she wants to do as far as finances, as a career. I don't care what she do. But what happened to the man? What happened to the man that knew it was his responsibility to take care of the woman, his wife, and children? So that's how it actually happened. So him saying what he said, I totally agree with, because it shouldn't matter. And he is a high earner or a high value man, if you want to call him that. So he may be talking to a different set of men. This is all true. But it didn't bother me because I heard the whole thing. So I don't know if that changes anything, but when he said the fact about she brings to the table is the ability to have another you, someone else also opened my eyes to that could mean a duplicate of Shannon, which is a pro athlete that is a millionaire now. It's not just another child. It could be a duplicate of him because it's his child. And the same for him. It could be another Steve Harvey. He can't have no kids, but y'all understand what I'm saying. If that person is successful, that man in his DNA and, is what we call stellar, then it could produce another child just like that. It just doesn't have to be just a child per se, or just her bringing her box or her womb or what have you. It could be something that is great again. So that's why I didn't have a problem with it. And I don't know if that changes. And then, he talked about legacy. So, I just think it was dead on, but I heard the whole thing. So I'm kind of at a disadvantage. Just hearing that little clip part, it does leave a lot of things out. So.
Can I add a little bit just on to what she said? So they did a research on Marjorie. Her ex-husband just got out of prison. He's been out of prison for like 5 or 6. That's I think Lori's dad. No, that's the son. That's her oldest son's dad. That's not Lori's dad, but they're cousins. Lori's dad is her. They're cousins, and he took the charge for her. Marjorie was also a kingpin, right? But the man stepped in front of her to take the charge and did time for her. So why do I say that? Not to muddy her name. A man sees what he wants to see in a woman. Steve saw what he wanted to see in Marjorie. Marjorie know the game. Marjorie didn't just come like a nun, right? She know the game. She know the street. She knows all of that. One kingpin after another. And her name was on the FBI list, if you know your history about Marjorie. Harvey, right? And Steve did, none of that mattered. So what am I saying? A man sees what he wants in you. A man sees a wife and what he sees a wife in. So no matter what that comes, I think when a man's heart is a man's heart. I just wanted to add onto what SB said about Marjorie.
Just one other thing I wanted to say about the children thing, as I have many friends that have young children, because that's the place that we are at. I do think that a man, I think a woman being able to make another you has a lot to do with her. I know there's this misconception that you can just put your seed in anybody and they're going to turn out great and all this stuff, but I just don't believe that. I've seen some very bad mothering on social media. I've heard some very bad stories about there are no prerequisites to become a parent. There's no test. There's nothing. You literally don't have to be qualified in anything to become a parent. So just because you have a child with someone doesn't mean they're going to be the next you, be better than you are. It's about that parent, that guidance, and the type of mother and wife that she is that's going to impact how the kids turn out. Ask men with multiple baby mamas. Ask them how certain kids are versus how other kids are based on the mothering of the mother. That is highly important to your child's life, to who they become, to how they become, what they're going to do with their life. And I think that's kind of discounted. I get it because people be having babies, whatever. And but also the mortality rate for Black women is up 288% in 2021. So you also risking your life. And Serena talked about this. Y'all know she's pregnant with baby number 2. She almost died with baby number 1. Right. So this is not a joke. It's not a joke. And it's not a game where you're trying to act like when a woman carries that child, she's putting her life at risk to bring forth your legacy. And I don't think that's valued enough. I get it because there's baby mamas that are just trying to get pregnant for ulterior motives. I get that. But for most women, it's a big deal, and they doing the best that they can to, raise that child. But it's just that's not always the case, that just because you have a kid with someone, they're going to turn out to be the next you, if they're not parent properly. So that's just my opinion.
Can I ask a question?
It all depends on how far the question is going to detour.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This is not intended to make okay. But I did hear that we're talking about Marjorie and she was a queen pin. I'm trying to figure out what's the wouldn't it be better that he went with a Marjorie versus a lot of these regular women who date within their environment of men who sell dime bags or just regular stuff or side hustles that's illegal, PPP loans, and then they'll take that woman. They won't say, your ex used to do this. You know what I'm saying? They'll forget about it if she's fine. If she's Marjorie is very beautiful and all those other things. So I'm trying to think like, are we saying that she was not considered a good choice on his arm, even though he could have been made better? He probably, whatever the situation is, he feel like he's better with her. Are we saying like we're going to judge her being on his arm because she made it to a status that a lot of people can't, to be deemed as a queen pin? And then they loved her enough to take the charge for her. How many men about to take a charge from queen pin status? I mean, I feel like that sounds better than being what this ain't no shot because I love Sierra. But if we're gonna judge the past, she's with Future. Future can rap about being a queen pin. You know what I mean? A king pin. So I'm confused as to why we judging Marjorie because her ex. Like, does that matter? Like who people dated in the past, or is it because he's Steve Harvey and we think so highly of him? He should have married a woman that we all think he should be with. I'm trying to figure out like why does it matter that her baby daddy or whoever was a drug dealer?
I'm not judging her. I'm not. I'm just using that as an example. I think if he would have got from her, I think if he would have got with her earlier on, he would have been in prison in place of the other guys. So he met her when he was supposed to meet her after that stint of her having a hard run in the streets. If he would have met her early on and you would have swapped him out for one of those baby daddies, he would have done time for her, period. So everybody has a history.
Because I think, I don't know.
No, I think that was just brought up, Lucky, to try to speak to her character. I don't think it actually had a point anywhere.
Because if regular men are dating women, are they asking them about their ex-boyfriends and what their ex-boyfriends did as professions? If we're judging his wife, when you go out and you date a woman, are you saying what was he into? What did he do for a living? Okay, that's where I'm trying to get to. I wanted the men to kind of speak up and say, we don't date women that ex-boyfriends did X, Y, and Z. I don't care what it was.
Your history does matter because it speaks to your character, you know. Now, she may have changed as she got older, but like if you fresh out of a relationship and you say, I just dated one of the biggest drug dealers in town, for me, I'm not for you. You for somebody that is with that lifestyle. So if that's what you're doing, cool. But absolutely your history matters. Absolutely. If you tell me that you used to have a pimp or anything like that, like I don't associate myself with stuff like that. I got standards and I'm going the other way. You can do what you want to do, continue doing it, but I'm gone. That's it.
I don't disagree with that, OT, but I do think that because of this, there's a stigma. And so that is why it is the way that it is. I don't think that your spouse's behavior is a direct reflection of you. Like I said, there's lots of people that have spouses that have committed egregious white collar crime that has destabilized the economy, walking around every day, and you don't got no smoke for them, but you got smoke for your local drug dealer. You know what I'm saying? And they're demonized. I don't associate with them, but you'll go to dinner with an embezzler.
If you embezzle money, it's a possibility down the line. If we were to get married, I can get wrapped up in some shit because we're married.
No, I'm talking about her ex, not her. What her ex did. If her ex embezzled money from his job at AT&T, how is that a representation of her?
Because you dealt with him.
If she knew, I'll say this.
Especially if you knew about it.
How does she have anything to do with something that he did that she don't? I mean, come on, y'all be for real.
You stretching right now, Kayla. You stretching like a because most dudes that's struggling, serving, scamming, they women are taking. I ain't gonna say taking part, but they're definitely reaping the benefits of what's going on, and they usually know. Now, again, we're not talking about nobody on this panel because it's never you niggas, right? But most people, you can go right now on the internet, on Instagram, TikTok. What type of man you want? A scammer. You got to be a scammer. You're a scammer. Got to be a scammer.
Absolutely not. Okay, Ricky, I wasn't even talking about that. It's still wrong. All criminal behavior is wrong. What I'm saying is how certain criminal behavior is demonized over other criminal behavior. That's all I'm saying.
It's all the same.
Because certain criminal behavior come with certain risks as opposed to others. So in other words, if a dude's doing white collar crime, crime is crime. I agree with that. But if I'm doing white collar crime versus I'm in the street selling drugs, if I'm doing white collar crime, I might get some tax evasion. I might get a fine. I might get some jail time. If I'm selling, if I'm selling drugs, moving bricks, I'm in the street.
Yeah.
That come with kidnapping. That come with shootings. That come with a lot of violence. So if a woman's past, if a woman is dealing with a certain type of man in her past, that lets me know what her priorities are when looking for a man. So if you're dealing with, like, if I put it on the men, I'll take it off of women. If I'm a man, right, and all my exes were strippers and OnlyFans girls, that's telling women that my priorities is the sexual nature of a woman more so than who she is as a woman. So if a woman is only dealing with criminal men in her past, that means her priority in looking for a man is not who he is, but what he can do. So that's why that can thwart whether I deal with her or not, because her priorities is not who you deal with shows me what you prioritize as what matters in your life. That's why.
No, and I get that, but let's not act like just that's the only thing that's dangerous.
Say that.
Again, other crime is dangerous. There have been judges, lawyers, all types of people that go missing. People's kids get kidnapped for ransom. I get it. Y'all think the only dangerous stuff is drug dealers, but mess with a politician or an international businessman, and you will go missing. You will be missing. So it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. Crime is crime, and it can be dangerous across the board. The founder of Cash App was stabbed in the middle of the street in SF by a previous business partner. Again, when it comes to money and crime, it don't really matter. You can get got. I mean, it's dangerous either way. All I'm saying is let's not demonize certain crime. All crime is bad. That's all I'm saying.
Or become a rapper because they're putting bounties on y'all's heads by way of life insurance policies. So let's talk about that.
Okay, well, that's a whole other. Oh my.
We're just talking about priorities of the woman or the mate. Whatever you into, it just shows you what your priority are from your mate. If you're looking for a drug dealer, that means your priority is money. If you into strippers, that means your priority is her sexuality, not necessarily the character of the person. That's what I'm saying.
Well, like Trill said, he don't want no 5, so she got to get the stripper look. I'm just saying, go ahead.
He didn't say that, did he? Did you say that? He said he wanted an ambitious, smart woman. You said he wanted a 5?
Right. So because
BBL.
Did you say that, Trill?
Context is extremely important here.
I heard you say ambitious.
Allow me to provide it. Right. The scenario was a 5 with 200,000 compared to a 10 who ain't making no money and don't have no drive and no ambition. Give me the 5 because superficial things can be fixed. Your teeth can be fixed. We can get you in the gym, lose that weight, or we can take you to Miami, get you this BBL. You come back looking right. You see what I'm saying? So money can fix the looks, but drive, work ethic, will to be the woman that I need you to be can't be fixed. That's some inner shit that you just don't have. So again, we got to provide context behind it. But yeah, I mean, salute to all the women out there getting their BBLs. I ain't against that. I ain't against that at all. If you feel like that's what you need to do to
but I thought they don't get it for men. I'm sorry.
That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, Ronan, and then we're gonna get to paying these bills because this is getting to a number that's high. Go ahead, bro.
I mean, with all semantics aside, it's still a character issue. It goes into what you're imprinted by, what you're moved by, and what I'm going to deal with for due to your past, because you do have a pattern. But since with all the goalposts moving, can we please pay some bills and keep it pushing? That's all I'm asking.
It's all good. Hey, man, make sure y'all tap the like button if y'all are enjoying the conversation. There's been a hell of a conversation so far, man. We're going to get to the last question of the night as soon as I get done paying these bills. PD, two ball, they just released a stats that says black men make $4,000 more.
I knew it.
Black women.
4,000 more.
I seen that stat recently. Yeah, black men overall make about $4,000 more annually.
Then who?
Than black women.
Show me that.
PD, man.
You ain't show us your stat.
PD,
I don't have to.
PD, you are now high.
What in the world?
Syada knows. She works
black
in
women have
HR.
more degrees than
God.
black men. I'll give you that.
Queen is hilarious. Matthew, the two ball. Shout out to the beautiful Lucky and Uncle Rick. Appreciate you, big dog. Prices, too ball. Nah, I hit y'all up about the research position. Look, man, PD came with stats on hand, man. We're gonna need y'all to work a little hard. We might have to hire PD, man. Bro in the chat doing this thing. Appreciate you though. Lost in Translation podcast. I came all the way over here to see if Marjorie gave Steve another him. Appreciate you, big dog.
Come back in 9 months.
Priceless with the 2 ball. Woman who says you not needed won't appreciate you. That's a fact.
Big fact.
That is a fact. Web Slinger with the 10 paw. I think Steve is right. That blatantly asking what do you bring is wrong. But Steve is the OG Derrick Jackson, heavily pandering to women in his bread and butter. So I take his words with a grain of salt. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Congo with the 20 ball. Say, Ronan, yes, sir. Stamping something my dog said. Oh, appreciate you, Congo. Marcus stamping something Ronan said as well. Ronan must have been cooking, man. I forgot. Conversation got so detailed. I forgot bro even said. Appreciate y'all.
Shit, I forgot.
Right. Lost in translation to 10 ball. Man who doesn't request anything of his woman is afraid of her and is not fit to lead. Leaders require the execution of his orders. General requires something of the souls. That's a fact. That is a fact. And that's what I said. That's the only part of it. That's the only part of what he said that I didn't agree with in terms of requiring something. No.
Yeah.
You require something.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. I don't give a damn how good you look. And I've been around some amazing looking women. But if you ain't bringing nothing to the table, you will be put in one of the 3 categories that I named. If y'all familiar with our content,
will be left
you
at
know
the
what
table.
category it is.
Name them.
No,
appreciate
you be
you.
at the table.
Davon with the 5 ball. All you have to do is play a clip of Ebony K. Williams' response to a backlash, and you will see why that isn't accurate.
Why? What isn't accurate?
He's talking about the stats that I'm talking about when Ebony K. Williams said black men are C students.
Wow.
She did not say black men are C students.
Yes, she did.
She said black women are conditioned to accept B, C, and D's from men instead of men ascending to a higher space in life.
Were you a
C
student? Okay.
Yeah,
we gotta go back and listen.
She said something wrong with parents that when their kids come home with a D and they say, "Oh, okay, baby, you did the best you could do." She said there's something wrong with that. I think there's something wrong with that too because I couldn't bring home no D's or C's from my house. It wasn't a thing.
I'm not gonna let y'all do it. I'm not gonna let y'all do it. Prophecy with the 10 ball. This is wild. Can we allow people to talk instead of cutting people off? And if you are the host, you should be able to hold everyone to the same standard.
Who we talking to?
Do we have the time?
Appreciate the donation, man. I'm
know who we talking
to. I said in 2023 that I was gonna control my tempo. I was gonna control my words and things of that nature. So I'm gonna do that. I appreciate the donation, man. Appreciate you. Grizz, 10 ball. I don't give a damn in all caps about none of the furniture. She gonna run me my 5. 1, the box. 2, understanding. 3, respect. 4, kindness, and 5, teamwork. That's
what's 5?
That's it.
What that mean?
Teamwork.
No, his 5 requirements that he just listed. Okay. Appreciate you, big dog. Lost in translation. Steve built his fortune off the backs of regular men, and for him to disrespect these same men while beating his chest to sound good is hypocritical.
How is he disrespecting?
How did he build his career on their backs? What? How?
Next bill.
How did y'all don't have to go to his show? Y'all could have saved your ass at home.
Next bill.
I ain't gonna let y'all do it. Davon.
No, but
where's the traditional stuff coming from? When we came out of slavery, those unions were made to keep men out of the workforce. Mom worked. We made a way, but quote unquote traditional family was only the majority for maybe 40 years out of the 400.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, big dog. Cynthia with the 10 ball. Steve has spoken many times about how Marjorie helped him elevate. Obviously, he wants his woman to bring something of value to the table. It's up to the man to decide if he wants what she's serving.
Thank you, Cynthia.
I agree with that. Different women bring out different things in different men. That is a fact. Grizz Trees, 20 ball. Say if she won't run down of the quote unquote company benefits, then I should get to review the quote unquote resume. Being a wife is a great position. It requires a lot of work. I don't understand the offense to the notion that it should be earned.
Okay.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Cynthia with the 10 ball. I think Steve's main point is for these men out here to stop looking for women to help provide for them.
Oh, Lord.
Oof, what a word. Jesus.
Prophecy, 10 ball. This is why it's important to have discernment as a man. These panels show time and time again that certain people are allowed to have no type of decorum or respect for the panel, but others are. This is wild.
Yeah.
Appreciate the donation, big dog. Nisi, the fireball, just showing love to the crew, man. We appreciate you, Nisi. Nisi is family, man. That's love. Thank you. Queen, imagine asking a question and debating the response. Hashtag real time. Queen is hilarious. Take K with the 10 ball. Black men and women have no idea what a traditional wife or husband is. Traditional is a job for both parties, not leisure. The fun women get leisure. My traditional wife has duty.
Wow.
Well said. Well said. Tyson with the 2 ball. Peace to the panel and love to Queen Lucky. Grace to Brother Ill. Appreciate you, big dog.
Thank you, Tyson.
Eli, the 5 ball. Steve is what I can be a provider or I can be a faithful type of traditional. Teach me that caring for a woman goes beyond finances, old school.
How does it go beyond finances in old school?
That's
decision making.
That we're gonna have to have for another day, man.
Okay.
Tyson with the 2 ball. Saida will bring curtains to the table. Love Saida.
I don't get it.
No, Saida brought up
She
curtains.
said she wanted to
earlier,
spend her
something
extra money on curtains.
Oh.
Marcus say facts, Ricky. Appreciate you, bro. S Woods the 5 ball. You're gonna lead as a man. Know what you are bringing to the table and see if she can sit and eat with you.
All right, Palace.
With a T at the end of it. Appreciate you.
Period.
Tyson, so I want what Ricky is on tonight. This panel is dope. Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you, Tyson.
JK, say providing financially does not mean traditional. Misleading these people. Treating traditionalism like Christianity, it ain't simple or easy. I'm married, but none of us in 2023 traditional.
So stop talking about it.
Speak for your goddamn self.
I'm about to say, I mean, how you speaking for us?
Tyson, the 5 ball says, love, peace, and grace to the panel. More love and respect to Sheba, Kayla, Lucky, SB, and Saida.
Thank you, Tyson.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thanks,
Marcus, say facts, OT.
Yep.
You say,
when did OT
speak on
do
it,
facts?
Illa. Boy,
Wow.
Mango with the 10 ball. Because in today's time, both men and women can bring what the others bring. They have devalued each other versus being appreciative for the tangible and intangibles that they're meant to bring to each other. That's a fact.
Big fact.
That is a fact.
Yeah.
Big with the 20 ball. So I'm visiting my uncle, and I don't even drink. But damn, Kayla, listening to you, I'm starting to look at this liquor cabinet. Good God, people pray for me. I'm getting weak.
I mean, if I can inspire you, love.
Prayers up for Big Ant. Put them prayer hands in the chat for Big Ant, yo.
Remember, no one can make you do anything you don't want to do.
You know that liquor, if he's at his uncle's house, you know it's been sitting there for a long time. That dust accumulates. That's some good liquor.
Got that top quality cognac in there. Miss Parker with the 20 ball. Say support to the crew in the panel. Appreciate you. You know it's love always, Miss Parker. Appreciate it. Web Slinger with the 5 said taking a charge just for her to marry someone else, let alone a celebrity, is wild. I hope she at least stashed some money for him for when he got out.
She helped get him pardoned. Can I say this? She helped get him pardoned by President
Trump.
No, Obama.
I thought it was
why he just getting out of jail?
Oh Lord. Yeah. Oh Lord.
So how he just getting out of jail?
I thought it was Trump. You sure it's Obama?
You might be right.
It's Trump.
Yeah.
I think they said he'd been out about 6 years.
Yeah, it was Trump.
Y'all better
so she got Steve to help get, because she was still in.
Which husband was it?
Be quiet. I don't even want to.
Which drug dealer was it? Was it the first one or the second?
It was the second one. It was the first one.
No, it wasn't Lori's dad. It wasn't Lori's dad, was it?
Lori came second, so it was the first. It was the first.
Yeah, it was her son's dad.
It wasn't a cousin. It was the original. The original.
It was the first one, the one that she was with for the longest. Yeah.
I see where you going, Rick. I see you.
Take K with the 2 ball. Compliments to the whole panel. We appreciate it, big dog. Daryl, the 5 ball. 4,000 divided by 12 months equals 333. Y'all will never compare to Steve Harvey. Signed the God. Dallas Taylor, promise prime, but I ain't gonna do the same time for stealing candy bars compared to if I kill someone. And the consequences are different. Shit. That's facts. Different crimes have different weights. That's
that is how the law works. Yep.
No one builds themselves ever. We all have help.
Yeah.
I'm still. He said 333.
All right, hold tight. Let me see. I think that's all of them. Make sure I didn't miss nobody before we go on. Okay. If I did, I'm gonna have to catch y'all in track. Hold on. Miss Parker, Sheba, she did not It's on Tasha K. Oh, in terms of
Oh, hold on. What are they saying? They said she did not.
helping him get pardoned or something like.
She
Oh,
did.
yeah, because Tasha
I
just
thought she did
interviewed.
help him.
No, it was something else I said that was wrong.
What?
Yeah. No, Tasha K just interviewed the first husband. I seen a clip from that yesterday. So I'm
They may be
guessing that's
talking
what she's
about.
talking about.
I'm sorry.
I
They
said
may be
something
talking
wrong.
about Erica. You said that Erica said the black men are C students.
Yeah. That's what they're talking
Right,
about. Ebony.
right.
Ebony.
And like I said, she didn't say that.
Oh, Ebony. I'm sorry.
All right, man. Appreciate everybody for pulling up on us, man. Make sure y'all tap that like button if y'all hadn't had a chance to yet. It's been a hell of a conversation, man. We're gonna get to the last question of the night. We ain't gonna keep y'all all night. I know we had a late start. I apologize for that. But we here. Within the title of the thumbnail, man. Steve spoke on, what a woman should be required to bring to the table and what Marjorie does for him and things of that nature. But let's kind of condense this thing and buckle down. What should a woman be bringing to the table? If you are advising a young dude out there and he, trying to figure out which woman that I should move forward with, and you saying, hey, bro, this is what the woman should bring. What should a woman be bringing to the table? Queen, we're going to start with you.
Yeah. That's a good question. Say it again. Let me buy a few seconds. Say it again.
Nah,
Real
that's not
slow.
good.
Say it real slow.
But also real quick though, before Queen answers, there's something I wanted to say. I forgot. In terms of the advice that Steve is giving, I think that, I keep saying people say, man, you got to take it with a grain of salt. You got to consider his background, things of that nature. And that's very true. But facts is, I got some of the best advice I've ever had in my life from drug dealers and drunks and crackheads in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
Just because somebody's not living what it is that they, want to advise you to do doesn't mean what they're saying is not valid. Right. So I think what Steve is trying to get at is we as men, we got to take up that mantle. And it's kind of similar to what Ricky was saying earlier about taking pride in taking care of your woman. I don't feel like there's a lot of pride in taking care of your woman in this era. I feel like a lot of men are out looking for partners. It's like, hey, I bring this. What do you bring? Okay, let's combine our situation and let's fund a lifestyle. In comparison, that's why I asked Ricky earlier, like, why do you think that men are not as willing to fall on the sword to provide a certain lifestyle for a woman? And I think that's what Steve was talking to in terms of why are you so focused on what this woman brings to the table that you forgetting your role and what you're supposed to be bringing? What she's bringing is luxury. What she's bringing is excess. You should be providing baseline. And I agree with that. And that's why I say I'm a hybrid. There's certain things from the tradition I pull from and I agree with. And there's certain things that I leave there because it doesn't apply to our circumstances that we currently in. But what I'm saying is we can't just denounce Steve simply because of the woman he chose. The fact is, different women bring different things out of different men. And the reason being is kind of similar to what Queen said earlier. Your woman is a reflection of you. So if she's out there dating these men, these drug dealers and things of that nature, then those men are rubbing off on this woman. And that made her into the woman that she is before she met Steve, right? But let's hypothetically speaking, if she would have met Steve first, then she may be a totally different woman than what we're talking about. So the influence, the leadership that a man has plays a big role in the type of woman that you are. And I think with Steve, because I heard the whole interview too, and he always wanted her, always, but they kept missing each other type of situation. But he was always checking in to make sure, okay, she's single. Oh, she's still in it. Damn, she's still with old boy. And that was low-key hating, but that's another conversation for another day. But he was always waiting on her to get free. And the second he found out she was free, he flew down there and said, your ass ain't free no more. It's us and we moving forward. Why? It's because of something that she brought out of him. And regardless of background, because we can talk about kids all day long, man, but people get divorced every day and got kids in the divorce. Doesn't necessarily mean that, that because that woman may have been in a traditional marriage. They had 2 kids, divorce failed for whatever reason. They divorced. She still got 2 kids. Doesn't necessarily mean that she's not divorced. I mean, she's not traditional. That's just the circumstances that she in. Now, in terms of women who having kids out of wedlock, I agree with that. It's another conversation. But what I'm saying is sometimes circumstances can create a scenario that kind of goes outside of the guidelines. But it's all about the intangibles that a woman brings to you. She brings intangibles to Steve's life, so much so that he credits her for his success, his newfound success. And in my opinion, that's all that should matter because we not in the relationship. I don't have to deal with her past. I don't have to deal with looking over my shoulder because the drug dealer just got out of jail and things of that nature. But I feel like if he feels like the reward is outweighing the risk, then that man should be allowed to do his thing. And even if we don't agree with it, it doesn't nullify the game that he's given because it's relevant. Men should want to take care of their woman, period. And if you don't, then you got to get right, just like what he was saying, because you're not operating properly. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that.
So
before we
Trio,
go.
can I add something to that really quick?
Sure.
He said that he actually met Marjorie in 1987. So he actually met her before she got married to the second person.
Mhm.
But he said he was homeless, so he didn't feel like he was the man he needed to be to actually pursue her. I mean, they knew each other and they dated, but I'm sorry, go ahead, Rick.
She told that man he wasn't the man she needed to be.
Well, whatever happened, happened. So what my point I'm trying to make is Marjorie was living some type of life prior to this husband too. They intimidated, I'm assuming, or whatever. But Steve didn't want to pursue at that time. So he said he was homeless and he just left. So
Yeah, it's a situation to where like, and this is a fact that we got to speak on, man. Certain women are a status symbol to men, which is why people always say like, man, why all these niggas get famous and go up there and date the same 7 women in the entertainment industry? Well, I can tell you why. Because before they got famous and before they got the money, I was always looking up to this woman. This woman was unattainable to me at one point. But now that I got the money, now that I'm famous, now that I'm in the league or I'm a rapper or whatever the case may be, that doesn't change. My desires doesn't change. Even in her newfound situation, I still look at her as a status symbol. Doesn't necessarily mean, regardless of what her history is. That's why a dude can be rich. He can go to the league tomorrow and go date Brittany Renner, right?
What
Because
that mean though? In real time, what that mean though?
It's just his ego.
Right. It's literally ego, and it's literally
It means she
a
validates
equivalency
him.
of what your worth is.
yeah, she validates.
Validates him.
Yeah.
Right. For sure.
Mhm.
For sure.
And that's a mistake off bat.
Yep.
I agree. But again, letting women dictate your moves is a mistake. But a lot of men, most men, in my opinion, do that. I've said it before. If women did not require men to have money, niggas would be walking around there happily broke. That's a fact. Most of what men do is to please the women. It's to attract women.
But isn't that a good thing though? Didn't they say that always a woman that's the one or that could be the right woman for you inspires you to want better for yourself?
Inspiration
and
is
to
not
be
the
a
same
better
as
man?
validation. Inspiration is not the same as validation.
Hold on. Inspiration is excess. As a man, that shouldn't be the case. You should have a personal inner drive to go out there and succeed. Now, a woman can add to that, sure. But if that woman is the sole source of your motivation to do certain things, then that's a problem. And
Right.
like I said, I feel like most men, that's the case. And what I mean by that is look at how men operate when it's, let's say, for instance, we go into football practice or we in 2 days or some shit. Men ain't worried about getting no fresh cut for no damn practice. We ain't worried about wearing no cologne for no practice. We ain't showing up to practice in no Louis V clothes and shoes and the Ferragamo belt and all that shit. We not doing that. We coming regular, degular, scruffy as hell. But let's say that, hey man, it's gonna be the cheerleaders is in the gym today. You're gonna see a totally different type of man walk in there. All of a sudden, all that shit I just named starts mattering. I'm gonna make sure I got that fresh cut. I'm gonna make sure I'm smelling good. I'm gonna make sure that my shirt is off when I'm doing this bench press, when I'm doing these squats, because these women is in here. Fact is, woman is the number one motivator of most men. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. That's not opinion. If you take women away, men don't give a damn about being successful. Most. Now, there are certain men who have a certain inner drive in terms of I'm going to win regardless because I'm competing with y'all niggas and I feel like that I'm above y'all. But most people don't have that type of inner competition. Most men are motivated by what this woman says she wants. And I feel like that's a problem. But that's reality for most men.
Trill, you're going to get canceled for that.
It's slightly healthy and there's a healthy part in it, I do think, though.
Do you think that motivates women? You think if men didn't care about how they look so much that they would get jazzed up as they do? I think we both do it to each other. I think women don't just come outside looking good just for the hell of it. They want to, because a lot of women, if you let them go, they'll come outside with a bonnet on, but they know that men are looking. So I think it go both ways.
No, ain't nobody looking with the bonnet now.
No one's looking with the bonnet. No,
somebody.
do not
No.
leave the house in the bonnet. But I do think a lot. I do think a lot of men would be less fit if they didn't care. If there weren't women, I think a lot of men
It
would
go
not
both
be
ways.
as fit and like care about their physique as much. But I did have a little thing I wanted to say that I wrote down that says, I think these days that a lot of men don't find their women worth it. And so that's why they ask questions like, what do you bring to the table? And I'll just leave that there. I just think I genuinely think a lot of men are with women that they don't really, they settle. They don't find her worth it. So they want to know what the other incentives are. And so that's why they ask questions like, what do you bring to the table? But yeah, go ahead. I don't think we had another question to do or something. I don't know.
I wanted to clarify on the validation, right? So again, I'm just critiquing what I see. This is my humble opinion, right? Steve tried to get with her back in the days, correct? When he ain't had no dough, when she was trapping. Let's just say what it was. She was trapping, right? So more than likely, me looking at girls who deal with certain type of dudes, right? When he walked up to her, she was like, nigga, you broke. Chill out. You know what I'm saying? You see this look. Yeah, you a little comedian or whatever. But I got this already. I'm in these streets. Right? So what happened is he went out, he got his money, and she wasn't going to accept him until he got dough. Right? So he know for a fact he had to hit a certain echelon of dollars for him to even holler at her. So once he made it in his mind, he went and got his trophy. So she validates him. To him, this is just my opinion, and the way he move and the way he be talking, right, is that if he loses her, he'll lose his goddamn mind. He'll lose his goddamn mind. And I ain't talking about on some, she passed away shit, some natural shit. I'm talking about if she took her bags up and some dude came along, right, and was like, hey, let's get up out of here. Right? So it's a difference between validation. Y'all supposed to be inspiration. You're ladies, right? You guys are so creative. You have your fantasies in your head, and
what is his voice?
You guys can make up these scenarios that you can present to your man. Y'all supposed to be inspirational women. You guys are supposed to be muses, right? But validation, meaning without you, I'm nothing. Everything got built without you means nothing. That's something different.
But see, Rick, real quick though, I got two things. One being that even regardless of how toxic that she may be, if she's capable of turning you into a billionaire, worth it on the back end. That's why it's hard for me to say he made the wrong decision. Because if it takes for me to jump through these hoops and things like that, because again, let's just be honest. If she met the man when he was homeless, he don't deserve her. Let's call that what it is, right? But let's say that, you know what, hey, he took that bit of rejection, or he took that, hey, this ain't the right time, and got in his glow, and it turned him into what he is today. On the back end, is the end worth the means? In my opinion, I say it is. And the second thing is, I don't necessarily believe that Steve will fall apart without her. I think because at this point, he done provided himself so much cushion, and she done gave him so much game in terms of how to move. Now he's gonna miss her, sure, but and he may drop down a notch, but I don't see the whole kingdom just coming crumbling down because she's gone. But she does serve as an important inspiration piece. And I don't necessarily feel like it's nothing wrong with that if it turns you into who he is today.
I'm gonna push back. I'm gonna push back on you. Like, this is facts, because we got the history, right? It is what it is. So we can assume, and like I said, paint the picture however we want it. But to me, she met him at the finish line. To me, she met him at the finish line. I'm not cool with that. Now, if we want to put the story together, oh, okay, let's do it like they do on A&E, right? Marjorie was a beautiful young woman from Cleveland, Ohio. and she got took advantage by some drug dealing guys that she didn't know what she was getting into. And lovingly, she met Steve one day in 1985 at a comic view show. Nah, that ain't what happened, dog. That ain't what happened, right? It'd be different. You know what I'm saying? If she was in it with him, but she met him at the finish line. Now that's a fact, right?
Is that her? Is that like?
So I hear what you're saying, but nah, dog.
I think we're
I
so
don't
hard
think where
on
he met her, he
we're
met at the finish
I said I
line.
see my nigga submit. Go ahead, Thaya.
I think we're so hard on people. Like, people don't deserve second chances, like, to make up for their mistakes they
Or
did in
first
the beginning.
chances.
Like, it's like, come on, like, nobody's perfect. And if he's devoted to his wife and that's what he wants to believe, that that's what she's, and that's his queen, and that's what he wants. Like, who are we to be judging? He made it. Like, people haven't made it, not even a quarter of what they've done. So it's like we're discussing them instead of like focusing on the people that is watching, that is, worse reality, that should be actually considering those qualities of a woman and what the quality should be for that woman. And if that man was in a position that he wasn't there for that woman, then these men need to get there, because that's what I heard the second time when you play. It's like these young boys. That's what he said. These young boys. Imagine if this young boy gets her pregnant because she's ready. Her body's ready to get pregnant. A young boy can get pregnant a woman pregnant. But is he ready to provide for her? Is he ready? I mean, why are you asking her? What is she bringing to the table?
Yeah,
That's the way
weird.
that I got it the second time, because it's like a lot of men I hear, they're saying, I don't care what she can stay in the house or provide for her and my family, la, la, la. But you want to get her early in her prime years, as you say, but then are you ready to take care of a family? Are you really ready for that? So it's like, it's okay to not be ready, and then we all make mistakes, and then we all also deserve a second chance. Why not?
Society, I think a lot of men actually say that because they like the power and the control that comes with being the only provider, having the say so in everything, because she doesn't do anything like outside of the house. But I don't think that once a lot of men see what it takes to be a sole provider, do they want to do it? I don't like the hard work, the sacrifice, all of the things that come with that. The budgeting, the planning, the some months you just broke, other times you gotta, you can't hang out at somebody's bachelorette. Bachelor, you can't go, you know what I mean? It's when it's time to do that, they don't want to do that. That's when they start worrying about, what you got going on? Well, what you bringing around here so you can make it easier for me? Because I don't think a lot of men have seen that, lacking the fatherhoods and all of that, have really seen what it really takes to do that. They just want the benefit part of it, which is often in the manosphere. A lot of these talking points revolve around the benefit versus the sacrifice that it takes.
Sacrifices,
so
yes.
The benefits of being a millionaire is a sacrifice that everybody else that hang out on the weekends and get but you was in the lab. So there's always, you know what I mean? Most people in a lot of instances want the perks of the stuff, of the control, of the whatever, but they don't want the sacrifice of what like that comes with. And this is no different.
As a man, that's not what men are talking about. Men are talking about the fact that we don't mind the sacrifice. Men have just seen over the last 15, 20 years that they've seen men make these sacrifices and still get treated as if they didn't make the sacrifices. So I think that's where the confusion is coming from. People keep talking about the manosphere. Fuck the manosphere. We just talking about real life. Men are seeing men who do work hard, who do pay the bills, who do everything they're supposed to do. And they catch they women cheating in the bed with another man. They catch they women looking forward to divorcing them when they hit a certain plateau in life. So it's not about trying to be a millionaire or trying to have the purse of a millionaire. We're saying, hey, I wouldn't mind working hard for you, but I'm not going to put myself in a position of sacrifice if you're just going to play me like I'm nobody. And that's the elephant in the room that I don't know why women can't see. We see men every day that make good bread, that are very prominent, and still get treated and dragged through the mud as if they didn't do anything. So why would young men today, and I'm not saying young men should separate from women, I think we should somehow come together. But it's a lot of men that does these things that women say they want and they still get the result as somebody who didn't do any of that.
But that's across gender, because the women can say the same thing. There's women out there cooking, cleaning, having sex whenever he wants, doing everything he wants to do, and he still goes outside and cheat. He still lies to her. He's still like, that's not a gender thing. There, just like everything that you said can apply for women. There are women right now up feeding the child while their husband is outside doing whatever the fuck he wants. That's not. It's not a gender thing. Both genders are dealing with that shit.
I just want to say this real quick before Ricky goes. Nobody can see your pain. People can only feel your pain. And the only way, and you can't see mine, I can't see yours sitting here. So nobody will ever see your pain until you start talking. So if you're not talking to the woman or the man you dating, they'll never be able to connect with you. And the point is, we're not talking. And when people do talk, y'all knock them down. Y'all debate them instead of hearing them and trying to connect with them. So that's all I wanted to say to that. Go ahead, Ricky.
Oh, I just wanted to say, Trill, Ella, Ronan, and OT. Notice how when a black man is successful, the black woman's always mentioned.
Say that once more.
You notice how when a black man is successful, the black woman is always mentioned.
That's a good observation.
Is it?
But yes, it is.
I mean, I can't think of a high class other nationality of a man that puts his wife out front for his success. I mean, not even Dr. Phil.
Give me a second. I'm talking about. Look. Listen to what I'm saying. Marjorie, Steve becomes famous, right? And you see it in the chat. Yeah, y'all know I'm gonna stick it to y'all ass because I do it all the time, right? You see it in the chat. He got the Family Feud deal. He got the book signed after Marjorie. But where's y'all conversation when it's the other way though? Right? Y'all can always listen to what I'm saying. I'm about to bust y'all out because this is facts. I'm very observant. I don't have to lie about nothing. It was a comment left on one of the Crew Seasons podcast, and I said to this one supporter. She said basically that you cannot mention black women without mentioning black men. I say when we talk about the success of black women, how y'all doing it, how y'all getting it, the black man's never mentioned. But as soon as it's some pain shit, we the black man, the first person out y'all mouth.
I'm not following. Like
I see what you're saying.
No, I'm following. I'm just saying.
He 1,000% right.
Who's responsible for that, though?
No, I want to hear more. I'm trying to make sure I follow. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's take it from black men. Let's go to white men. Let's say Bill Gates. Let's say Jeff Bezos. Let's say Steve Jobs. If we're gonna name some people, when we get to talking about how great they are, it's how great they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's no remnants of their wife. I didn't even know Melinda Gates' name until the divorce. Let's call it a spade. Let's call a spade a spade here. But in comparison to when a black man is successful, a lot of times it's tied to the woman he's with. It's like a LeBron. Let's say, damn, LeBron, greatest player ever there. But look, man, he's that way because Savannah was taking care of the kids. Savannah was giving him that game. Savannah kept him out the streets, things of that nature. Same thing with Steph Curry. Man, it's the amazing woman that's in his life. You know what I'm saying? That attributes to that. And then Steve fed into it is what Ricky is saying is like, yeah, I was a comedian before this, but Marjorie is the reason why I'm damn near a billionaire right now. But what Ricky's saying is in other cultures, you don't see that. When a man is successful, he's just successful because of his drive, because of the work ethic he got, how smart he is or whatever. And his wife is just a beneficiary of it.
Yeah.
But with black men, it's the wife plays a significant role and takes responsibility for him being successful. That's what he said.
So where does that come
from? Don't you think that's because you're not in that community?
No,
because if you actually are hanging out with white people and listening to them, white women will talk to you all the time about how Melinda Gates was an instrumental part of Microsoft. They'll talk to you about how Jeff Bezos' wife was an instrumental part of Amazon. Y'all not around them, so y'all don't hear those talking points, but they're out there, and there are a lot of them. Every billionaire that's divorced, they say his wife was with him from the beginning. Every billionaire that's divorced.
You talking about what's talked about around the cooler. We're talking about what's put out to the world. We ain't talking about cooler talk at the break.
I'm saying
we're talking about what's put out to the world. That's
go
not
ahead,
what they
Sai.
say.
I want Sai to say about
The way that white men say things are a little different, because most millionaires, and I heard it from white people when they say, it's like, watch the woman that you marry with. They always say that. That's the first thing they say. I've heard it many times. Like, the woman that you choose to marry is very important for them. They may not mention their names and they don't put it out there. That's just part of the protection that they are giving to these women. But now I also understand what Ricky's saying in a way, but I think it's part of, like, I would say the culture and everything that Black people went through. Like, they kind of separated you, and it's how important it is, like, to remain together. And I think you want to reinforce that, and that's why men want to emphasize that it was important for them to have their wife with them, because without the wife it wouldn't be possible, probably.
Yeah.
So I think that it's really important to understand your history, so you actually know where you're standing, and then be able to change your future.
But
Hold on. Real quick. I want to address that. What Saida is saying is right, but the context is important here. When we're talking about these white men who will say, hey, the most important decision that you make in your life is the woman. A lot of times they're speaking because if the situation goes bad, that's going to be the biggest expense that you have to pay. If you, a lot of them get to talking about divorces and things of that nature. You'll hear them speak, and they'll say, if you look in the bracket of where a billionaire or a millionaire took his biggest loss at, it's not the business ventures. It's not the deal, the investment that went bad in terms of me doing his business. No, it's the divorce. He got divorced and lost half his money, or he got divorced and lost a third of his money.
That's what Steve
A lot of
said.
times when they speak on that, it's tied to risk of losses in terms of finance. But when a Black man, when that conversation comes up, his woman is attributed credit to his success. It's not a cautionary thing in terms of saying, hey, the woman that you pick is important. They'll tie that to, hey, the woman you pick is important because if you don't have this woman, you don't turn into the man that you would be without having her. That is a drastic difference.
Can I get in real quick?
Hold on. I was waiting.
I've been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
I was waiting. I'll let Saida go. And that's not even my point. You asking where it come from? It come from our own women. It come when we talking on these panels all the time. Like I said, whenever we having a discussion, right? The negative always come in when associated with Black men. The negative always comes through and comes out in the conversation. It always comes through. Don't try to put it off on what no white people said. This is what we do to each other. Like I said, you can go to, and this is not just major athletes. Everybody want to keep using the extremes of the people you will never touch. I'm talking about in real life. When a Black man make it, the first thing everybody says, man, his wife, the same, you got a super chat right now for $5. The lady said, well, he had a tax bill and she stuck with him through it.
Stupid shit.
This is what I'm saying. Right? This is what we do to each other. Don't try to put it off on a white man or the white woman. This is what y'all do. Soon as pain comes, y'all, it's crazy. It's just crazy how when that you can't mention something a Black woman go through that's negative, traumatic, or something without mentioning a Black man. But y'all can mention y'all success. I don't need a Black man to get money. I don't need a Black man to get a big house. You don't need him for none of that, right? But for me to get it, I had to have a wife standing behind me to make it happen, right?
Hey, Rick, real quick, and if it's not attributed to the wife as far as credit, it's attributed to the mama. But that's not a conversation for
like y'all are going so deep. I have no idea what y'all are talking about.
Who was it attributed to? Everybody needed help.
Can I jump in real quick?
Who was there? Was it those daddies that wasn't there? It was
because it sounds like women are mad because they have to be with a woman. If you don't want to acknowledge your woman, don't acknowledge her because don't nobody control your marriage. Let me finish. Don't nobody control your marriage but you. So if you don't want to talk about your woman, don't talk about her. Period. Point blank. The white men that I'm around, when they acknowledge I never heard them say it in a begrudgingly way. Like, you better watch who you pick because I got a divorce from Belinda and she took everything. They're normally acknowledging that their wife has done a tremendous job with their children. She's involved in this charity, that charity. And because of her, we have this foundation where we can give back to the scholars and the youth. That's just saying, that's what I hear. You know, now this may be men talk, so I'm not in that circle, but y'all just seem mad. Like y'all just, if you don't want to acknowledge your wife, don't acknowledge her. Like, but God dang, like is it that bad to have a woman on your side?
Who said it was
No,
that
they
bad?
don't. It's
Nobody.
not that bad. They just want some understanding. They want Black men just want women to understand them. It's not that their situation is that bad. They're just looking for understanding. They want you all to know, Black women to know, that you all are not advocates for them anymore. But we need to figure out how we can be. Y'all don't know a Black man's struggle. We know nothing about how it is to be a Black man. So they just want you all to understand. When they complain about there not being enough good women out there to be their wives, they want you all to just hear what they're saying and understand. And it doesn't look like that when we can never give them credit for doing good. It always has to equal us. But in that particular incident, Steve Harvey, listen to what I'm saying. I hear men speak and they understand you all. They are willing to give you exactly what you say you want. But when you hear, but when I hear women, it is about us. It's not about them. It's not the understanding of them. When women don't do what they're supposed to be, it's celebrated. It's like, drop it like it's hot, girl. A woman shouldn't be dropping like it's hot if she's not married to this man. I'm just okay. Well, either way,
we gotta be honest, man. We gotta be honest.
I'm saying most of these panels are about women. There's not
no.
enough. Hold on, real quick.
I'm not trying to pick out a particular thing. I'm just saying men are just looking for understanding.
But most of these
conversations, that's all.
Most of these, I receive that, but most of the conversations that men are having are about women. If you really want a woman to understand you as a man, switch the topic to men and what men need. They talk about women 90% of the time.
They're telling you because they're talking about women's behavior. Contrary to what
that. Talk about a man's heart. If you want to, there has to be at some point, these men have to pivot from these conversations. You cannot keep lecturing women at some point. And that's what I'm saying. When we talk about it, Steve Harvey can't tell them shit. They don't want to hear him. I'm saying at some point, some man got to develop something where he say, okay, fellas, let's talk. And let's really talk about what we need. And let's present this to women in a certain way about men. Let's take them out of the equation because obviously whatever we're saying, the way we coming at them, they're not getting it. And nobody is saying, how can we reframe the message? Like, we don't need you to tell us about us.
So why can't we just ask them though? How can we ask them, what do you need? What can, if we feel like they're falling off and they're not doing what they're supposed to, can we go ask them, what can I do as a woman, as a Black woman, to make this better for you?
Can we do that? But why would we ask them that? If they're falling off and not doing what they're supposed to do, they need to get back on and do what you're supposed to do. Then I'll ask you if there's anything you need from me once you're doing what you're supposed to do. Why am I asking you how I can help you when you're not doing what you're supposed to do as a man? And
that's what we're there for. That's what we're, Kayla.
Yeah, but they also need to do what they're supposed to do as a man. Just like when Steve was homeless, you're not doing what you need to do as a man if they're homeless.
Let's just say they don't know.
But once you get it together, then we can have a conversation. But why are we dating when you're homeless?
That's what we're there for. We're there for their women are made for that.
Yeah, but men are also
hold on.
supposed to provide for that woman.
I got you
first. The man is the initiator, and he's supposed to be the one that does everything first. And the woman is the receptor, and she's going to multiply whatever comes from him.
Maybe.
So he needs to do what he needs to do first. And once you got that together, then don't you think that half of that would solve half the problems? Whatever else isn't solved, then we can have a conversation about how we can fix that. But a lot of dudes stop doing bullshit and actually being on top of their shit will fix like half of the problems that we have. Really saying men understand women? No, they don't.
Yes.
Okay, no, they don't. They will go outside, act
Mm-hmm.
crazy, cheat on her, and then she's ranting and raving, and they'll go, I don't know why she's mad. I don't know why she got a bad attitude. I just don't understand why she's always nagging me. And da-da-da-da-da.
Kayla, the only problem,
they're doing some bullshit.
The only problem with what you're saying, Ricky, let me say this, and then I'm gonna let you have it. The only problem with what you're saying is this: we cannot change a man. There's nothing. All you can do is show some appreciation or try to figure out how you can help. If you're not willing to do that, which you may not be, the only other thing you can do is just stand back and just wait for the one that is good for you. Because we can't change them. They have to mature and grow into the men that they're going to be. But just asking a man, what's going on with you? How can I help? Because maybe there is something that is keeping them from being the men that we think that they should be right away, or the men good enough for what you're looking for, crossing all the I's and dotting all the T's. But in that same vein, you also know that us women, we fell off a long time ago because we totally out of order. We're not doing what we're supposed to do in any shape or form. This independence, this sexual liberation, that's not what a woman is. That's not a wife. But did you know that? Well, are you even looking for that? Because that's not it either. So we both are broken. So if we can understand that, then we may feel the need to get better together. But when women think that they're superior because they're winning in their careers, having most degrees, making the most money, then they're not going to ever submit to getting our men to where we can be together again. We're supposed to keep we got to be together. These are our men. They're our men. They don't belong to anybody else. Why don't we feel that need to make sure that they're good too? Because guess what happened? Guess what the feminist movement did? It took a lot from them by taking their woman from them.
Well, then don't complain about women being masculine if we got to save the men. Y'all can't say be feminine and then save me and jump in. I'm just saying there's so many mixed messages. Women don't know where to start. Should I save you? Should I nurture you? Like, it's so much. It's so much.
I'm not gonna be no superwoman. I'm not superwoman.
Okay, so listen, right, you're not. But guess what? Women have been incentivized on every level to be without a man, and they've taken from a man to give to a woman. How about that? So all these,
they're taking what?
Okay, so we're gonna start at the bottom. We're gonna start at low income. The low income women don't have to work. Listen to what I'm saying. They don't have to work because the government, I think I read today, they get up to $3,600 a month to stay at home if they have low to no income.
That's because they're a woman.
I'm just going. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. I'm just saying they get that in money. That's not housing and that's not food. That's just money. Okay, so they don't need a man. But guess what? They've been seeing that for generations. Their mama didn't have one. Their granddaddy didn't have, their grandmama didn't have one. There's been no men there. Y'all know who I'm talking about. The Project Girls, Pookie and Ray Ray's woman. We already said that. That's established. Now we're moving on to the average woman, the woman that may be making somewhere between $50,000 to $150,000. The average woman, she went to college. She got a degree. Maybe she didn't. But guess what? Now she's been incentivized. She's got jobs that will give her, that's places, corporations that will give her money just because she's a Black woman. There are business minorities that give her, because she's a woman, she's getting all kind of grants and everything just because she's a woman. They don't give that to Black men. So they've been taken out of a lot. They have a lot has been taken from the Black man because of this. So all I'm saying to you all is this. Well, don't let me forget the high earner, Miss Ebony. Miss Ebony now is 152 or so. So she got to have a man that's making 200 plus to be good enough for her. But guess what? Like Sheba said, she never asked the question. Just because the man was driving a bus didn't mean he wasn't a millionaire. So already, that wasn't the case. Hold on.
Yama said he was not the owner of the bus. He enjoyed driving the bus.
No, he didn't have to be the owner. He didn't have to be the owner. He still could have been a millionaire. Some people just like doing stuff because they don't like to be at home. But my point I'm trying to make is this, though. The whole demeanor. Millionaires do that, especially retired ones. I got one right here, right now.
That wasn't the context. They were talking about his profession, what he does with a living, his social economic status.
No, they didn't.
It had nothing to do with. He's a one-off millionaire that drives city buses because he's passionate about it. Like for real.
No, she didn't say that. She said, "So would you date?" No, that she took it that way, and then it made it about money.
A bus driver.
You're right. Okay,
you created context that was correct.
You're correct. No. It was not there. So I did the same thing you did. I had my own perception of what was going on, but we're gonna move on. But my point I'm trying to make is that doesn't keep that bus driver, whether it's his income or not. They make $120,000 these days too. He could have been an outstanding man, but it just wasn't good enough. So again, she herself has taken herself out of the market for a nice black man or a good black man that she could encourage and what have you. And like someone said earlier, they could open up a darn law firm together if she could just see her way through whatever fog she's seeing through. Because guess what? The white man didn't work for her either, because that was her fiance. That's who she left. Right. So my whole point is we got all these black women that can't find a man and they're very angry. And we got all these black men who love to have a wife, but they can't find one because the women are not wives. And we're still not building each other up. We're supposed to. We are supposed to. I don't know why you just keep missing each other. And it's all about, well, I ain't gonna say all, but mostly it comes down to money. Men have been taken out of it. Y'all, why don't y'all see that? Why can't y'all see the fact that y'all are working so
every black
hard?
man is a husband and he's ready to treat a black woman right. There's a black woman.
I'm not saying nothing about every. There have been terrible black men and terrible black women for the beginning of time. I'm just saying
these women are not wives. You never said, and some of these men are not husbands.
Well, the same thing. If there have been terrible, mean people, black women and men from beginning, it's not nothing new. I'm saying the ones that don't have to be. Why can't we recognize what our men have gone through? Why won't we just take a minute, recognize what they've gone through, and figure out that in all our independence that we have, it's not doing us no good.
I think when you see mothers visiting prisons and baby mamas taking their kids to prisons every day, women taking charges from men, I think they've done that. I think they are recognizing that. Women sacrifice every day for men. So let's not sit back and act like black women have turned their back on black women. There's a lot of black women that have sacrificed the self-esteem for men, their finance, their cars. There's black women that let black men drop them off at their job while they drive their car around, supposedly looking for a job every day. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you, but maybe it's just not enough. Maybe it's just not enough.
Well, so you want her to be the man or you want her to be the woman?
Whatever it takes. I don't know. Because she's going to either be with him and encourage him. Because I wouldn't have a man that I talk junk about. That makes no sense. If I got a man that I'm going to let drive my car, I'm going to encourage him. I am going to encourage him to be the best man he can be, because otherwise it makes no sense. You don't need to have a man to take care of him. That's defeating the whole purpose. And if you got one you're taking care of, that means you're too independent. And again, you're out of line.
No, even Ayana says she can't build a man. That's something that a man has to do.
I didn't say anything about building a man, but
I said Iyanla. I'm not talking about you.
Though. You can
but
build with him.
As an elder, slid that in.
Go ahead, Rick.
Can I read the super chats?
You want to? Sure.
Yeah. So we can move past.
Go right ahead, man.
My work is done. Matthew Washington, $5. Shout out to SB and Queen Sheba. Great show tonight. Thank you, Trio, for conducting these great conversations. Much appreciated. Appreciate you, bro. Billy the Kid, what's good, Bill? You said, hey, my family, love and respect. 100. Got you, boy. What's good with you? That lits. $5. It's crazy. It's easy to talk about everything a man should be bringing. The moment it's bought what a woman needs to bring, you get a bunch of Queen Jaja with the super sticker. Thank you,
Jaja.
Contribution. Appreciate you. Fantasy Island Girl, Trill and Illusato are absolutely right. $2. Prophecy, what's good, my boy? He said, nah, he would go insane. He been chasing her for damn near 40 years. It would be bad in the news if she leave him. Homie was a super order. He'll probably shoot her on Facebook. Let's go. Fantasy Island Girl said, $50. Big baller shot caller. Spending all the lunch money. He said, Ricky, validation is not necessarily validating your entire being. I disagree. It's also affirming a person's feelings are valid. When he got money, she did want him, meaning the feeling she wanted him, just not poor, was valid. We don't want broke man. Right. She met him at the finish line. Same shit. Next question.
He was not at the finish line.
How you gonna say he wasn't at the finish line when she said yes?
He was not at the finish line. His career was nowhere near where it is now.
He was rich, wasn't he? Was he rich?
She had money. She had niggas with money. She wasn't worried about that.
That's not the question.
She wasn't worried about that.
You can't argue if you're reading it.
No, I'm trying to. She wasn't saying I was reading them. I was reading them.
You gotta go, Ricky.
Right? So again, she married him once he was a millionaire. Grits treats for $5. If you gonna meet me at the finish line, you better make sure I'm finishing every time I see you. What y'all say? Apply pressure, constant effort. Shout out to you, Grit. Appreciate it. Al was good. He said, how was $1,700 in the bank and $20 million in tax debt to finish line? That's what he had when they got married. Same shit.
Same shit.
That's the same shit. 1,700 in the bank. That's it. That's the finish line.
That's rich people problems. Daryl Long.
Damn, I've been at the
$5.
finish line for years now. $1,700.
$1 million tax. That's a rich people problem. Is that ain't my problem? I ain't got $1 million tax.
Yeah, but you broke. You real broke.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You say you know rich people. Daryl Long. These men want domination by default. They don't want to earn anything. The simp god. Whatever, nigga. Next up. Marcus Evans. Thanks for pointing out, Ricky. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks, man. Curvy Girl World. Jimmy C. She said Steve had 10 million tax bill when he married Marjorie. She stayed and supported him throughout it. Okay. That's the chat I was saying. Marcus Evans said, thank you for dissecting that, trio. The scientist.
A tax lien. We don't know what tax lien. Okay. All right.
Marcus Evans. SB. All I'm going to say is you were spitting nothing but facts. Now, not all we're meant to get. May the Most High bless you. Marcus again with his lunch money. Davon, what's good? He said, clearly y'all don't know the history and the slick stuff the government has done to us as black men. COINTELPRO isn't a fairy tale. They execute a plan. They did it to everybody, bro. They did it to everybody. Don't trip. The message, $10. Sheba, respectfully, talking about a man's heart ain't changing the damn thing. Let's stop tap dancing around the issues men have with women's behavior.
Let's stop around the issues.
Prophecy to Savior, 20 ball. One more thing. If a woman looks down on a man who works an honest living and are the backbone of this country, never look down on those who are essential workers. Without these men, the country would not exist. G Firm HT, $2. Love you, SB.
Thank you. Love you.
Al, again, the problem is y'all only look at the extremes. Agreed. Grid Streets again, $2. I guess understanding costs $100K plus bill. Yeah, and a nice car too. Don't forget that. Marcus Evans, $5 again. He said everything is gonna come around to the men. It all makes sense now. It's always our fault, dog. I keep trying to tell you. That's why you need to move the way you want to move.
That's how it works.
Miss Parker, $2. OT, are we keeping you up? Yes, sir. Billy the Kid.
You've been asleep for 45 minutes.
He said lack of understanding is the biggest problem. I think O mastered how to sleep with his eyes open.
He got those Tom and Jerry glasses.
He literally been asleep for 45 minutes.
Fantasy Island Girl, $5. When a white man's wife plays a significant role, they get flowers too. They say that all the time. I'm not white, so I don't care.
So why use them as an?
I didn't use them. Y'all did. Lost in Translation
Now, you can't be an angry moderator now.
Oh, yes, I can.
You're taking away the fun from the
show. He's saying women take credit for a man's success, but never his demise. Thank you, Lost in Translation. Appreciate you. Eli, $5. Steve's relationship struggles weren't about him being the provider. It was about him being faithful. What's his advice in regards to that?
I didn't watch the whole clip, so I don't know.
Me neither. Prophecy to Save at $10 again. He said, SMH, that is not what Ricky's saying. He is saying that a black woman is always credited with the success of a black man, but you will never hear the reverse. Keep up, panel.
I agree.
Philosophical, $5. He said, when men speak their mind, they're angry. When women disrespect men, you don't know what she's been through. These women are full of it.
God. Don't go on panels if you don't know how to debate. God forbid.
We was in a mood today. We seen it when he first came.
Prophecy to Savior, another 10 ball. He said, SMH. Oh, that we read that already, big dog. Al said, nah, Bill Gates was already a billionaire when Melinda was his employee when they met.
He wasn't a billionaire. Yes, she was his employee, but he was not no billionaire when they met.
I thought he was a coder.
He was a multi-millionaire. He was a multi-millionaire.
He had millions, but he was not a billionaire, and he was nowhere near.
It gotta be that B on it. It gotta be the billions. Next up,
Oh,
Big Ant, what's good with you? He said, when I look at Marjorie and Lori, my mind goes back to the words of the late and great Bernie Mac, that neither one ain't worth two dead flies and some boo-boo.
Why are we talking about Bernie Mac and dead in the same?
Devon again was good. He said the top 12 richest women in the world all inherited their money from divorce. Prophecy again. He said $10. He said this is why it's important to let people finish before interjecting. But God forbid I point this out. This is why I will keep saying allow people to finish, listen to understand, and not to respond.
Baby, we'll be here all night.
Thank you for your $10.
Daryl Long again. Calm down, Jamal. Don't grab the 9. Devon again, 12 of the richest women all got it from divorce. Tyson said Uncle Ricky is boosting our super chat. Show Lamb, put another one up so I can chop it up. Fantasy Island girl again. What's good, sis? She said you need help to succeed. That's facts. You don't need help to fail, Ricky. Stop the crap. Yes, you do sometimes, nigga. Don't lie to yourself.
No, sometimes you can be stupid and just.
Sometimes you can, but sometimes a person can be your demise. That's a fact. Don't lie now.
Now,
Derek
Ricky,
Lawton,
That's true too.
Derek Lawton with the $20 ball. You know what I'm saying? I'm lying now. Y'all lie too much. That's the problem.
No, both are true. Both are true. That's true.
Derek Lawton, $20. Appreciate you, big dog. Fantasy Island girl again. We just read that again. She was lying. I wish I should have put a cap on. Al, $5 again. If I gotta build it all the way before you come, then you can stay outside. I don't need you after I already built it.
Okay, well, jack off then.
Facts.
oh my God, y'all cannot tear up these people's super chats. Come on,
Al
y'all.
again.
Y'all gotta stop.
Al again. Look, Al,
This
let's
man
go.
living this life. I don't need no
Al, let's
women.
go, my
I got
boy.
successful without women. I don't need women now.
Al,
It's
go
just me and my dick.
Let's go, my boy.
Okay. Okay.
He said Bill Gates
Shut up.
became a billionaire in 1987. He married in 1994. Uncle Rick, can you read us a bedtime story, please, hon? Please. Okay, Gil.
You're gonna keep sending the super chat so he can keep reading.
Marcus Evans said, SB, all I'm gonna say is you were spitting nothing but facts. Not all were meant to get it. May the Most High bless you, sis. He has already.
Thank you.
Real Streets, SB jump $5. SB getting jumped for asking one item of the 5 on behalf of me. They still ain't gave us that 5. Yeah, again, the 5 puts the woman in a full Nelson,
The
undefeated.
5 of what?
They still ain't gave us
I
that
don't
5
know
from
what
last
you're
week. You remember that, Trill?
Oh.
You had the 5 on
The
still ain't got that 5.
We're still on sex.
I don't know what it is.
I know. Marcus, $5. Big facts, XB. Ow, $2. Thank you, SB. God dang, y'all be giving up some money. Hey,
They
Trill,
do.
can let me hold some?
I think Marcus. Marcus got a lot of money.
He said, Marcus, again, thank you for the cap, Ron.
We know Marcus is committed.
Yeah.
He said, who Uncle Rick, man? Let me tell you, man, when I was little, I went through a lot. No, let's keep going. $2. Grid Streets again, $5. Women spending 40 minutes on one item of the 5 again instead of just agreeing. We on the street, Trill undefeated. Grizz, let's go.
I'm not understanding.
Marcus again, $5. He say, so it's fair to say I'm not the only one that pays attention. Hey, attention is free, but it's expensive. I'm telling you. It's free, but it's expensive.
You pay special attention, Marcus, and we appreciate
Sayara,
that.
you remember last
Shout
week
out to all the super chats.
when the men say they may ask for 5 things over a decade. We stopped at 6 and we couldn't even agree on that. So they're saying now we still can't get another one in, and they've asked us for one more thing and we still can't get it. So they're just letting us know where we are.
I tried to tell them.
We understood.
You did.
We understood, though.
You did, Drew. We understand. We understand. Yeah.
We understood.
Hold on. We got some more. PD with the 2 ball say Bill Gates was worth $1.25 billion in 1987 when he met Melinda.
Boy.
Gates just showing Lucky love, showing the crew love. We appreciate you, big dog, pulling up with us, kicking it with us, man. All right, man. I think Grid Street 2 ball. I don't understand.
We don't either.
That's real.
Sure don't.
All right, man.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
So in regards to what they were talking about before, it's like my feeling right now is that women are not appreciating the bare minimum that men do just because it's expected. So they're coming like, okay, that's what you're supposed to do. So that's no longer appreciated. And I think it's something that men will still appreciate if they were recognized for as small as the bare minimum, as small as like opening the door for a woman. Now it's like, oh, that's what the man is supposed to do. But they forget that the lady's supposed to say, thank you, very kind. So, small things like that I just feel like people forget that small efforts need to be appreciated. And that's something that men need in a way. That's it.
Yeah, man. I think it all boils down to gratitude at the end of the day. A lot of men don't feel gratitude within a relationship. Like I've literally heard women say in these debates, whether on these panels or in real life, and I battle the sexes, they be talking about like, why should I reward a fish for swimming? In terms of what Syed was just talking about, it's like, yeah, you're supposed to open the door. You're supposed to pay for the dates. You're supposed to do these things. Why am I patting you on the back for that? But like I always say, failing to realize that if you analyze the field, most men are not doing these things. Most men are not taking you out. Most men are hitting you in the DMs with eye emojis and saying, pull up to the crib so you can get that guac guac. Oh, it's 12 o'clock. That guac guac 3000. You know what I'm saying? According to, situations like that. So with that, as men, what that does is that decreases his willingness to go above and beyond and be chivalrous and fall on the sword, as what we was talking about earlier. But if men felt like they was getting that proper gratification, then it would be more of that. But fact is that it's not. And these is men that's within relationships. I ain't talking about just bitter men who can't get women or whatever. I'm talking about men who get within a relationship and he doing his thing. He faithful. He taking care of her. He be pouring into it. He building up things of that nature. And he not getting the 5 simple things, like I said, that I spoke about last time. And it wasn't necessarily naming the 5, but it's just like, women have a lot of requests for men, a lot of demands for men. But men, we simple creatures. If you can do 5 things for a man, and one day we gonna name these 5. I think Bro came real close earlier with the super chat. But naming these 5 things, if you can do those 5 things consistently, a man will run through a brick wall for you. The fact is, a lot of men don't feel like they're getting those 5. The 5 simple things that we ask for. Y'all ask us to do 100 things. Going back to what I said earlier about the superhero thing. A man is going to make something out of nothing. It don't matter that you asked me to do 15 things last week. You asked me for something new today. You my woman. I see it's important for you. We're going to figure it out. We're going to find a way to do it. But when the man gets to expressing what it is that he wants or what it is that he demands, it's not that same fervor. It's not that same energy. It's not that same, you know what I'm saying? Okay, let me make something out of nothing. You know what I'm saying? Or you may do it this one time, but it's not consistent. And then when a man complains about those things, then our complaints get put in the category of trivial. So, that's what they're speaking to when they talk about the 5 things. Men don't ask for much, but most women are not willing to give him even the few things that he asks for on a consistent basis, and then complain about the man not being the man that he needs to be within a relationship. And that has to be fixed. Men voice our concerns rarely. And when they do, a lot of times they're not taken seriously. If we're going to keep it real here.
5 is a lot.
I do take it seriously. I take all grievances seriously.
But the action on the back end of taking it serious, what that look like?
The 14-day rule. It takes 14 days to develop a habit. So in about that much time frame, I should have incorporated it into my life.
So then you agree with us, but you know what the unfortunate fact is? Is that they'll do what we asking them to do for 14 days. And then on the back end of that 14 days, things go right back to status quo.
No, it's a habit now.
It's 21 to 28 days, actually, not 14.
21 days.
Right.
Sorry.
Which is the thing. It should be a habit, but it's not. And on top of it not being a habit, on top of you reverting back to status quo, the man just got to eat that more times than not. Or he will just eat that more times than not. Instead of just continuing to drag it, what are you doing? Why ain't you giving me what I asked you? Things of that nature. Man, to just eat that. In comparison to women, if she asking you to do something and it ain't getting done, she riding your ass until you do it. And if you slack off, I'm reminding you of what we agreed to, staying on you 24/7, blah, 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 but don't have the same energy when it comes to providing these things, that the 5 simple things that a man is asking for. And that's a problem. And then when a man speaks up, he gets crucified for speaking up about it. That's a problem.
No, you definitely shouldn't be crucified for speaking up about it. But I think that we should both discuss how we are dealing with each other's grievances. Like, we both have to be on the same page about the time frame that we're going to give each other to work it out, to do it, what the consequences are if this isn't adhered to by a certain time frame. Like anything else, like you don't pay this month, okay, you can work out a payment plan. If you don't pay next month, then no more payment plan. You have to pay all in full. And then if you after the 7 days, they're cutting your shit off. You know what I mean? Like like we talk about what that progression looks like. We set it up and we sit by it.
Which I agree. And that right there is why I put onus on the men. in terms of standing on what it is that we demand. Like, we literally got to be willing to walk away and cut the woman off completely if she's not giving us what it is that we want, what it is that we demand. And we shouldn't feel guilty for that, which is the thing about men, like, which is why you don't see most men in relationships. That's why I hate when that 80% divorce, women file for divorce, 80% clip, all that, blah, 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 blah. And 50% of those marriages, the man gave up on it already. Let's just call it spade.
Years
I
ago.
think y'all become too pampered. Like, I don't remember my grandpa and them complaining so much about women. Like, I think y'all have become so pampered and privileged, and nobody wants to work. And you didn't give me my 15, so I'm not trying to be funny, but like, women are quitting, men are quitting, everybody's quitting. Ain't nobody willing to do shit no more. So
Well, I
let's
just think-
call it quit.
No, I agree with that, Queen, though. My dad and grandfather were just man of few words. They just didn't go back and forth like that. I didn't grow up like that.
And that's why those men died at 57.
I was just about to say that.
But they died, y'all died
Still
young
living.
by gun
Hold on.
violence.
Still living over here. But
what I'm saying is that a lot of those men in that past had grievances that they just held on to and didn't speak on it. And that shit is not healthy for you, even though they did it and they was bravado, and we respect them for doing it. But that man died with from stress. It wasn't even old age. It was just having to carry this shit and not getting nothing in return as far as reciprocity in terms of what it is that he wants, not your duties to the household, because those are two totally different things. I'm talking about specifically to what he wants. See, a man, when he comes to the relationship, his duties to the household get done, no questions asked, right? But also on top of that, we do what it is that you guys want. So needs are being met, wants are being met. But on the opposite end, it's not the
So
case.
women are doing
And that
everything
right
wrong.
there
We killed our
is-
grandpa.
And
No,
that
but
right
that's-
there is the reason. That right there is the reason that a
True.
lot of men don't have that diehard, just
Understanding.
dedication, fall on the sword type of energy, is because they watched their grandfathers die at 57 from stress, and they said, I'm not doing that shit. So if you're not giving me what it is that I want, on top of not the need for the household, what I want to, then we're gonna have an issue.
it was stress, but it was probably heart disease from bad diet, if we want to be honest, per the statistics. But also
And who
another
was
thing is
cooking it?
a lot of men, I think,
Who
sometimes
was
don't
cooking it?
want to cause the issue for their own personal reasons. One, they just don't want to deal with like the argument. They don't want to have the conversation. They don't want to do the back and forth, so they'll just let it slide. Two, if they cause a problem in an issue, more than likely I'm not getting no ass tonight. So you know what? I'm just gonna leave this one alone because I don't really want to go through. Instead of saying, you know what, we might be on odds for a few days, but I need to address this. They'll just let it go and go upstairs and get in the bed and for their own personal reasons, like not want to cause a problem. So let's not act like it's always it's for other people. Sometimes it's for, I just don't want to be annoyed by it. And I don't want to not get sex. And I don't want to,
But see, you're right. As a matter of fact, 1,000% right. But the issue is the consequences being delved out, right? Why are they being delved out if what I'm telling you is some real shit that you need to fix in order for our relationship to be sustained? But let's just flip it in reverse. Say you come to me with grievances, right?
Mhm.
There's some shit that I don't want to hear necessarily, but I'm not going to stop my duties to you because I don't like what you said, especially if it's true. Bills are still getting paid. I'm still taking care of the kids. I'm still pouring into you. I'm still building you up. Your lifestyle don't change at all in terms of your wants and needs. But with men, we got to deal with cold shoulder. We got to deal with no sex. We got to deal with you not cooking. We got to deal with consequences simply because you don't like what I said. Not that what I said is not true, but because it hurts your feelings. And that's wrong.
And sex is connected to feelings for women. And you already said y'all don't want the starfish. You want me to be all into you, but I'm not feeling you.
But hold
right
on.
So I'm gonna starfish it for you.
got you.
And now you got a problem with that.
I got you.
Pick one.
I got you. And that's the same thing I tell y'all. Please pick a lie. So again, the same thing. Queen Sheba said just a couple minutes ago. Well, I'm sorry, Kayla. She was like, my grandpa never complained, but at the same time on these panels, when y'all say a man should open up and voice his grievances and talk to y'all.
I was the grandchild, so he didn't complain in front of us. I don't know what conversations they had in their marital bed, but in front of the family, he didn't complain.
That's not the point. The point that was made is that, again, that men didn't complain, right? So again, to y'all, a traditional man is a man that don't complain, correct?
No.
But just take
No,
the
I
shit.
didn't say complain. I meant
No,
be like go back and forth and be like
I'm
have
asking
combative
questions.
conversations.
I'm asking questions, right? So again, I wish somebody pick a lie. That's the same thing y'all say about me, and that's why I don't get none of y'all no slack. Please pick a story.
I said what I said. I did not see my mom. I
Not to you,
didn't
Kayla.
see
This
men
not to
being
you, Kayla. It's
combative.
not to you, Kayla. For real, I'm all I'm doing is pointing out the hypocrisies I keep seeing on these chats. Right? Everybody, please pick a lie and stick with it. That's all I'm saying. Right? So either you want your man to voice your opinions to you so you can make the changes, or he should shut up and be stoic.
He should voice his opinion.
Hold on. Okay. So let's not be saying, oh, y'all always complaining. We trying to tell you what's wrong.
And that's fine. You can do that. And whatever the fallout of that is what it is. Now the mood isn't there tonight. We're going to sleep. That's just what it is.
And that right there is a problem.
So how
How
can
is
we?
that a problem? If she is not feeling you, if she's not turned on and she's not feeling like sex, and you won't accept starfish or bent over, then what do we do? What is going to happen?
Because your attitude should not be that way. Because
But that's not how sex works with women when you hurt their feelings.
No. Because you should understand the source of where this information is coming from. This ain't coming from a nigga on the street.
It's beyond that.
This coming from your man. So at the end of the day, you should be able to put in context what it is that I'm saying and what it and who's saying it. Just like you're talking about, we ain't doing that because the situation is combative. It wouldn't be combative if your ass could accept the truth that I'm telling you. But you want to argue. You want to challenge it. You want to go back and forth and press the issue. No, what I'm saying is 1,000% right. You don't want to hear it. So that makes it combative. It doesn't have to be combative. You just accept what I'm saying and get it done.
But it's not, and I get that, but it's not always like that. I literally like sometimes I get a call the next day, baby. You know what you said does make a lot of sense, and you know what? Maybe you're right about that. Blah blah blah. Sometimes it's not immediate right then that night. We go snap, go back and acting like everything's fine right the fuck now. Sometimes it's not that. Maybe it might be tomorrow morning where I've thought about it or you've thought about it. And now you've come to terms with it. But to say, I said what I said, you deal with it, and let's move on. And we got to get back to how things was 2 seconds ago. I mean, is that realistic for like living day?
Shit.
My thing is this though. My thing is this. Can we get that same grace in terms of making the changes? That's all I ask. If y'all need 2-3 days to voice y'all grievances, challenge us, go back and forth, things of that nature, cold shoulder, no sex. When y'all ask us to get them shoes out the middle of the floor, or when y'all ask us, hey, baby, you're not being romantic, give me that same 14, 21 days that's going to take you to break that habit. But the fact is, we don't get that grace. It's
You said
you got Keisha down the street.
What's the problem? And that's wrong.
I said the next day or hours later, not 14, 21 days. I'm saying like the next day.
Okay, so again, when y'all ask us for stuff, and we don't do it right then. You come in, we watching the game or we playing the game, and you say, "Hey, baby, can you please take this trash out?" Yeah, I take it out tomorrow, man. I'm on the game. I'm trying to process things. I don't like the way you spoke to me, so I need a day to process it. I ain't taking trash out until tomorrow or maybe the day after, until I feel like that I could come to you and say, you know what, baby, you're right. The trash should be taken out, and it is my duty. But the way you said it rubbed me the wrong way. So I'm gonna take my 48 hours to process it, and then I'll take it out. Are you saying that type of situation is going to?
So let me just say this. So ladies, your man is saying.
We'll see how long it takes you to take it out.
So hold on.
To the panel. I mean to the.
Yeah, I'm just talking to ladies. If that were to happen, your man is actually saying, "Don't you like me? Don't you love me? And sex will make it better." That's what he's actually saying. Don't you like me? I'm your man. Or could you possibly love me? I'm your man. And I bet you this sex will make it better. So just submit and you'll see. That's what they're actually trying to say. No, that ain't okay.
I'm trying to say what I'm telling you to do.
Do you like your partner
right.
every single night of years and years and years? I mean,
yes.
No, I said like or love.
You
don't. But the sex will make it better. That's what he's trying to get you to. The sex will make it better, and it really does. We just have to submit.
It's gonna make what better?
Women are people, y'all.
Oh, if sex don't make it better, then I don't know.
No, just submit your body.
Even
though you're upset, you've been crying, you're not attracted to him, you don't even like the sight of him.
What you was
Oh,
crying about?
I didn't know y'all was doing all that. Okay,
What you was
that
crying
sound
about?
like y'all in different bedrooms.
What you was
That sound
crying
like
about? What you was crying about?
Crying about
Whatever
you
the
being wrong.
situation was, y'all
Right,
got
because
into
you
an
was wrong.
argument
Because
or
you
a
was
fight.
We crying
wrong.
about you being wrong.
Because
Everybody
you was
is
That's what
wrong.
we
Didn't want to
talking
admit
about.
it.
Hold on, who in
That's
different
whatever it
who in
is.
different
To
It hurt
say
your
rooms?
that you
feelings.
should
It hurt your
dictate,
feelings. You were so
say
I
that,
wrong.
want to be
say
like
that
Judge
you
Mathis.
should,
Who was in different rooms?
if we was
say that you should
crying, if
dictate how
we started
somebody else.
crying, we done separated. We in different rooms by that time. I didn't know we was crying. I thought we just had a disagreement. Forgive me.
Wild part is, SB, she
Whatever it is,
crying
how can
because
you
she
dictate?
wrong.
Right. And
Yeah,
she'll
but
cry to
how
get out the
can
argument.
you?
She'll
Let's
cry
How
to end the
can
let's
argument.
move past that.
No,
That's
You're
how they end
crying
it.
in
I
the
didn't say who, but
situation
I didn't say
because
who was
you're
right or wrong.
wrong.
Can I ask y'all a question?
We
Can I
talking
ask y'all a
about
question?
constructive criticism and you
Okay.
being upset and not receiving
Can
it
I ask a
and
question?
processing it and going on with
And
it.
if
You
that's what
take
it is
it and
tonight,
you
that's what it
cry.
is. We'll talk
I have one
tomorrow.
question for the entire panel, and just give the time frame.
I'm not
When
good
you
at
fight
faith.
with your spouse, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, whoever, how long do it take y'all to come back together after a spat, whether you agree or disagree? Kayla, time frame. When you're on your mad shit.
No longer than 24 hours. We gotta
Okay.
resolve it within the next day, the latest.
Trill.
Hey, man. No comment. No.
He's the one that gets mad. He's the one. He's the one.
Look, man,
Oh,
my
shit.
ego.
OT hiding in the bushes.
My
You're just like
ego.
being in the man cave for 3 days if that's what it takes.
My ego can get the best of me sometimes.
Okay.
But caveat, if what she's telling me is right, I'm not gonna get mad at her. But go ahead. Continue.
But okay, OT peeking out the bushes. OT, how long?
30 minutes.
You on mute.
30 minutes.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Security
good.
boss.
I'm probably about a couple of hours.
Okay, that's good.
Couple of hours.
Lucky.
Yeah.
You said, how long do I stay mad?
Well, for y'all to come back together, just for you to be like, you know what?
We need a little moment.
Love is better than
Actually, during that conversation, if we could reach an understanding during the conversation, I don't really get that mad.
Okay, so in the moment. Ronan.
I say at the moment, at the worst, 6 months.
What? 6 months after a fight?
I've done it before. When I see repeated offenses, like, you know what, talking ain't gonna work. So let me shut the fuck up and stay over here.
So when you all broke up,
That's how I break up. Just
wait, y'all about to say y'all broke up and then you see her again in 6 months?
No, she complained that we weren't having sex for like 3 months. I said, like, no, since we're going through this goofy shit. If I can't fuck with you, I don't want to fuck you. I'm cool.
Oh, so you were withholding sex for 3 months?
I wasn't holding sex. If it's whack, I'm not holding sex. I got dick.
Talking about an argument, Ronan. Damn.
Yeah, we're talking about an argument with your significant other or your partner.
You got
Now,
problems.
if we have a reciprocal relationship, it does not take long at all. I can get upset. I'd rather you tell me the truth. Brutally honest.
But I guess I'm confused. What's making you upset?
Like I said, if I tell something and someone blatantly does,
Well, I'm saying in general for the conversation, just listening. Because if somebody is, I know we all don't like to hear something that we don't like to hear, but it's just like a fat person knowing they're fat, but they don't want nobody to call them fat. If I'm telling you, hey, you need to lose weight, you know it's the truth. So what are you mad at?
Well, it's not just the need to lose weight. Is if you're wearing that same old tired wig and it smells like a raccoon's ass, and you want me to cuddle you in the bed, I'm not doing it.
What?
Right, but if you tell her I don't like this wig because it's a raccoon wig, I guess I'm trying to confuse. What is the reason for her getting mad to where it has to even carry on into?
I said it smelled like heated roadkill.
It wasn't really for you. I was just saying this.
You said that to her, Ronan?
I did seriously said that. It smells like heated roadkill. I'm not gonna spoon you at night fucking smelling that shit. I'm cool.
Oh my God.
Damn.
Oh. Ricky, you want me to go to Ricky?
That's what I'm saying. If somebody talking to you like that, you'd be like, let's have sex.
Well, the thing is, I hate repeating it. I can sit there, suggest it, and then you talking about tone and delivery. Now you're being deliberate. Now I gotta say in a tone that's very offensive. Since that,
I think you could have just surprised her with a wig in the mail and said, "Hey, babe, maybe we should."
Well, Kayla, okay, so if you tell your man something about his how he is in the bed or just something like that can be a shot at his ego or his confidence, do you still expect him to sleep with you?
Maybe not that night, but at least tomorrow. Tomorrow you should have to get over it by tomorrow. That's why I feel like sometimes the next day I'm not a grudge holder. Like, it's a new day and let's move on. Unless
I think holding anything past the conversation would be considered a grudge. Not necessarily. You could be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, because it's like, what are you holding on to? If y'all together and you want them to be honest, unless you're saying, I want him to lie to me on some things, because then it creates a man feeling like I can't fully tell her the truth because she's going to get upset. And if I want some pussy tonight, I might just withhold this information.
Well, the thing, Lucky, is what I was telling you, when I was dealing with someone who was outright inflexible. So that's where it came down to. If someone is cooperative, and again, they have, they have their issues, but we can come together, have a healthy conversation, talk about it. It won't take me long at all. But if I know you're trying to stonewall and do all this gaslighting and silly shit, hey, I've heard somebody say, like, you go low, I go straight to hell. The 7 circles. So I'll do that. But then again, it lets you know you got to let that person go. But that was a whole different person then. Nowadays, I have 2 bullshit minutes. Once it gets past that, I got to either get away from you, I got to find a resolution. So
I think if it's serious, sometimes you need to work it out before you have sex. I've been in a relationship for many, many years, engaged to someone where, we would say we talk it out and and then we have sex and then we act like everything's fine and it never really gets resolved. I think you have to really resolve it no matter how uncomfortable it is. Sit in it. We may not like each other the night. We got to deal with it. And you know what I mean? Really fucking deal with it. Not like, yeah, okay. Oh, babe, can you do that for me? Of course, babe. Blah, blah, blah. And then y'all lay down. No, have hard conversations. Deal with it. Some feelings may be hurt, whatever the case may be. And
but that'll turn you on, Kayla, like when you and your man reach a different level of connection where y'all can actually be truthful and he can wipe your whatever you felt, and it's like, what, this man fuck with me. Like, that doesn't make
of course, but most times people withhold the truth because they know it's no surprise. They don't hold the truth because they want to hold the truth. They withhold the truth because they know that truth is going to upset their partner.
Well, this is to your point.
But it could be because it's not.
They've been keeping it because they know whatever that is.
Or they know you're gonna get upset, and they don't want to deal with the back and forth.
Is it the truth though? Is it the truth? Because that's all that shit matter, right?
Yeah.
Y'all say y'all don't want to be lied to. Keep it there. What I say last week.
Yeah, I do want you to.
Y'all say y'all won't nobody lie, nobody keep it thorough. Then you need to learn to contain your feelings.
Well, shit. That's
like I said, again, y'all want to have these discussions about nature, right? Where men fight their nature every day. We go out here and we break our backs for the woman we love. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You still able to put yourself, well, I'm a girl and my emotions and no, fuck that. You a grown ass woman.
Grow the fuck up.
So women are not supposed to be emotional. They're just
no, you can be emotional, but you still can exercise emotional intelligence when you do.
Of course, but I'm saying women still, their emotions are connected to sex. So to try to act like it's not.
My emotions are connected to my wallet.
Most men's are. Their money go where their value is. So you're right. I get that. But a lot of women's emotions are connected to the sex, and they give out sex based on how they're feeling emotionally. And that's
this is your point, Taylor. This thing is like having that time to sit there and basically heal and do all these things. I don't want to go to bed angry. If there's an issue, we're gonna be up and we're gonna sit there and get this thing done. If we can't, hey, we gotta give it a little time until we fucking get this resolved. Because the last thing I want to do is sit there and carry that over to the next day. So that's my mindset on the things. But the whole thing about trying to weaponize sex, that's where things get real.
Nobody's weaponizing sex. What I'm saying is don't weaponize sex against her. If she's telling you she's not in a place for sex, she's not in the mood, she's not in the space mentally, emotionally, physically, none of it. Who are you to say that she should be? Don't weaponize it against her. Well, because you're my wife.
I'm your husband. You should be.
Okay, so what does that mean? Because you're his wife.
Okay, can I pick and choose and say, you know what, I'm stressed
You should
out.
comply
You take care
every
of your
single
own bills
time
this month.
because he wants you to.
Yeah, like
You know, we're going
I
on.
don't know.
How your wife feels doesn't
Bro,
matter.
let's
She should
talk.
comply every single time,
I
regardless.
didn't answer the
I want to. Can I? Okay,
That's
go
not
ahead.
realistic. No married couple will say that. It's
I love
plenty
that.
of
Say
times.
what? No married couple will say
that.
what? We'll say what?
Will say that they comply to their husband's or wife being in
most
the
married
mood
couples
every
aren't
single time that person's
happy.
in the mood.
Yes,
Right.
they are. They are. But
Most married
but
couples.
let me talk about. I don't know what most married. When your man loves you, and if you say I've had a bad day and I'm stressed, and that's not something you do often, he's gonna pause and take care of you emotionally. If he loves you,
Of course.
your husband.
You're muted.
If your husband and you come home and you say, I'm stressed, I don't know about what these other men do. I'm talking about your husband. I don't know about all of this stuff. Your husband. I'm not talking about no nigga you with, some bum guy. I'm talking about your husband that stared at you and looked at you in front of your family. The man that got on his knee and asked you to marry him. We're not talking about some situation shit and all of that sex in exchange for all of this. Your husband. And you come home and you say, I've had a bad day and I'm stressed out. And he looking at you and he's like, that's not my wife. Your husband will pause to check on you emotionally. Period.
Of course.
Do you
That's not
think
what I
the
was-
wife,
that's
if
not what
she
I was
loved
saying.
her husband, she would listen to her husband's concerns without first making him feel like he's wrong?
Absolutely. Most
Okay,
of
I
yeah,
just
absolutely.
wanted to
Most
see
times
if
she say, "How are you? How are your day?" When he say good, she's like, "No, you just said good." Most of them dig. Yeah, it's a love and a. But I'm talking about married couples. I don't know what they do dating anymore. But yeah, when y'all love each other, you notice in quiet moments, you be like something's off of him. He didn't take his lunch to work, or he brought it back. Whatever. But ain't
But
nobody
that's
trying to
being
hear that shit. Let's
emotionally.
get back to entertainment.
That's being
Because y'all don't care about
emotional.
that part.
No, they
Y'all don't
do
care
care
about
about
shit that women have to say. So let's go to the next part.
That's being
I
emotionally
think
available for
like
your
I think like we're comparing like married people or people that's been married for like years to people that is only been living together for a couple of months, and that's what they do like out of pettiness. Because I don't think I hear like actual wives that are we're holding, but that doesn't mean that men are forcing them to do something. Because I agree with Queen Shiva that if your husband loves you and cares for you, they're gonna be understanding that sometimes it's just not possible.
But I don't
And
feel
then
like people really care about when women
all
say
I'm
that
saying,
shit on
Sayeda.
these
That's
channels.
literally
They
all
don't
I'm
even
it's just that
care.
it's always taken to the extreme. It's always taken to
Yeah,
the
it's
extreme.
always
Like,
negativity.
Right.
yeah.
I'm
But
not.
you know
I'm not
what?
trying to make it like
Something I have
someone's
to
trying
say
to
is
hold
that
anything captive. But people have
anger.
different days, and
That's why I said let's get back to the entertainment piece.
Your
I have
partner's
to
not
say
always in the mood. Like that's
anger is an emotion, and it's a punishment that we do to our head and to our body for something that someone else did to us. So it's not even our fault, and we have to kind of like stop and think like, why am I angry for? I'm punishing my mind and my body because I am angry because someone else did something. So it's not my fault. A lot of people don't know how to process emotions, and they're not emotional intelligent. So they need to stop and say like, okay, I'm not angry. I'm actually disappointed, but this can be fixed. Like and we have to be real. Like a lot of people withhold sex, and I agree, Kayla, it is connected. If we love the person, it's hard for us to combine it. It is very hard, but people need to work on their emotions, and that's the solution. Women, work on your emotions so you can stop doing that. Simple as that.
I
These are
feel
great
like
topics.
that's unfair. When women talk, y'all get busy, y'all start doing other shit. When women try to talk and educate the audience, but when it's only the men that are experts, right? And I kind of think that's unfair to the women. You know what I'm saying? When they're trying to put out there to women, because y'all push y'all message about what y'all think about men and women, but when the women start talking, it's this and it's that, and y'all got to do better with that for real.
Well, with all due respect, these are
They
great
was
topics.
the one that said they didn't want the starfish or the bend over. It wasn't us. I was the one that said, here, get your starfish, get your bent over, do what you need to do. Y'all the one talking about, oh no, I don't want it if you ain't doing tricks.
That's true.
I told you I wasn't in the mood.
They will not
get
take
your
it.
bent
Yep.
over and deal with that. And if you don't want that, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't
I'm
want
not
it.
in the mood to do flips and shit.
What I
Imagine if
want,
the woman
what
had
I
to
want
pretend because
is
she's emotional and she just
Right.
has to
The woman
pretend to
is
be
required to pretend she's into it,
Yeah.
to be fake, to act like she's like literally. I mean, she's already faking half those them climaxes, and now you want her to fake that she's even enjoying any of it with you. when
Shit,
she's literally
hey, keep the lie going then, God damn it.
literally looking
Keep
at
the
the
lie
TV
going. You
waiting for
lying
the
anyway.
shit to be over.
You
She's
lying
literally
anyway.
her
Keep
little
the lie
keyboard
going.
thing, so
Keep
this
the lie
shit can be
going.
over.
Keep the lie going. You lying anyway. You might as well lie.
Say what?
Say
What?
keep the lie going. You lying anyway
What are you talking about?
about what you just said. You said half the women faking. Keep lying then.
It is a lot of women faking.
Now,
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Nikki, there's something
like
there's
the way-
something that is
why you
not.
would
I
think a
got my
man's
audience
ego-
tuned in. I don't like the way this
I
conversation
don't know why
is
you would
going. I
give
don't
a
do
man's
that.
ego the
Hello.
satisfaction.
Can I say something real quick? I have heard
Then,
that there's
then let's stop bringing it up in conversation if that's not your
no, but there's
stance.
there's another scenario on the
women
other
at
side.
large.
Hold on. I have a scenario on the other side where men are actually effing up. They're going out every night. They're or every weekend. They're drinking. They're spending money, overspending. And I'm saying because I know a couple that is going through this. He's doing all these things that he's not supposed to, and then he wants to come home, and he wants her to be the wife, but he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing as a husband. So isn't that the same thing?
He's coming home expecting sex after being outside acting crazy.
Yeah, and he's not doing what he's supposed to do as a man. That's what I'm saying. Like if a woman is supposed to be your wife and everything,
Is she
and give you
married?
sex, yes, and then
Then this don't change for me, sir. I'm even killed. I'm not gonna change. If he's not a husband, leave him. If he's not a husband, leave. Why are you putting yourself? You can only get drafted if you hold on to the rope.
no, they are married.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So again, if he
Is that the solution?
hold on, okay.
When
Hold
someone
on.
acting crazy in the marriage, like,
Hold on.
I'm out of here.
Hold on. Right. This is why I keep telling you, men, we know the rules of the game better than y'all. Y'all don't want to abide by them. If he's married and he's not a husband, if he's not being a husband, I ain't gonna say fall out of love because love is subjective. If she no longer respects him as a man, she's stupid for staying there. She's stupid. And
I never
this why
said she no longer
hold on. I know you're not listening to me.
He just started acting
Listen to what I'm saying, y'all. Listening to respond. I just want y'all to listen for once, right? Listen to what I'm saying. If a man with all the laws and things we know that are involved with how all the men complaining about, she's gonna take half my stuff, she's gonna take my money, I gotta pay child support, I gotta pay this and that and that and this. If he jumps into it, and if he gets to the point where she gets to the point, I ain't gonna even say him. If she gets to the point where she doesn't respect that man and she stays, that's her own fault. The same way if a man is with a woman that cheats on him and having babies outside the house, that's his own fault. We as men know going in, if we marry y'all and we mess up and y'all not satisfied with us, y'all can take us. Right? He knew going in there. So don't sit up there and complain about some stuff you accepting.
All right, Ronan, go ahead, Ronan.
See, this is the reason why I raised my hand, because I hate trying to overtalk people. I hate that shit. But the thing is, like, there's excellent topics we need to talk about, especially these sexual theatrics that's going on nowadays. But again, it's like, aside from you need to pay bills, we gotta start learning how to listen to seek a resolution rather than listen to respond. Because this is where the conversation goes way the fuck off the cliff every fucking time. And plus, people are tired, they got things to do, and people get this. That's where the lack of emotional intelligence starts showing. So that's why I'm saying, like, if we're gonna talk about these things, let's keep it 100. Let's stop fucking come with these straw man conversations and go in the whole color purple narrative and all this monkey shit that comes out here. We talk about these things. We're gonna tell the truth. Let's tell the whole fucking truth. Stop chopping and screwing this shit to make the narrative sound cool when it doesn't. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, and in closing, man, I just want to say that I don't disregard y'all grievances. I think that in certain situations things begin to sound like excuses. I'm all for right and wrong, regardless of who it is. Like I'm always on the side of truth, right? So in this scenario that we presented today, in terms of the woman being wrong, the man explaining to her that she's wrong and asking her to make changes, and her stalling on said changes because these, you know, her being wrong and him telling her she's wrong hurt her feelings. I don't have understanding for that process because, again, men are not allotted that grace in terms of fixing things. When women ask men to do things, they want immediate change. They don't want to, oh, well, that hurt my feelings, so I'm gonna take off for a week. I'm gonna take off for 4 or 5 days until I come back around and then I want to make the change. No, it needs to happen quickly. So all I'm saying is that have the same energy on the opposite end, and any explanation or any validation given to your emotions and your feelings not necessarily aligning with truth, I don't have sympathy for. Now, if I'm wrong in a situation and I hurt your feelings, or whatever the case may be, then cool. Take your time to whatever, like process it the way you want to process it. But if what I'm telling you is right, and you know it's right then, again, you may not like me telling you, but you know it's right. Tuck them feelings, fix what I'm asking you to fix, and implement it. Because as men, we don't come to y'all often with grievances. We don't come to y'all often with things, hey, baby, I think you should do this better. Or, hey, baby, you're doing horrible at this. I need you to fix that. Men don't come to y'all often with things like that. That's just reality. So when we do, all we asking for is your undivided attention. And when you begin to explain reasons as to why you're not willing to do something that you know you should be doing, I don't have understanding. I don't have sympathy for that. So that can be misconstrued as me not caring for your feelings. No, what I don't care for is the excuses. What I don't care for is the validation for the bad behavior. Just like I wouldn't expect you to care for mine. If you telling me, hey, you not being what I need you to be as a man, you're not, you know what I'm saying, providing for me, you're not protecting me, you're not providing security for me, I don't give a damn how that hurts my feelings. I'm going to get it done. Period. Damn, baby, I apologize. I didn't, whatever. Or even if I don't say that, I'm going to say, you know what? All right. And I'm going to take some time and I'm going to process. I'm like, look, man, all right. You know what? You're right. I'm going to go get it done. But I'm not going to use my hurt feelings as an excuse not to do it. So that's all I wanted to get across in terms of what I was saying. I don't never disregard nobody, but I'm on the side of truth. I'm on the side of reality. And anything that takes away from that, deviates from that, bothers me, if we're going to be honest. I think that's everything. Lucky wanted to say something as well in regard to the topic. I told her we weren't gonna get up out of here before I let her get up.
I just thought we were all answering the question. But I'll make it simple. I didn't hear anybody say this, but I understand. I think we all can agree somebody should bring an open and willing mindset. But I think a woman should bring a standard, which would tell that person, the man, what to follow and how to treat her. So from my experiences of bad mistakes and things like that, I've learned that I did not prioritize a standard that I believe. So therefore, I got what my choices pretty much got me. So I believe based on your choices, you can either get consequences or you can get something good out of it. So I think she should bring an abundance mindset. She should bring an open mindset, but she also should bring a healthy body and no baggage that she can control. So that means if you are overly emotional to everything, you should probably work on your own individual issues before asking someone else to be responsible for them. So I think you as a person should be fully whole and ready to adapt and not think on an individual aspect, because a lot of the times, even in these conversations, it don't really seem like we, even myself included, when I hear questions, I think of an us. That could be the fact that I've never been married. So I always like to hear the people up here that are married kind of speak on how they think unity with their mate. But I would say a woman should bring a standard above anything else, and she should also live up to her standard, in my opinion. But just a quick answer so we can get out of here.
I like that. Oh, you want to give your quick answer real quick? Look at his face. Already.
He literally was just
And then I'm gonna have to hear about him complaining all day tomorrow.
All day.
I'm tired as hell, dog.
My bad. Oh, my bad.
No, y'all. All for the brand. All for the brand. You know.
That's valid. That's valid. All right, man. And on that note, I'm gonna dismiss the panel because I got some super chats to read. I'm not gonna get up out of here without reading all of them. So, if y'all want to go get some sleep, y'all tired, things of that nature, I completely understand. The show ran late because of me. I'm gonna take accountability for this. We got started.
I'm here with you for the visual.
You know what I'm saying? So, if y'all
I
got
see
to
my
go.
name, so until I'll be here till then.
I'll be here till Kayla leave.
All right. We're gonna pay some bills and we're gonna get up out of here, man. PD the 2-ball bill. Oh wait, no, I read that. Tyson, Uncle Ricky is spicy tonight. And all
With cheese. We
on lock. The 20 ball to Queen Sheba and Kayla, giving them their flowers. Appreciate you, big dog. Isaac is good with 2-ball. Appreciation will make a man work harder. That's a fact, man. That's a fact, bro. That right there is one of the 5 things. But that's another conversation for another day. Appreciate you. Fantasy Island Girl 2-ball. Exactly, Trill. Keep it 100. Appreciate you, man. That's love. Thank you. Kenny T in the
First of all, Kenny, how can I cook some food that you haven't bought yet? You said you were going to go buy the food. So once you buy the food, I'll make the food. This is what I'm talking about. Men wanting shit,
and not creating infrastructure.
And not creating an environment.
Not providing space.
Not too much.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Appreciate it. I know your grocery list higher than 5, Sheba.
Child, he gave $2, but go ahead.
Dallas the 5 ball. Kayla gets disgusted when men express their problems and concerns about women. She got to learn to start seeing things from the men's side as well. Look here, man. We working on it. We gonna get her.
I do.
On our side eventually.
Hey, Ronan, did you get Queen Sheba pack in the mail from last week?
No, I didn't.
Oh man, you need to get that out quick, man. She's trying to switch it up.
That's a fact. We converted Queen last week. Her paperwork is in process and it's already stamped and approved. We just waiting on Kayla to come on and join this dark side as well.
Ultimately, we both have to understand each other's side. There's not one side of anything.
Just need a few more signatures. That's it.
That's a bet. We gonna work on it. Appreciate you, Dallas. Prophecy for 10 ball. I owe over 60 snapbacks, but it seems it's not enough for this panel today. It's time to re-up if you know, you know. in terms of the cap. Appreciate you.
Oh, snapback hats. Okay.
Yeah.
Grizz Trees for 2. Are these women 30? They're all free and reciprocal in all caps. Al, the 5 ball. Them old dudes got no respect from their families. They praised Big Mama's house while Papa was breaking his back and everyone ignored him.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That sounds kind of
Where did
personal.
y'all get this from?
That's what I'm saying. That sounds kind of personal.
The bottom line news for 10 ball. Women have forgotten that open doors and dates is a choice. Men held other men to those standards in society to keep that up and comfort women's feelings because before it was Tarzan and Jane. Appreciate you, bro. Al, the 5 ball. All right, start weaponizing and let's see who can hold out longer. It will turn into a war of attrition. Be careful with that in terms of the sex. Yeah, that's a dangerous game to play. I'm gonna just leave that there.
Don't weaponize it on either side. Make sure both people are.
I think they should. Dick discipline, right?
With dignity.
Or no, wait. What Kevin Gates called it? Yeah, dick discipline. Dick restriction. That's what it is.
Dick restriction. Jesus Christ, Grizz. Women, when you ask for one of the 5, look at OT. Appreciate you. Playing the Charlotte Girl Q says free lucky. Love game. Appreciate it. Marcus, I heard of Dancing with the Stars. Is there Dancing with the Sister?
They're really rocking all day.
Skating, dancing, all that good stuff. Swimming.
Grizz and 2 ball. 5 got Kayla in the figure 4.
That boy Grizz on one tonight.
I wasn't here. I don't know what that was about.
Me neither.
Well, look, man, we're gonna have to break that 5 down one day. That might be the topic next. The 5 things that men need to be the man that you want them to be. That's a topic. Queens with the 5 ball. He apologizes in 15 minutes, even if I'm wrong, and that's my fucking problem. That is my problem.
You want to be right or you want to be happy?
Right. Marcus 2 ball. Ronan is cold and cold and petty.
Right on the
I like it. I love it there anyway.
Your ass.
Straight up, because your ass sleep horrible anyway. At least I get some peace and some covers. Marcus, the 2-bar, Ronan is cold and petty, but I like it.
I'm colder than Penguin's asshole.
Jesus Christ.
Grizz with the 2-bar, literally advocating for their own understanding now. Hey, man. It's tough. Marcus, 2-bar. Let's go, Lucky. My boy Marcus be showing Lucky some love. Jarvis, man, with the 2-bar. Only simps care about their wife's feelings.
Shut your ass up.
Wow.
Shut your ass up. I'm a simp then, nigga.
I'll be playing for the other team.
I'll be a simp.
How are
if
you
that's
a
the case.
simp when you're married? That don't even make sense.
I'm just saying, like, maybe that's some retarded ass shit. Y'all are retarded kids out here acting like y'all normal.
Jesus Christ. Dallas 2-bar. Compromise in all caps, man.
Foreign language.
Al, the 5-bar. There's a difference between having an off day versus weaponizing because you mad he didn't take out the trash. That's true. Riz, the 5. How to get understanding. 1, understand your woman. 2, be quiet and don't express yourself. 3, health crisis. 4, leave her everything.
You gotta leave it. You gotta leave it to somebody.
This nigga crazy as hell.
What you gonna
Bill Gates giving it to charity.
Yeah, he did say he's gonna give it all up. Jarvis with 2-bar. If she says no,
His
kick
kid
her
got
out and replace her.
shares, though. His kid got stock in the company, so whatever.
That nigga say kick her out the crib. Marcus with 2-bar. I agree 100% with Rona. Appreciate you, bro.
That's new.
Web Slinger with the 5. Kayla and Sheba, why there got to be consequences to voicing our issues? Because if we bottle it up till we explode, then you're gonna say, why didn't you say something?
I didn't say there had to be
I
consequences.
never said there had to be consequences. I said that in the past, some men just don't like to rock the boat because they just like to have a peaceful household without, like, you know, that situation. And then I also said that sometimes conflict comes with whatever it comes with, and that's just what it is.
Sounds
So
like
you're saying there's gonna be consequences involved, basically what you're saying.
No, but people feel however they feel. I mean, there's times my partner didn't like what I had to say and was on the game for hours. What I'm gonna do? Go turn the game off? No.
That wasn't a Euro strip.
Go be on the game and go work out your frustration or whatever. Go. I'm
big ass travel.
Kayla is really good, man. I don't know if y'all be paying attention, but Kayla's really good.
Oh my.
If you're not paying attention.
Kenny, Kayla's really good. Kenny with the 2, I approve of the bend over.
Nah, you need some flavor.
Kenny said one thing that I seen in my whole entire life that makes sense.
Nah.
That's one thing that makes sense. You can still get what you need with the bend over. Y'all be wanting a whole lot. Like
it's like unseasoned chicken. I don't want that shit.
I don't know what you're talking about. If you got ass, that shit is just good. I don't know what you're saying. I know maybe whatever you be dealing with.
I mean, if it could reach.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Enthusiastic ass is not worth it. No.
But the box don't have the grip and the slippery.
I mean, but if her booty too big,
You know
your
what I'm saying?
penis don't have to reach.
I mean, yeah, if your penis can't reach, it can't reach. But I
we
mean,
ain't talking about the reach.
What is
Y'all brought it up.
Y'all
what does that even mean?
Hey, it's about to be 3 o'clock. Read these super chats,
we
dog.
gotta go.
I'm fine, man.
Get on B-roll.
Pokemon with the 20-bar. Team Petty. Brush burns with 500 lashes like Oprah Couch. Did you hear what I said?
Chill out.
Just give her
Next up.
Just give her X-Lax brownie. It'll cure
I don't know what that means.
All right, man. On that note, it's been a hell of a conversation. We appreciate everybody for pulling up on us, man. It went a little over. Y'all got to pardon me. But next week we gonna get back on track. We gonna try.
Make sure you get my boy a tomahawk. Don't get him no flank steak.
Yeah.
Wait, what? You talking to me?
Get my boy Kenny a tomahawk steak, not a flank steak.
No steak on.
Oh, I was gonna make a fillet. I don't know what y'all eat, but I
Give him a flank. He can work his way up.
Nah.
What's wrong with a 6-ounce fillet?
Give him a flank steak. He can work.
Ain't nothing wrong with the
trying
fillet,
to feed
but
you like you Mexican, bro. She trying
The
to give you
fillet
that
is the
Mexican
best
steak.
piece. I don't want nothing
a little
but
flank
fillet.
at the
Hard
flank.
ass steak.
Right, Ricky.
You get the flank steak from the IHOP.
That steak
my fillet and eggs is
Goddamn
fire.
taco meat. That's what steak
Many
taco
times.
meat.
All right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, it's your fault.
Grade A
It's your fault.
fillet.
Take some accountability. But yeah, man, appreciate everybody for coming out. All merch is available. Cruiseseason.com. The 30% off runs through Friday. At the end of that, it's over with. Don't be calling and ask me, hey, bro, what's the code? It's over with. If you ain't got it done by Friday, everybody that orders something packages should be on the way. We appreciate all the support, man. We're gonna be back at this thing again Friday for the Q&A. Y'all bring y'all questions. Y'all bring y'all cameras. I want to need cameras working, mics working, things of that nature. Y'all want to come on stage and voice y'all grievances, and then at the end of it, we're gonna have open panel the same way we did last week, man. I kind of like that vibe. But yeah, I appreciate everybody for tapping in, man. On that note, man, we're gonna get the hell up out of here. Panelists, I appreciate y'all. It's love always. Y'all know that. We're gonna be back at this thing next week again, Wednesday, 9:30-ish. See y'all then, man. I'll take it.